Chapter 1. Beep beep. Under the night sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters sounded a stern alarm. Captain America rushed out of the restroom, and roared with an angry face, "That damn little BD, when did you secretly take my shield away again?" Suddenly, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were awakened by the alarm smirked and yawned one by one, turning their heads back to rest. "It's okay, it must be Joe who stole the captain's shield again to develop other uses. I thought that someone with no eyesight broke into our territory. It turned out that the captain's shield was stolen again. Let's go, the captain will go and get the shield back by himself." The indifferent voices of the agents echoed in the ears, and Captain America's face turned green. "How many times is this? Helped myself fight and defeated the evil Hydra, the shield symbolizing the freedom of the United States, how many times was stolen by that BD? For the first time, he stole his shield, made a hat and put it on his head, with the cloak on his shoulders, and ran around on the training ground. He said that such a dress is called a hero in the ancient civilization of the East. That is, people who can do noble things for the people and the country. But will heroes steal things? When I questioned him, the BD said with a smile, "This is robbing the rich and helping the poor." For the second time, he stole his shield, installed a huge amounts of iron bucket on it, and then beat it round and round with a training rubber rope. He said it was called a spinning top. My shield paint is about to fall off, and the five-pointed star symbolizing the freedom of the United States has been messed up. For the third time, the surface was polished and painted with a bright color, and it was placed on the corner of the parking lot as a convex mirror. For the fourth time, it was used as a pot cover. The fifth time. Captain America has forgotten how many times his shield was lost, and how many times that little BD humiliated his shield. He slammed a fist against the wall, angrily took out his cell phone, and dialed a call. "Hi, Natasha Romanoff, where are you now?" Across the phone, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is wearing a tight sports vest and shorts, sweating on her private training ground. Crystal beads of sweat flowed slowly on her wheat-colored skin, along the neck, along the collarbone, across the high bulge, and flowed into the Y-shaped gathering place. Crack! With a soft beep, the flash freezes. Black Widow frowned slightly, waved his hand as if driving a fly, and then asked, "Steve, what happened again?" Captain America gritted his teeth and said, "That kid in your family took my shield secretly again." A flash of embarrassment flashed on Black Widow's delicate face, and he waved to the Hyuxia youth who was looking at the high-definition big picture while facing the camera screen. "Show! Come here." The young man raised his head, took out the memory card of the camera and put it in his mouth, ran over and said vaguely, "Master, you never want me to delete the photos." Natasha Romanoff supported his forehead and looked at the Hyuxia youth with a desperate look, feeling that his brain started to ache again. "I originally thought that he was a genius, so I would rescue him from the eyelids of the two monster families in the ghost place of Fox, and also accept him as an apprentice. Unexpectedly, this guy is a mixture of culprit and BD. Before he met him, he fell in love with a beautiful 17-year-old high school girl, and at the same time stepped on two boats to fall in love with the pearl of the monster family. Finally, it was discovered by the parents and almost shot to pieces by those monsters. Now I even dare to take pictures of my teachers, and at the beginning, I only took secretly, and now it has developed into a fair and honest picture." Natasha Romanoff resisted the urge to slap him and warned herself hard in her heart that she must not kill him as a disciple. After taking a deep breath, she tried to ask in a calm tone, "Did you go get Steve's shield again?" The young man shook his head firmly and said, "No. I definitely didn't get it this time." Black Widow said into the phone, "Look, Steve, it wasn't Joe who took it this time." On the other side of the phone, Steve looked gloomy and snarled, "Where are you now? I want to see him right away." Black Widow rolled his eyes and said, we are training the strength of the weak at the Washington beach, listen to the sound of the waves. After speaking, she raised her phone and pointed it at Joe on the side. Joe Wei pursed his lips slightly, simulating the sound of waves and sea breeze. Captain America frowned and said, "Then don't go, I'll go to you right away." Afterwards, he hung up the phone, rode a motorcycle and rushed to the beach in Washington. He was sure of his own pot. Nonsense. His shield must have been taken away by that BD Joe, no one except him can do this silently. Boom. As soon as Captain America twisted the accelerator, the cool motorcycle roared out from the secret passage of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and merged into the traffic on the street. Chapter 2. On the private training ground, Black Widow hung up the phone, and a smile of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. "Give 5. She reached out her palm, and Joe, a Huxia youth, hurriedly reached out and gave her a slap. "It's so beautiful, Master. I think Mr. Steve is rushing to the beach in a hurry, and I never thought that we were actually here." Black Widow's exquisite pretty face was full of pride, and said, "Joe, this is just a skill that a qualified agent must have. This is also one of the courses you need to fully master." Joe hurriedly nodded and praised, "Although any qualified agent can do this, it will definitely not be seamless like Master's antelope horns. Disciples still need to learn more from Master." Black Widow's face was reddened by his blow, and he said with a slight embarrassment, "Don't squat here, take advantage of Steve's being led away, you quickly give me the pancake fruit you mentioned earlier for me to eat." After finishing speaking, she patted her waistline with obvious lower abdomen, and said distressedly, "It's all because of you BD, my old lady has gained several pounds during this time, so I need to do more exercise." "Do you want to exercise?" Joe's eyes lit up, feeling that the memory card stuck between his teeth was hungry and thirsty again. "Hemp egg. Sporty Black Widow, that's nothing to say." The actor who played the Black Widow in the previous life can make Durant willing to drink the bath water, not to mention the more refined and beautiful Black Widow originally on this plane. It's definitely something that no man can resist. "I traveled to this plane and spent more than 10 years in a muddle-headed manner. As a result, because the beauty was so beautiful, she played 2 boats with her hands and feet, and was almost killed by the monster of that family. By chance, she was rescued by the widow sister and she was accepted as the only apprentice. After spending more than 2 years in S.H.I.E.L.D., he finally awakening Goldfinger some time ago. And taking pictures. But Goldfinger has become stronger. My ambition is to be a great photographer too. Guru." Joe Luo swallowed his saliva, and took a trot to move the camera and the cleaned Captain America shield, as well as a small alcohol stove. "What are you doing?" Black Widow frowned, looking at the alcohol stove and shield close at hand, and Joe Luo, who was holding the camera and staring at her mouth twitched. Joe Luo waved his hand, stirring the already prepared batter, holding the camera up and saying, "Master, leave me alone and continue your exercise. Although this kind of food is delicious, it is easy to get fat after eating it." Hearing that he was going to get fat, Black Widow put aside other doubts. Since accepting this apprentice, her recipes have become more and more diversified, but this apprentice's cuisine from the East is like opening her seal, and she has successfully transformed from a cold-blooded agent into one foodie. In order to eat, in order not to gain weight, let him play whatever else he wants. The widow sister sighed silently, and then faced Yellow and started lifting the iron. Zzz. The grease inside the shield creaked. Joe Luo skillfully moved the batter in with one hand and began to fry thin ice. The other hand is holding the camera and clicking the shutter. Wow! This posture is good. It seems that Master is really majestic and mighty. Oi! This neck-raising movement is beautiful, and it highlights Master's curvaceousness even more. Yeah. Here's another one from this angle. Click click. Joe Luo kept pressing the shutter, making the widow lifter's face red and blue. This BD doesn't stop at all. She muttered, turned her back to him, and continued to lift the iron. However, Zhou Luo behind him was even more excited. Damn it! This pose! In this situation, I just want to be an assassin and use my dagger to penetrate the master. Oops! Squat down. I want to lie down. Hey FK! This posture, this apartment type. IFG can kill people without seeing blood. Click click. The shutter sound still keeps on, one after another. The high-definition large pictures are stored in the memory card. In front, the widow sister was almost out of breath when she lifted the iron. A hole. When are you going to shoot? She turned around and scolded. Zhou Luo smirked, and skillfully took out the memory card and stuffed it into his mouth, so angry that the widow sister almost killed the BD with a barbell. Zhou Luo, you'd better not make the pancake fruit paste, or don't blame my old lady for doubling your training intensity today. The extremely angry widow sister called out Zhou Luo's name completely for the first time, and her eyes almost burst into flames. This BD is almost mad at her. The skills used by the agent to hide the blade in his mouth are used by the BD to hide the memory card, or candidly take pictures of his own memory card. It's too cheap. But the widow sister was still a little bit dark in her heart. Hey! His own charm is still unstoppable, and even his only disciples have been made so blatant by his own charm. Zhou Luo saw the slight smile outlined at the corner of her mouth, and he was instantly relieved. It seems that the widow's face is angry at her actions, but her heart is secretly refreshed. Could it be that this is the legendary mouth-to-mouth integrity? It seems that if you want to complete the camera mission as soon as possible, you can speed up the progress a bit. He calculated it in his heart, and the movements of his hands were not slow in the slightest. Beat the eggs. Brush the sauce. Sprinkle chopped green onions. Wrap in the prepared lettuce, braised pork, and ham. Ojabke. Seeing his first pancake fruit, Zhou Luo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Although it has passed, the craftsmanship is still there. Chapter 3. Is this your hamburger? It's delicious. Compared with your food, our country's food is no different from garbage. The widow sister held a pancake fruit in one hand in a posture of lifting an iron, and opened a bow from left to right. While admiring, don't forget to belittle the United States crude food culture. In front of her, Zhou Luo was holding the pancake fruit in one hand, while the other hand continued to fry. No way, the widow sister, as an agent, eats a lot more than ordinary women. In front of him, in a dimension that the widow sister can't even see on this plane, a semi-transparent virtual screen is flashing blue light. Super God Photographer System. Host, Zhou Luo. Personal ability, Super Affinity. You have a strange ability when you travel. There is a 90% chance that a righteous or neutral hero will have a good impression of you. Main occupation, photographer, recording beautiful moments and extracting ability from student photos. Main skills. 1. Photography, record beautiful moments and freeze frames. The qualified photos taken can increase the experience value of extraction skills. 2. Extract LV1. 46/50th a skill or attribute of the corresponding character can be extracted from the photos taken, and the current ability completeness is 10%, only available for students who are your life mentor. Deputy occupation, life mentor, guide those who only know how to fight and kill lost lambs, develop their lifelong hobbies. Student. 1. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow Foodie LV1, 5/5, can be upgraded. Looking at the data on the system panel, Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. Not easy. The widow sister finally took a crucial step on the road of eating goods. Ding! Natasha Romanoff's foodie sub-professional level can be upgraded to LV2. Will it be upgraded immediately? The cold system prompt echoed in his ears, Joe Luo didn't have any hesitation, so he chose upgrade directly. Ding! Natasha Romanoff upgraded to Food LV2, increased smell, taste, digestion ability, and upper body strength by 20%. The next upgrade experience value is 0/10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first LV2 student, all attributes are increased by 50%. With successive system prompts, Joe Luo clearly felt that his body was strengthening at a terrifying speed, and it was an all-round improvement. And the widow sister, who was eating the pancake fruit, suddenly felt that her body seemed a little different. She could clearly feel that the oriental burger in her hand tasted more fragrant, and the taste became stronger the moment the taste buds exploded. It's delicious. After the widow sister ate 2 sets of pancakes 3 times and 5 times 2, her slender fingers were bitten on her rainbow lips and sucking 11, making Joe Luo, who captured this moment and pressing the shutter, slightly changed. Joe, I want more. The widow sister's rainbow lips slightly opened, and she cast an eye toward him. Grandma's widowed sister is so confused. If Joe Luo were not afraid of being hot, he would definitely put the pancake fruit on his dagger and let the widow sister kneel and eat it. However, now that he is still a mortal fetus, it is easy to burn at this temperature. Putting aside the idea that he might cut off his children and grandchildren, Joe Luo skillfully wrapped the pancakes with fruits. And then handed them to the widow sister, who could not wait. Hanging, squinting his eyes and smelling it, suddenly intoxication appeared on the delicate pretty face. Ah! Delicacy from the east, so happy. The widow sister slightly raised her neck and sat on the ground next to Joe Luo, with a slightly sweet smell of sweat coming to her. Joe Luo seized the opportunity to snap another beautiful photo. The shooting skill of the main professional photographer is not just to take a photo casually, but to take a qualified photo. As for what counts as qualified, Joe Luo doesn't know how to count it, but it feels that the more stunning and less common it is, the easier it is to qualify. He glanced at the system panel and felt that he had touched the door. Extract LV1, 48/50. Joe Luo continued to make pancakes, and the widow sister ate them slowly and carefully, savoring the delicacies from the east. The atmosphere became harmonious. If there isn't a big man who is so angry that his face turns green and even his muscles are trembling, suddenly break in. Come on, master, quickly put on the towel. After intensive exercises, you need to pay attention to keep warm, otherwise it will easily cause problems if the cold enters the body. When he heard the sound of Captain America's footsteps, Joe Luo personally wrapped the large bath towel that had been prepared on the widow sister's body. Joke. The widow sister is so beautiful at this time, but it can't be cheaper. Captain America's eyes. Black Widow nodded indifferently, and obediently let him wrap himself tightly. Then, hey! With a loud noise, the angry Captain America kicked over the gate of the training ground and strode in. Natasha Romanoff. Is this what you said about training by the sea? Seeing that his shield was covered with oil stains, Captain America got out of anger and roared at Black Widow. The widow sister raised her head and winked at Joe Luo. Boy, you came up with the trick, now you can solve it by yourself. Caca. Captain America's fingers clicked and clicked, and he looked at Joe Luo and said, Boy, I told you that if you steal my shield again, I will hit you all over the floor. Chapter 4. Facing Captain America, whose fingers creaked, Joe Luo didn't panic at all. He handed the prepared pancake fruit to the widow sister, and said with a smile, Mr. Steve, do you know how to control you as quickly as possible? Because you sleep for a long time, you lose control like a wild horse. Captain America frowned slightly and asked subconsciously, do you have any idea? I woke up from a deep sleep for decades, and I was out of touch with the world. It happened that I couldn't control my body normally because I was asleep for too long. I would often encounter accidental damage to things, or even hurt people. This makes Mr. Steve, who is eager to understand the current situation and continue to contribute to the United States, very distressed. And now, someone told him that he can quickly help him complete a transformation that even the most advanced technology of S.H.I.E.L.D can't complete. Captain America temporarily put aside the shield being used as a pancake pan. Joe Luo stood up with a grin, pushed over what he used to cut vegetables, and picked up a kitchen knife and a piece of tofu that had been prepared a long time ago. Mr. Steve, there is a very effective way of training strength control in our East, such as this. As he said, he picked up the lactone tofu he bought in the United States supermarket in one hand, and in the other he picked up a sharp kitchen knife and cut it skillfully. A slight breeze sounded, the light of the knife flickered, and in Captain America's surprised eyes, he cut this piece of tofu vertically. At the bottom of the tofu, there was a piece of about 1 mm thick and an extremely uniform base that was not cut. Joe Luo walked to Captain America and displayed his finished product. "Look at Mr. Steve, I used the fastest speed to cut this kind of tofu into filaments without letting them fall apart. This is the ultimate performance of power control ability. As long as you follow the training method I helped you develop, you can definitely quickly master the power you can't control." Captain America looked at the shredded tofu carefully, and even flicked it into his mouth with his fingers, confirming that it was indeed tofu. There was a look of surprise on his face. "Is this Kung Fu?" Joe Luo shook his head pretendingly, and said, "No, this is just the basics, and many people can do it." Captain America believed it. At this moment, he forgot his purpose, and just wanted to recover as soon as possible the body that he had lost control of because of ice for decades. After all, this feeling is very bad. "So, what is your training plan?" Captain America looked up, his eyes full of desire. Joe Luo was overjoyed in his heart. He pushed the vegetable cutting table over, pointed to the big bag of potatoes that had been washed next to the cutting board, and said, "Your control capability is too bad, so we will start from the most basic. Here is a bag of potatoes. The goal of our training at the beginning is to cut the potatoes into even filaments. Depending on your current state, potato shreds can be cut a bit larger, probably, so thick." Joe Luo randomly drew out a toothpick and gestured towards Captain America. Captain America took the toothpick and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will finish it soon." Joe Luo grinned and sneered silently. Taking the shield's Saunian, a qualified trick is not so easy to practice. He patted Captain America's tight tendon and encouraged, "Mr. Steve, come on. You can." Captain America laughed, "Haha. Don't worry. I definitely can." Then, because the shield was stolen, the widow sister and Joe Luo put together another one. Mr. Steve, who was coming to find the place, completely forgot about this matter. He began to study with a toothpick, then picked up the kitchen knife awkwardly, and started his long journey of cutting potato shreds. Ding! After the host's efforts, Captain America was successfully fooled and started a lifelong hobby, cutting vegetables. Steve Rogers, Captain America chopping dumpling LV1, 0/5. Hey! Unexpectedly, a temporary flash of light would make Captain America discover his lifelong hobby. "This wave is good." Joe Luo plucked his nose, indicating that this wave of blood has been profitable. On the side, the widow sister who had witnessed all this put one hand on her forehead, full of love. "This is your teammate? That's too stupid. After being fooled by the BD Joe Luo, you can't find north at all? Joe, you should actually be a diplomat, or a lawyer, or a government spokesperson." The widow sister sighed quietly. Joe Luo sat next to her and said with a smile, "But you are not there in those places." The widow sister turned her head and asked with a smile, "Boy, is this a confession?" Joe Luo shrugged, "Who knows, you think it is, but you think it is not." The widow sister was silent, not knowing what was thinking in her heart. Joe Luo's eyes flickered, and he raised the camera to the stiff bowed waist. awkwardly holding a knife to cut out the thick potato chips. Captain America to take pictures. Hey! This is a rare material. Click. Captain America cuts potato chips and cut them into potato pieces. 49/50. Click. Captain America used too much force and suddenly cut the kitchen knife into the cutting board. 50/50. Ding! Your extraction skills can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Chapter 5. Upgrade. Waited for a long time and finally waited till today. Ding! The extraction skill is upgraded to LV2. Before the next upgrade, you still need to take 100 qualified photos. Among the cold system prompts, Joe Luo's eyes shined brightly, and he selected a beautiful photo of the Widow sister from the camera. Ding! Extract character Black Widow skill attributes. It is recommended to extract combat skills. Joe Luo did not have hesitation and chose the fighting skills of the Widow sister. Compared to other attributes, Widow sister's melee ability is absolutely superior to other attributes. Ding! Extract Black Widow combat skills and get 20% Black Widow combat ability. Automatically focus on the use of firearms. The host gains firearms specialization, the current level of master. Among the system prompts, countless mysteries about the use of firearms circulated in his mind. In just an instant, Joe Luo mastered the use of various the United States standard firearms and many S.H.I.E.L.D special weapons. In addition, he also felt that his physical coordination was further enhanced, and the kind of tofu that had just been cut was completely sprinkled with water. Tasting the sweetness, Joe Luo called up a picture of Captain America. Ding! Extract character Captain America skill attributes. It is recommended to extract combat skills. Fighting skills again? Joe Luo frowned slightly, but still chose to extract. Captain America and the Widow sister's combat skill branches are not the same. The Widow sister is very balanced in all aspects, whether it is melee combat or long-range guns are very powerful, while Captain America is a complete tank. Ding! Extract Captain America combat skills and obtain Captain America 20% combat ability. Automatically focus on melee combat awareness, and the host gains top combat awareness. Accompanied by the sound of cold machinery in his ears, Joe Luo felt that his muscles had become more active, and there was a strange feeling that flies and insects could not fall off their bodies. It seems that his fighting intuition has penetrated into his bones. Kaka! He squeezed his fists and stood up, and his bones suddenly burst. His muscles were moving, and his eyes were brilliant. On the side, a look of astonishment flashed across the face of the widow who was eating pancake fruit, and she asked in surprise, "Joe, how did you do it? Why do I feel that your physical coordination has suddenly increased so much?" Joe Luo smiled complacently, and flicked, "Master, this is a special skill that belongs to our own people. We call it epiphany. That is, in a very short period of time, there have been leaps and bounds in a certain skill." The widow sister was a bit at a loss. Obviously, with her way of thinking, she couldn't understand the epiphany in his mouth. However, looking at the rhythm of his body muscles, there is still that kind of obvious change of temperament. The widow sister was very sure again. Joe Luo was right under her nose, and suddenly completed what he called an epiphany, and the control of the whole body became more precise. On the side, Captain America, who was cutting potatoes, also felt his change, and immediately threw down the kitchen knife, yelling, "Joe! Are you fooling me, right? I want to follow your so-called epiphany." Joe Luo grinned and smiled triumphantly, "Sorry, Mr. Steve, this kind of epiphany is unique to our Hyuxia culture. If you want to learn this skill, you must be familiar with ancient Hyuxia classics. Like the Book of Changes, the 8 diagrams of the King of Wen, the Tao Te Ching and so on. And this kind of classics, even if they are in, only a few people can read them. Anyway, there are no other Hyuxia people here. It is not too simple to use Huaxia's extensive ancient culture to fool two people from the United States. Hearing him say this, Captain America was frustrated for a while. God, I don't even know Huaxia's words. Zhou Luo patted him on the shoulder and said, Mr. Steve, there is an old saying called diligence to make up for one's weakness. Although your ability is insufficient, you can achieve this effect through hard work. And the direction of your efforts is to become a qualified trick first. Dunzi? What is Dunzi? Captain America is curious. Zhou Luo said unpredictably, this is a kind of level of practice, just like the black belt and blue belt in Taekwondo. Captain America understood it and nodded, well then, I will continue to learn how to cut potatoes. After speaking, he turned around again and concentrating on cutting up the potatoes. Zhou Luo cleaned the thick-fingered potato chips he had just cut out, and said to the greasy widow sister who was eating, Master, today I will make you a very famous snack in Daxia. Spike potatoes. Suddenly, the widow sister became interested again. She supported her cheeks with her hands and sat on the ground watching Zhou Luo pour vegetable oil into Captain America's shield, then put the potato strips in and started frying. After watching for a while, the widow sister was a little uninterested. Hey! Isn't this just French fries? I don't eat this kind of garbage. Zhou Luo did not speak, and concentrated on making spike potatoes. Soon, the potatoes were fried, and the seasoning was mixed with a strong fragrance. Zhou Luo put the prepared potatoes on a plate and handed it to the widow sister. Just after smelling it, the widow sister couldn't help narrowing her eyes and exclaiming, Hey! It smells so good! Chapter 6. The law of truth that can't be evaded is vividly reflected in the widow's body. Tuck 2 Tuesday. Captain America was working hard to cut potato shreds, and Zhou Luo finally fed the widow sister. Zhou, you are amazing. The widow sister leaned on the exercise blanket, her face flushed and her eyes were like water. Zhou Luo also raised his thumb and said, Master, you are great too, you are the first Westerner I have ever met who can eat spicy food. The widow sister smiled complacently, her scarlet head scrolled slightly, and an air of confusion filled her. Grandmas. The widow sister is really a FG stunner. Zhou Luo smacked his lips and turned around to clean up the pot of Captain America. Hey! The dagger can't hide anymore. After tidying up, he washed the Captain America's burnt and changed color pot and returned it to him. Zhou Luo glanced at the time and said, Mr. Steve, it's getting late. You can take these potatoes back and slice them slowly. If it is not enough, then you can ask the logistics department to prepare more for you. Now I give you a task to cut 50 potatoes into qualified potato shreds in 30 minutes in 3 days. Captain America took its shield, looked at the paint that had been completely changed in color by the alcohol stove, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He wanted to get angry. But facing the sincere expression of Zhou Luo, he has no way to vent at all. This kid taught himself how to strengthen his control. As long as you can retrieve your control during the peak period as soon as possible, this matter, forget it. Boy, don't come and steal my shield in the future. With a word of caution, Captain America depressed carrying an unrecognizable shield and half a bag of potatoes, and left the private training ground of Black Widow. Zhou Luo packed up, and with the camera on his back, he called roar to Black Widow and left the headquarters of SHIELD. If there is nothing to steal the shield, then steal again when something happens. On the streets of Washington, Zhou Luo drove a sports car and put on a phone call. Hey! Tony, is there any entertainment tonight? On the opposite side of the phone, Tony Stark, a famous American rich and handsome man, shook a glass of champagne gently, and said in an accented voice like a poem, Joe. My dear friend, I am in Washington now. I am interested in coming out and playing. There are so many beauties here. Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows, but Tony came to Washington? Listening to the sound inside, it seems to be having a pool party. That's interesting. Tony, tell me where you are, I'll be there soon. Okay. J.A.R.V.I.S, send the position to Joe. Soon, a location appeared on Joe Luo's phone. Crunchy. Amid the violent friction, the roaring blue sports car rushed out like a ghost, leaving a pungent burnt smell. 10 minutes later, his car parked in a large villa by the shore of Washington. Before I walked in, I heard chuckles of silver bell-like laughter coming from inside. Joe Luo got out of the car and threw the key to the doorman. Then he entered the villa unhurriedly and walked towards the open-air swimming pool above. Entering here, except for the man Tony Stark, all the beauties in swimsuits. White people, yellow people, black people, everything. And each of them has a fiery figure and looks different, at least there are still many that are in line with Joe Luo's aesthetics. Hey! Joe! I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Tony Stark wore swimming trunks, bathrobes, and brown-toed mirrors, exaggeratingly trying to give Joe Luo a hug. Joe Luo casually picked up a champagne bottle from the waiter's tray and pressed it to his chest. Come on, please wipe off the lipstick mark on your body before you lie next time. Tony smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Okay, I admit that I have just had an in-depth and profound exchange with the two beautiful black pearls on the genetic structure of the black and white race. Joe Luo frowned in disgust. You have a good appetite. Tony laughed, holding his shoulder with one hand, pointing to the beauties in swimsuits in the swimming pool, and said triumphantly, Joe, you saved my life as my best brother. There are all kinds of beauties here. Everything is available. I can help you get Chuang for anyone you are interested in. Joe Luo sighed and asked, do you only have this kind of stuff? Although there are many beauties attending the pool party, many of them are more in line with his aesthetics, but he estimated that most of the women here have super friendship with the BD Tony. Let him take it. Non-existent. Don't you have some women who are more in line with the Oriental aesthetics to introduce to me? If not, then you should not always show off in front of me how many bed partners you have changed in a day. Joe Luo's face was contemptuous, which made Tony Stark's face all green. As a famous playboy throughout the United States, how could he be so underestimated? Okay. I really have a beauty who fits your Oriental, virgin complex to introduce to you. But, she is not so easy to handle. Tony Stark drank the champagne in one fell swoop. Wait for 2 minutes. Chapter 7. 5 minutes later, Tony Stark got in Joe Luo's co-pilot. Joe Luo slammed his seat belt. Tony, my co-pilot has never let a man sit. You are the first. If the girl you introduced to me tonight makes me unsatisfied, then you are dead. Tony Stark said with a weird smile, you will be satisfied. This is a loyal and pure believer, and at the same time a stubborn astrophysicist, and his looks and body will definitely satisfy you. Joe Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and started the car ejection. The car turned into a blue lightning and a piercing sound. Then you just leave, what about those girls? Tony Stark said indifferently, it doesn't matter, free food, free champagne, free luxury suites, everything is free. For these easy girls, these things are enough. Joe Luo's eyes lit up, and a ghost idea flashed in his heart. Hey Tony! What do you think of your bodyguards? Tony was confused by his jumping thinking. After a while, he looked back at the cars behind him and said, oh, they are very nice and dedicated. The corner of Joe Luo's mouth was raised slightly, revealing a smile that looked like a demon with tiger teeth. He stopped the car abruptly and turned his head and said seriously, Tony, I think you should reward these dedicated bodyguards, and prizes. What do you think of those easy girls? Tony Stark blinked blankly, before regaining his senses, shook his head and laughed, hey! You BD, don't you just hate being followed? But these guys are indeed worthy of reward, just like you said. Let them enjoy it. After finishing speaking, he got out of the car directly, walked to the back of the bodyguard cars, and communicated with his bodyguards. Looking at Tony Stark in the rearview mirror, Joe Luo's face is full of weirdness. Grandmas. The Europeans and Americans can let go. Among those easy girls, at least half of them have crossed the line with Tony. As a result, our Mr. Iron Man started pimping so generously and blessed his bodyguards. Great. Joe Luo sighed quietly. Sudden. Ding. After the host's efforts, Iron Man was successfully fooled and started a lifelong hobby, the PP. Tony Stark, Iron Man PPLV1, 0/5. In the screen, Tony Stark's lifelong hobby experience value is skyrocketing. In the end, when he returned to the car, the experience value was fixed at 11/5. Grandmas. I am so silly. Real. It turns out that Stark's hidden hobby is pimping other people? Then I should have fooled him into doing this earlier. Ding. Tony Stark PP can upgrade. Do you want to upgrade right away? In the cold tone, Tony Stark also opened the car door and sat in. Joe Luo didn't have the slightest hesitation, so he chose to upgrade. Ding. Tony Tower upgrade to PPLV2, Mood Pleasure plus 20%, Personal Charm plus 10%, Physical Fitness plus 10%, Intelligence plus 5%, the next upgrade experience is 6/10. Ding. The host has the second student upgraded to LV2, with all attributes plus 30%. Amid the icy beep, Joe Luo felt a heat flow in his body again, and then quickly swept through his limbs. His all attributes have been improved again. Now, I should be able to beat the Widow Sister, right? Joe Luo probably felt it, and felt that now his comprehensive combat effectiveness should be at least the same as that of the Widow Sister and Captain America. On the side, when Tony Stark got in the car, he suddenly felt that he was in a very good mood. And a warm current swept through his body, making him feel that the feeling of being hollowed out was immediately filled. Suddenly, this feeling aroused him comfortably. Aside, Joe Luo, who had recovered from his senses, started the car and smiled slyly. How about it? Do you feel comfortable, and even your body has become stronger? Tony Stark raised his head and said in surprise, It's really like this. Joe Luo flicked, Tony, there is an old saying in Daxia, that happiness alone is not as good as others. It means that if you don't need it very much, you can share it with friends around you. Enjoy it with your subordinates, and you will also get happiness and benefits. Do you think this sentence makes sense? Tony Stark thought for a while, and felt that it was indeed the truth. For example, those easy girls, who can't play by themselves, share a few for their bodyguards to play with. The bodyguard was grateful and happy, not to mention those easy girls. The best of both worlds. Joe. You are really a philosopher from the East. Tony Stark sighed, if I knew you earlier and learned this, I wouldn't fall into depression and go to the ghost place of Fox for vacation, let alone encounter any disgusting beasts. Fortunately, brother, you came in time. Not only did you save me, you also shared this truth with me. Thank you so much. Grandmas. The thinking of Westerners is completely different. If it's in S**X, maybe I and Stark will do it directly. Chapter 8. Stark sat in the co-pilot and gave directions. Joe Luo drove through the streets, then stopped in front of a wooden house in the suburbs. Arrive. Stark called Roar to get out of the car, and Joe Luo also got out of the car. The sound of the car also alarmed the people in the wooden house. A beautiful brown-haired woman and a beautiful black-haired white woman walked out of the wooden house. Mr. Stark. The brown-haired beauty frowned and asked, I won't go to your party. Daisy won't go to your pool party. Even if I give up the experimental support of Stark Industries Group, I still won't do anything. Change. Stark waved his hand and said, No, I'm not here to invite you to a party. But the chief consultant of our Stark Industry Group is also my best friend. Joe from Daxia is very interested in your research, so I can barely accompany him to meet you, a great astrophysicist. Stark's voice was undulated, his body language was very rich, and then he turned his head and said to Joe Luo, "Joe. This is what I told you about." Joe Luo waved his hand to interrupt him, and said, "Ms. Jane Foster, the famous astrophysicist, is like a thunderous ear. Your theory on wormholes and space-jumping technology is an eye-opener for me." He shook off Stark, strode directly to the beautiful brown-haired woman, and put out his hand. "Hello, Miss Foster, I am Joe Luo from Daxia. I am a gourmet. I don't know if there is a style to invite you to dinner with your assistant. Definitely, I also want to learn more about the application prospects of wormhole and space-jumping technology theories." The beautiful brown-haired woman who was a little overwhelmed by his enthusiasm is the future Thor's girlfriend, astrophysicist Jane Foster. The black-haired beauty next to her is her assistant Daisy Louise. Prying Thor's corner, actually quite interesting. Jane Foster was overwhelmed by Joe Luo's enthusiasm. She subconsciously shook hands with him, stroked her hair to refuse. But Daisy Louise next to her reminded her, "Jane, if we can't get the sponsorship, the experiment will be forced to stop." Jane Foster glanced at Tony Stark, who was speechless leaning on the side of the car, and then at Joe Luo, who looked harmless to humans and animals and looked like a high school student, and thought Joe Luo was better off. "Mr. Joe, I want to confirm one thing first." After a pause, she asked, "Can you be the master and provide support for my experiment?" On the side, Stark said directly, "Miss Foster, Joe can be the master. I will unconditionally support investments below $10 billion US. Suddenly, Joe Luo gave Stark a thumbs up secretly. Hemp egg. To local tyrant, open mouth is tens of billions. Stark raised his eyebrows and made an unceremonious gesture. Completed a wave of secret exchanges. After receiving the affirmative reply from Stark personally, Jane Foster breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then thank you Mr. Joe for the invitation." Joe Luo glanced at Stark and asked the fake model falsely, "Tony, do you want to be together?" Stark lacked interest and shook his head, "You know, I have never been interested in this kind of non-professional stuff. I'd better go back and study the thing you mentioned to me before." After speaking, he got into the car and started. "I drove your car away, you find a solution by yourself." Joe Luo waved his hand and shouted, "This is my baby. Don't break it, otherwise don't blame me for raising a dog in your free city." The engine roared, and Stark's roar came. "For God's sake, don't mention dog creatures to me." Joe Luo shrugged and said to Jane Foster, who didn't know why, "Stark was humiliated by dogs with excrement when he was a child, so you should understand what this humiliation means to him." In order to pry Thor into the corner, Joe Luo didn't mind stepping on Tony Stark. Jane Foster covered her mouth and chuckled, "You are so humorous." Joe Luo said, "Now my car has been driven away by the evil capitalist. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to take Miss Foster's car and find a quiet place to explore the mysteries of the universe and space." Jane Foster did not refuse and asked Daisy to drive. Then, the three of them drove Foster's small Ford to a Hyuxia restaurant not far away. Tisk, it seems Foster Cutie still knows how to take care of people. Joe Luo smacked his lips, tasting the local dishes that were not very authentic, and chatted with Foster without a word. Because he is more familiar with the general structure of the Marvel Universe, sometimes his casual two words make Foster and Daisy feel unpredictable. "Come down for a meal." Jane Foster and her assistant Daisy have regarded Joe Luo as a young astronomer, and they trust him. "Miss Foster, we are very happy tonight. The research support you need will be provided by Stark Industries. As for the research funding, you don't need to worry about it. As long as it is normally needed, I will help you handle it." Joe Luo is holding a ticket. Anyway, Stark Industrial Group does have plans in this regard. After receiving the promise, Jane Foster's drunk face showed a touch of gratitude. Mr. Zhou, why don't I send you off at this late hour? Zhou Luo shook his head and said, thank you, but I dare not take your car in your current state. Jane Foster smiled awkwardly, exchanged a few words with Zhou Luo, and watched him get in a taxi before leaving. Chapter 9. After getting in the taxi, Zhou Luo's slightly drowsy face became sober. He tapped his eyebrows and said, thank you, go to number 72 Sangli Avenue. The taxi rushed right and left in the traffic, and the surrounding neon kept retreating. Zhou Luo took out his cell phone and dialed Stark's number. Hello, my friend, have you gotten that female scientist? Stark's chuckle came, somewhat intermittently. Zhou Luo frowned and asked, where are you now? Stark's voice came, I'm on the plane now, and tomorrow I'm going to Wuhan to show off the latest achievements of Stark Industries. So sorry my friend, when I come back from there, I will definitely bring you a Middle Eastern girl back. Wuhan? Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows. So, is the plot finally about to begin? Tony, that place in the Middle East is not safe, you have to be careful. Zhou Luo reminded slightly. Stark was taken aback for a moment, and laughed, don't worry, who am I? I'm the boss of Stark Industries, they will protect me. I hope so, I wish you well. And don't forget to bring me a Middle Eastern girl back, but remember to lift their veil first to help me see if it's pretty. I don't like a mouth that is too big, it's not tight enough. To you, you know. Zhou Luo broke off for a while. Stark laughed wildly. UBD, there are so many demands, even the top and bottom are tight. Don't worry, I have absolutely no problem doing things. I will definitely help you find 2 Middle Eastern girls who fit the Oriental aesthetic. The two laughed and teased a few more words before hanging up the phone. Holding the mobile phone in his hand, Zhou Luo calculated for a while, feeling that under his own intervention, Stark, who is already working on small reactor technology, will definitely increase the survival probability a lot. He relaxes. Iron Man. It will appear soon. Zhou Luo let out a sigh of relief. Sudden. Zzzz. The harsh brake sound rang, and the taxi stopped in the middle of a small alley with the driver's crazy curse. FK. I hit someone. The driver's mouth trembled and his face turned blue. Just now, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the car, making him subconsciously slam on the brakes. But now, the figure is gone. The driver unfastened his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Sudden. A faint voice sounded from the co-pilot. Uncle, are you looking for me? The driver looked back, but saw no one. Uncle, I'm here. There was another voice on his right. The driver turned his head to the right. Boom. With a soft sound, a ghostly figure stepped on the hood of the taxi. The moment the driver looked up, the figure disappeared again. Roar. A cold front blows, and the driver is scared to pee. Gee, host. Amid the screams, the black driver opened the door and disappeared into the corner of the alley. Roar. The breeze was blowing, and the figure suddenly appeared in the back seat of the car, with a hand on Zhou Luo's shoulder. Hi. Long time no see, dear Zhou, have you changed girlfriend again? It's a bit crappy Hyuxia, but I can hear it clearly anyway. Zhou Luo sighed and said, Miss Fang, can you not engage in such a big battle every time you show up? He tilted his head, a typical delicate and pretty face with oriental classical charm imprinted in his eyes. Her name is Clarice Fang, a Hyuxia girl who was adopted by Sabretooth, aka Blink. Hey! When I was with me, I used to call them Xiao Xing, now the newcomer is better than the old, I call them Miss Fang. The flashing tone seemed very resentful, like a deep-seated woman. Zhou Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Injustice. I didn't expect to be found by her so quickly. Zhou Luo is actually a little bit guilty about mutant who is both good and evil, especially mutant who is not very friendly to non-mutants. It's just that Black Widow was brought to Washington at the beginning. When I joined S.H.I.E.L.D, there was nowhere to put my heart. I happened to meet the Huxia mutant Shining, and she was 70% to 80% similar to a female celebrity in her previous life. This natural attraction made her one of Zhou Luo's friends. Then a man and a woman, and the villager saw that the villager had tears in his eyes, and it was natural for him to have normal feelings. Then, because of some things, he chose to alienate this fellow. Now, everyone is here, what can I do? Xiao Xing, you know, I'm protecting you. Zhou Luo flickered half true and half false. The flashing face suddenly became hideous, the whole person disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already sitting on Zhou Luo's lap. Then you can't leave suddenly. Also, who is the woman eating with you tonight? Thinking really jumps. Miss Foster is an astrophysicist, and you know that I am a high-level consultant of Stark Industries Group. Stark Group is going to invest in this scientist, so I came to contact her. Zhou Luo spread his hands, and then said solemnly, also, you also took advantage of me to leave Fox and stay away from Bella. Why should you be so hostile to a woman you met for the first time? Chapter 10. Blinking blankly, I recalled the familiar process between myself and Zhou Luo, and found that it seemed to be the case. It seems that he has always been active, and Zhou Luo also said that he has a little girlfriend in the so-called Fox. Suddenly, Flickering shuddered slightly, and a touch of shyness appeared on his face. Appear together. Glittering and biting her lower lip. Then I have to choose myself. Flashing said a little, then hugged Zhou Luo, flashing green light all over his body and disappeared into the car for an instant. Next second, they appeared in the apartment at 72 Sangli Avenue. Ding! After the host's efforts, the flashing was successfully fooled, and a lifelong hobby, fashion model. Clarice Fang, flashing fashion model LV1, 0/5. Zhou Luo held the camera in one hand, and said with a smile on his face that was almost uncontrollable, don't worry, go and put on your favorite clothes first. 2 minutes later, the door opened, and she was wearing a close-fitting leather jacket. One hand was resting on the door frame, and the other was holding a handbag and blinking at Zhou Luo. Inside the bag, there are all kinds of clothes. Mr. Photographer, is this all right? Zhou Luo grinned and waved, okay, follow me. Afterwards, the two people walked into the professionally arranged studio one after another. Then, start taking pictures. My ambition is to be a great photographer. Click. Come. Change a posture. Right. Cocked. To the end. The symphony agitated in the studio, and the click of the camera still sounded from time to time. Yes, this posture is very beautiful, ups and downs like a horse, it must be photographed. Oi! As a professional photographer, Zhou Luo will never let go of the moment of keeping beauty. After a few hours, the flicker was soft as mud, and he sipped slightly in Zhou Luo's arms. And Zhou Luo is flipping through the photos in the camera and admiring his perfect masterpiece. Gee! This one is good, with white stars on his face. Hey, this one is also good to look back. He. Zhou Luo grinned, and then opened the system panel. Super God Photographer System. Host, Zhou Luo. Main profession, photographer, recording beautiful moments, and extracting ability from photos. Main skills. 1. Photography, record beautiful moments and freeze frames. The qualified photos taken can increase the experience value of extraction skills. 2. Extract LV2, 19/100. A skill or attribute of the corresponding character can be extracted from the taken photos, and the current ability completeness is 20%. Deputy occupation, life mentor, guide those who only know how to fight and kill lost lambs, develop their lifelong hobbies. Student. 1 Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow Foodie LV2, 1/10. 2 Steve Rogers, Captain America Dunze LV1, 0/5. 3 Tony Stark, Iron Man PP LV2, 7/10. 4 Clarice Fang, Flashing Sunny Fun Model LV1, 18/5, can be upgraded. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Luo nodded in satisfaction. It's still flickering. Not only let the anger accumulated in the widow sister be fully bloomed, but also finally activated the lifelong hobby and promoted 2 levels in a row. Chapter 11. Ding! Flashing lifelong hobby fashion model can be upgraded. May I upgrade immediately? Upgrade. Ding! The flash upgrade is fashion model LV3, face value plus 10%, figure plus 10%, charm plus 20%, physical fitness plus 20%, super ability power plus 10%, the next upgrade experience is 3/15. Ding! The host has the first student upgraded to LV3, with all attributes plus 60%. In the voice of the cold machine, the flashing body shape and facial features have all begun to make subtle adjustments, becoming more coordinated and perfect. At the same time, a warm current rose from her body, which swept away her fatigue. And Zhou Luo also felt that a mysterious power had risen in his body again, and his physical fitness had improved a lot in an instant. Now, he was completely confident that he suppressed the widow sister in close combat. Am I a teacher? Zhou Luo rubbed his chin, then shook his head. Joke. The widow sister has a lot of skills, how can she get out of the teacher so quickly? Turning off the system panel, Zhou Luo began to extract the flashing skills. Ding! Extract character flashing skills. It is recommended to extract self-teleport. Blink is a mutant, and teleportation is her skill. Her teleportation skills can not only teleport herself, but also others or items. Ding! Extract the flashing teleport skills, get 20% teleport ability, automatically focus on self-teleport, the host acquires skills, teleport range within 1000 meters. With the sound reverberating in his ears, Zhou Luo felt that there seemed to be a set of genetic codes in his body, which made him discover that he has the ability to travel through space. Teleport. This skill is good, life-saving max. Zhou, you are amazing. Slowly, blinking and opening his eyes, the green pupils are full of blurry colors. Zhou Luo smiled, raised the camera in his hand, and said, Xiao Xing, would you like to share my work? As a professional model, these photos are also her own works. So, you have to take a look. She lay on Zhou Luo's lap, took the camera and began to flip through it. Slowly, as the scenes of Zhou Luo entering the mirror appeared, she began to heat up quickly again. Xiao Xing, are you helping me warm up food? Zhou Luo teased. The blinking lifted his eyelids, the green pupils were like emeralds, shining charmingly. Sir, do you need dessert? I have powder abalone with tomato sauce and cheese. Hey FK! Have you even learned Huaxia's jokes? Zhou Luo looked up. But I want to treat you to candy first. Recently, the flicker of Daxia's internet culture has been countered. Then, when Zhou Luo woke up the next day, he saw a note left by the flashing. She is in a hurry and needs to leave Washington temporarily. Zhou Luo frowned, recalled what he knew, and felt relieved that the flashing would not cause trouble. After all, flashing skills are definitely the first escape. At this moment, the mobile phone placed on the head of the Chuang rang, and Zhou Luo's face changed slightly when he picked it up. Grandma's phone is from the widow sister. He hurriedly connected, and the widow sister on the other side yelled angrily, Zhou Luo! Where are you dead again? Come to the headquarters quickly, there is a task. Okay. I'll be there soon. Zhou Luo hung up the phone, dressed quickly, and rushed out of the house. I took a taxi, went outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. and entered the interior of S.H.I.E.L.D. through a grocery store. Soon, he came to the meeting room. In the conference room, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, Agent Phil Coulson, Black Widow, Captain America, and others have already sat down. Sit down. Joe Luo was pulled down by the widow sister and frowned slightly. It seems that what happened was not easy to handle, so I asked myself to come. Joe. Tony Stark, you should be familiar with it. Nick Fury knocked on the table and said, he was kidnapped in Afghan. It is very dangerous and isolated. If our agent passes, it may suffer heavy losses. Joe Luo continued, so, do you need my Suicide Squad to appear? Suicide Squad. This is the team that Joe Luo proposed to form after he met the legendary Joker after he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. when he visited the prison of SHIELD. Naturally, he became the leader of this team. Nick Fury nodded and said, you know, our agent is precious, and every Suicide Squad under your hand is a super criminal. It is perfect for them to go to the dangerous Middle East to rescue the dandy Stark. Besides, you are Tony Stark's best friend. Can you let him be tortured by the kidnappers? Joe Luo shook his head and said, but Harley Quinzel is not a super criminal, she is just a psychologist. Aside, the widow sister pouted and said, yes. She is indeed not a super criminal, but don't forget why she joined Suicide Squad voluntarily, and it's not because you play with other people's feelings that people can only use this method to get your attention. Joe Luo blinked and shrugged. All right. Who makes me handsome and charming? But I rejected her not for anything else, but to save her. After all, her red-haired girlfriend also likes herself, and her temper is very grumpy. Chapter 12. Okay. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can't figure it out, I can only do it myself. Joe Luo did not forget to take advantage of it. Nick Fury shook his head helplessly and said, this time the Suicide Squad is dispatched. One purpose is to rescue the Playboy Stark. Another purpose is naturally to test the combat effectiveness of the team you are responsible for. If they can't produce results that satisfy me, there is no need for them to exist. As he talked, Nick Fury became murderous, and the power of a high-ranking person swept away. Joe Luo curled his lips and waved his hand. Director, you are so old, don't be so murderous every day. By the way, how is the little turtle I gave you? Speaking of the little tortoise, several people in the meeting room began to smirk. Nick Fury's face turned dark, and he snorted, a hole. You are ashamed to say. Do you know that perverted turtle has 3 companions? You know how much energy we spent in order to hide the location of the turtle? How many resources are there? Are you embarrassed to ask how the tortoise is raised? FK. The director is very rough. Joe Luo shivered with laughter. Wow. Very scary. But Chief, this is hard-won research material. Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief and calmed down again. Otherwise, do you think you can still stand here so completely? Also, in order to disturb the sight of the other 3 turtles, we have secretly released the news that the disappearance of the turtle may be related to you. After all, it was you who went to the Sun Country. Go get it back. Oh my Nima. Boom. Joe Luo rose to the scene and shouted angrily, Director. How can you let me take the blame? In the next second, he said righteously, my car was driven away by the BD Stark. Unless you immediately equip me with a cool tank, I will immediately go to the black market to release the news and say that a tortoise is raised on the ground floor of your villa. God! This guy is not my apprentice. The widow sister supported her forehead with one hand, with a look of despair on her face. It's so embarrassing. On the side, Captain America and Phil Coulson were flushed with constipation. Hey! This guy is absolutely lawless, and even the chief dared to threaten. As the person involved, Nick Fury had a blue brain. He was pretty sure that if he didn't meet the BDS requirements, he might really do this kind of thing. This guy, but famously unorganized and undisciplined, didn't have much awe. On the contrary, ability is outstanding, and there is the support of the veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D, Black Widow. Never mind. Not as knowledgeable as a child. Nick Fury used AQ's spirit to find himself a step down, waved and said, "Phil Coulson, take him to the garage to choose a car." Oi! Nailed it. Joe Luo stood up and said, "The director can rest assured that Stark is my best friend. I will definitely not let him have an accident." Phil Coulson was indifferent and muttered, "But your best friend is not as good as a car of your choice. If I told Stark about this..." Joe Luo turned his head and said with a smile, "Phil Coulson, have you forgotten what you owe me?" Phil Coulson raised his head and stared at the ceiling, as if there was a beautiful woman taking a shower on it. Joe Luo kicked him, "There is no woman you like on it, but there is a car I like in the garage. Take me to choose a car." Phil Coulson sighed silently, adjusted his cuffs, and walked straight out the door. When the two of them left, Nick Fury looked at him and said, "Well, now I have seen people, Joe, this BD has indeed suddenly become much stronger. But our monitoring equipment did not find anything that changed him, let alone find this substance, so he is safe now." The widow sister Roar let out a sigh of relief. There are no exceptions. This incident happened under the noses of Steve and me. The process of Joe Luo's change was very abrupt and rapid, but I believe that he has absolutely nothing to do with other organizations," the widow sister said sternly. On the side, Captain America patted his shield and said silently, "If this guy is involved with other organizations, he would definitely not dare to be so high profile." Nick Fury nodded, stood up, and said, "Well, this time Joe is responsible for the rescue of Stark. The big guy we have been monitoring seems to be in trouble recently. You and Natasha Romanoff will go and watch him first. The destructive power is too strong. As for Steve, you continue to cut the potatoes. Joe's method is indeed more effective. Don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D has sufficient funds, even if you cut 100-year-old potatoes, it doesn't matter." After joking Captain America, Nick Fury picked up the file and left the meeting room first. Captain America smiled bitterly and said, "Natasha Romanoff, I'm sorry I can't help you this time." Black Widow Tsundere smiled and shook his head, "You can regain absolute control of the body as soon as possible, even if it is a great help to me." After speaking, Captain America was left alone in silence. Boom! He fisted angrily on the conference table, leaving a fist mark, and lifted the shield and left. "Go back and cut the potatoes." Chapter 13. The garage of S.H.I.E.L.D is simply a large-scale auto show. Joe Luo and Phil Coulson walked in the aisle together. Both sides were full of cool, mighty, or very low-key, super high-tech cars. "Joe, when can you choose? We are already on the second lap. I still have work to do." Phil Coulson was speechless. Joe Luo snapped his nose, "Why, do you want to go back and make coffee for your assistant?" Phil Coulson's face turned dark. This BD. Didn't he make coffee for the female assistant once and he saw it? "Young man, next time you make coffee, remember not to ask your assistant to go to the bathroom, and the color of the coffee is brown instead of milky white. Ask your assistant to pay attention to his appearance after he finishes his work. It doesn't matter if I see it, I will definitely not talk nonsense based on my character, but it is not good if we have so many other colleagues who have seen it. If it gets in your wife's ears, you're done." Joe Luo patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder, fascinating and enticing. And Phil Coulson's face gradually turned blue, even a little purple. His fists creaked, his eyes fixed on Joe Luo's face close at hand, and he wanted to throw a punch. This BD. Just because of this incident, how many times have you blackmailed yourself? I'm going to break out. As a result, Zhou Luo shook his head and let go of him and continued to walk forward, making his anger instantly extinguished. Zhou Luo sighed while shaking his head as he walked. Why? Young people nowadays are so frizzy, and they are not calm at all when things happen. I think back then, I stepped on 3 boats on Fox, while falling in love with Bella, while still marrying the daughters of those 2 monster families. They were discovered and almost shot to pieces. It's really not panic. There is still time to save Stark's misstep. Youth. Look at this guy again, he is still the S.H.I.E.L.D's agent. What a shame. Zhou Luo spit out a few words, then turned around and said, Phil Coulson, I know that our bureau has built a car that can be used for flight. If I don't want this garbage, I want that car. Phil Coulson frowned and said, that thing is a custom-made car for the chief. Zhou Luo vomited, come on, the one-eyed guy is that age. It's enough to drive a special Chevrolet, so cool cars should be used by young people. I have to drive to school in the afternoon to participate in my sister's the parent meeting. Phil Coulson pretended not to hear him, and said, if you insist on that car, I must ask the chief. Zhou Luo waved his hand. Please. Please. Grandma's bureaucracy. Phil Coulson ignored him and connected Nick Fury with an internal communicator. After a brief communication, Phil Coulson raised his head and said, the director agreed, but the car cannot be handed over to you now. I will give it to you after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What does it mean? Zhou Luo smacked his lips and waved his hand, okay, give one-eyed face. Then, with his hands behind his back, he left the garage with Phil Coulson. Pittsburgh Norlunk prison is a very, very tightly guarded prison. There are not many criminals in it, but every one of them outside is enough to make the United States people chill. Zhou Luo jumped from the helicopter and landed happily before entering the prison with his credentials. In the special reception room of the prison, Zhou Luo met the members of the suicide squad he had formed. Harley Quinzel, a female Joker, a psychologist with a brain circuit different from ordinary people. Rick Frag, Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, Succubus, Vengeful Demon, Killer Crocodile, Slipknot. Only, Joker and Katana are missing. Although this guy is very attractive, he is too neurotic and unconstrained, so Zhou Luo didn't make him a member of Suicide Squad. Everyone, you have a task. As long as you complete this task, you can get a 3-month parole period, as well as a large bounty and a 2-year sentence reduction. Zhou Luo was straightforward and threw the information Nick Fury had given him on the table. Subsequently, the people of Suicide Squad began to circulate among each other. You know the identity of the target. Your mission is to go to a Fohan, find him and rescue him. As Zhou Luo was talking, he suddenly pointed to Harley Quinzel and said, Harley, you are not allowed to go. The Joker girl stubbornly raised her head, and growled like a wild cat, why? I just want to go. Zhou Luo raised his eyelids. Oh, you want to go, so, then go. If he died, I think Pamela would be very happy. Suddenly, the Joker girl froze. The other members of Suicide Squad are all clinging to their arms and watching the show. Pamela, Joker's girlfriend, who was once a botanist, had the ability to control plants because of her participation in scientific experiments. Poison Ivy. Pamela. I'm not afraid of her. The Joker girl looked up stubbornly again. From this action, I will also become a strong without fear of Pamela. Well, you just have to be happy. Anyway, Poison Ivy is just so-so. Besides, Zhou Luo is not a Virgin Mary. He can't stop and won't stop this beautiful girl from liking herself. Naturally, she won't stop her from becoming stronger in order to get closer to herself. Alright. S.H.I.E.L.D will provide you with assistance in information, transportation, and logistics materials. Flag, I appoint you as the commander of this operation. You should consider all actions yourself. I only have one request, to bring Tony Stark back alive, otherwise you don't have to continue roar sucking. Suicide Squad, Action. Chapter 14. Suicide Squad was equipped with a biological bomb, and reluctantly boarded the transport plane and headed for the Middle East. The Joker girl is also in the team. Jo Luo can refuse her likes, but cannot refuse her determination to become stronger. After eating lunch, he also left Pittsburgh and returned to Washington. Back to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. again, Phil Coulson enthusiastically recruited Roar as soon as he saw him. Hey! Joe! Your car is ready. Jo Luo's eyes lit up. He has been eager for the supercar equipped with many black technologies of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. This time he grabbed Nick Fury's pigtail and finally got the things in his hands. Walk around, take me to see. 3 minutes later. Standing in the garage, Jo Luo looked up blankly at the old rusty car in front of him. Phil Coulson, did you tell me this is the super cool car I wanted? He pinched Phil Coulson's neck, his eyes were bloodshot. Phil Coulson was still expressionless, his left hand began to adjust the cuffs of his right. Then, throw a fist. Boom. Phil Coulson staggered back, holding his right cheek and gasping. Grandmas, do it with me, and don't see who Loud's us teacher is. Jo Luo looked up very bullishly, and gestured a middle finger to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson looked desperate. FK. How did this BD suddenly become so strong? A few days ago, I could even compete with him. Jo Luo gave a weird laugh, shrugged very obscenely, and said with a grin, we in Daxia have a kung fu for collecting yin and replenishing yang, that is, we can absorb the energy of a woman to make ourselves stronger when we have S***X. Yesterday I attended Tony's BDS party and fought with more than 20 beauties all night, so now I am no longer who I am. Ha ha ha. Jo Luo laughed wildly, then opened the door of the classic car and sat in, leaving the corner of Phil Coulson's mouth twitching with hesitation. Does Dongfang really have such a powerful thing? Then should I? Do not. I don't want to give in to this BD. Phil Coulson squeezed his fists, rubbed his sore cheeks, and blocked his chest uncomfortably. Sitting in the car, Jo Luo found that under the exterior of this classic car, there was a luxurious interior hidden. The interior is luxurious, and there are many, many functions in it. Jo Luo finally got a general idea of the performance of this car by comparing the instructions one by one. This thing is completely a prehistoric dinosaur in sheep's clothing. The W12 engine squeezes nearly 1,000 horsepower, and the body is all covered with alloy steel newly developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., and it also carries a sharp weapon system and a flight system. This is exactly a reduced version of the F-22 car. How is it? Satisfied? The director personally decided to change this appearance. Young people should keep a low profile and learn to be grateful. Phil Coulson held on to the car door, with a weird smile drawn to the corner of his mouth. The secretary is too black. Knowing that this BD Joe wanted to pick up girls with this car, he simply gave him such a frustrated appearance. Seeing Jo Luo's darkened face, Phil Coulson felt happy. But the next second... boom! The engine roared, Jo Luo stepped on the accelerator, and this classic car rushed out like an arrow from the string. Caught off guard. Phil Coulson was driven by the huge amounts of power and turned around like a ballerina in place for several laps and almost fell to the ground. Shit! Phil Coulson cursed angrily, and then began to adjust the cuff of his right hand. Then he found that his cuff was torn, like a blooming trumpet flower. Shit! Driving a rusty classic car, Jo Luo glanced at the time and directly pressed the camouflage license plate device on the car. Then, the roar remembered that an old car that seemed about to be scrapped rushed right and left in the traffic like a wild horse, and rushed onto the highway. Hey! Little Loli's parent conference is about to begin. Who made his unreliable father disappear again, and he can only attend the parent conference on his behalf. Speeding across the highway, Joe Luo arrived at the Crossya Middle School in Newark, Gotham, before 3 o'clock. As the car drove into the campus parking lot, its rusty appearance attracted a lot of attention. Joe Luo got out of the car in a suit and leather shoes and walked into the school with the crowd with the scrutinizing eyes of many people. Soon, he saw the blonde girl with twin ponytails waiting anxiously at the school gate. "Hey! Joe! Here!" The blonde girl saw him and waved frantically at him. Joe Luo raised his hand and walked over quickly. "Brother Joe Luo! Did you drive a cool sports car today?" The blonde girl first called him in bad Hyuxia, then hugged one of his arms and asked quickly. Joe Luo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Mingdi, I drove a car that is even cooler than a cool sports car. I will surely surprise your classmates later." The blonde girl smiled, and something decent that had grown up rubbed up on his arm, making him embarrassed for a while. "Hey! The United States girls are growing really well. Moreover, these ponytails. Gee! Suddenly my hands are itchy and I want to enter the studio." Chapter 15. The parent meeting of the United States is quite boring, except for a few words with the super-killing female Mindy's class teacher at the beginning due to identity issues. Joe Luo is basically in a state of being out of wandering things, there is no match. Coping. This made the super-killing class teacher very helpless, and could only end the one-on-one parent conversation hastily. Afterwards, the boring class would end in a round of applause, and the super-killer Mindy followed Joe Luo with her school bag like a worm. "Brother Joe Luo, you were really handsome just now. Mr. Weston was almost mad at you." The super-killing girl twitters, like a cheerful bird. The little girl's world is so strange, can she be called handsome when she is in a daze? Joe Luo was unable to complain, but kept a cool look on his face, waved his hand and said, "This is nothing, let's go and the car will be in front." The super killer became excited immediately, and whispered, "What kind of cool car is it?" Before Joe Luo could answer, some of her female classmates who walked aside started taunting. "Hat! I thought it would be great to find an Asian. What kind of cool car? Haha, Mindy, you stupid girl, he just wants to get you Chuang, and only Asians will like you, a guy who is not popular in school. Mindy, take us to see that cool car, we also want to have a long experience." These girls from the United States, who are only 14 or 5 years old, but have grown up to be like adults, laughed and laughed, causing Joe Luo to shake his head for a while. Gee! The school violence experienced by super-killing girls is evident. Do you want to make a call to Master Wayne and let him preside over justice? Joe Luo rubbed his chin and came to the parking lot with a dull-looking super-killer girl. "Brother Joe Luo." The super-killer prolonged the syllables. Joe Luo recovered, snapped his fingers, pointed to his classic car and said, "No, this is a cooler car than the Batman." The super-killer looked at his fingers, she collapsed suddenly, her head drooping. "This is what you said, a super cool car? God! You are even worse than my dad." The super slaughter girl has been unable to complain. The classmates who followed her were already laughing so much that they couldn't straighten their waists. "Ha ha ha, Minty, you should play Joker on the stage. God, this is the most interesting joke I heard today. Poor Mindy, you have never had anything to do with cool in your life." Joe Luo ignored these little kids, carrying the boring super-killer girl, and threw her to the co-pilot. When he got in the car, he started and said, "Fasten your seat belt." The super slaughter girl collapsed and said, "Joe, can your car drive 40 miles an hour? You don't need to wear a seat belt at all." Joe Luo silently turned on the flight system. Under the car door, 2 flying wings spread out. "Girl, you don't know anything about black technology." He grinned and pulled the steering wheel directly. Boom! Orange-red flames blasted out of the 4 engines on the flying wings. Amidst the stunned kids and parents around, the rusty old car directly rose into the sky, and then disappeared out of sight. A long time. In this middle school, there were bursts of shocked roar. And the middle school girls who have always excluded super-killing girls and secretly made a trip to each other looked at each other. And they all saw the surprise and fear in each other's eyes. Who would have thought that Mindy, who was bullied at school, should have such a powerful brother? As for the appearance of the classic car, people are just low-key. At high altitude. The super-killing girl gave a self-taught performance of what is called a dolphin sound. Zhou Luo smiled and said again, "You can fasten your seat belt." Suddenly, the super killer lowered her head in a panic and fastened her seat belt. The speed car also landed on a suburban road under the control of Zhou Luo. "Why come down? I want to fly. I want to fly higher." The super killer pouted her small mouth and shouted very dissatisfied. Zhou Luo pulled her double ponytails and scolded, "Be quiet, do you want to be targeted by missiles when you fly to the sky? We don't have a flight license." The super killer was quiet, playing with her double ponytails, tilting her head and staring at him curiously. "So handsome. So handsome." The little blonde girl started to be nympho. Driving the car, Zhou Luo whistled and asked, "Mindy, do you want to be as handsome as me?" The little beautiful woman was excited, and asked, "I think, but what do you want to do?" "There is a gift from me in the back seat, you can take it apart and take a look." Zhou Luo pointed to the back seat. The little beauty raised her hips, stepped over the armrest box with a graceful gesture, and got the bag in the back seat. "Open the bag. Inside is a purple tights, a purple wig and a set of motorcycle keys. After going out, put on this suit and wig, and use the fighting skills your father gave you. When no one knows you, you are the same superhero as Batman." Zhou Luo is as good as the wolf grandmother who induced Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. The super killer hasn't really been born yet, so let me create it. Gotham City, there will be one more heroine. Illegal violence lorry. Chapter 16. After sending the super-killing girl home, Zhou Luo still did not attack the 14-year-old Loli, because her father, who had disappeared for many days, returned. Zhou Luo fled in embarrassment in the dangerous eyes of his father, and a strange feeling of guilt arose in his heart. It seems that the look in the big father's eyes tells him that she is still just a child. "So, Mindy is safe, then I'll go first." Zhou Luo, who is comfortable in front of women, retreats under the eyes of his father and leaves in embarrassment. Driving a classic car, he did not leave the unfathomable Gotham City immediately, but drove all the way to a manor in the northern suburbs. Private territory, no entry. Signs hung at the entrance of the manor, and security guards with live ammunition were on guard at the door, giving this elegant-looking manor a layer of murderous air. Suddenly, Zhou Luo parked the car at the door, took out his mobile phone and dialed a call. "Hey! Dear Bruce, has your manor's security level increased again? Do you need me to help you contact Stark and get some more aggressive weapons?" On the opposite side of the phone, a picture of Bruce Wayne dressed up as a nobleman shook his water glasses with 2 blonde girls in his arms. He looked at the classic car on the front screen projection and teased, "Why, are you planning to go racing with me, Joe? Weapons, if I buy them from Stark Industries, you shouldn't need you to match them up, and don't forget that I can make those weapons myself." Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth were drawn with a graceful curve. "Do not. Although your equipment is very good, it is still a lot worse than the steel armor that Stark is about to develop. Bruce, you want to drag a car with me, can you still have the strength to move the gear lever now? I guess you must have 2 blonde beauties with your arms around now, and talk to them about your ideals in life." Zhou Luo laughed unscrupulously. He knew Batman's usual appearance too well. That is a playboy who is not inferior to Tony Stark and richer second generation. Every day he takes off the Batman battlesuit and becomes a playboy who drives countless Gotham women crazy. Had it not been for the strong biotechnology support of the Wayne Group, he would have been hollowed out a long time ago. Where would he have the strength to fight criminals? After being ridiculed, Bruce Wayne was not angry, just patted the two blonde girls' X and motioned them to leave. The two blondes were secretly upset, but they could only twist P-shares, trying their best to show their bewildering side, hoping to make this playboy kidney move. In this way, he can earn a lot of compensation. But obviously, Bruce Wayne's attention to Joe Luo now completely surpasses these two blondes. "Alright, weak, you can drive in, let me see how powerful the classic car that caused a sensation at Crossya Middle School today is." After speaking, the door of the manor opened slowly. Joe Luo hung up the phone and drove to the front of an 18th-century castle unimpeded all the way. The gate of the castle slowly opened, and a picture of Bruce Wayne dressed as a nobleman walked out of the castle slowly, clapping as he walked. Well, welcome my friends, thank you for leaving your beautiful middle school girlfriend, to see me, a drunk man who is drunk and dreaming." Joe Luo jumped out of the classic car, punched Bruce Wayne's chest with a speechless face, and muttered, "You are such a BD, Mindy is only 14 years old." Bruce Wayne grinned and teased, "You are more a hole. In the United States, you still have to maintain your unique virginity complex for Asians. I think you can only die alone." Joe Luo rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "It's better than someone who was afraid of getting AIDS because of a sudden fever some time ago." Bruce Wayne, who was a decade older than Joe Luo, was choked and guided with a dry cough. "Let's go upstairs. I have let all the idlers and others leave, this time I must beat you." Joe Luo curled his lips and muttered, "Rookie, you can never beat me." Bruce Wayne twitched his mouth and retorted, "I will definitely beat you today." Then, the two people walked along the escalator to the top of the castle. There are huge amounts of swimming pool, the blue water rippling in the breeze, crystal clear. Just a hot girl without a swimsuit. In order to play chess with me, you can change your lifestyle, amazing. Joe Luo gave a thumbs up. Bruce Wayne shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, "Let's get started." Then, two people sat in front of the chessboard with chess on it. Two people play chess without rush or slowness. "Joe, how is Stark?" Bruce Wayne took a step and asked nonchalantly. Joe Luo also took a step forward and said, "There is an old saying in Daxia that a good person does not endure 1,000 years of life. The BD Tony is a typical scourge. He won't die so easily." Bruce Wayne laughed. "Joe, are you talking about yourself? As far as I know, your love history is rich, but it's even more than Stark." Joe Luo shook his head and said, No, Bruce, don't compare me with Tony. I and him are the difference between civilization and barbarism. I dare to swear to God, I am sincere to every girlfriend, even if we break up, we are still friends. Tony is different. He and every woman are just pure collisions, and there is no communication between them." Bruce Wayne was dumb, pointing in the direction of Gotham City and said, "The breakup is still a friend, then you dare to go to Xavier Genius School with me today." Chapter 17. Joe Luo blinked, glanced at the direction of Xavier Genius School, and shrank his neck. "Grandmas. Go to Xavier again, will I be burned to ashes?" Thinking of that terrible woman, Joe Luo felt horrified. "Hi. Isn't it just breaking up, why bother to be hostile? Bruce, you know, I'm very busy right now, and Tony was taken away in Afghan. I have to stare at my people to rescue him, so don't mention Xavier or anything." Joe Luo smiled nonchalantly, but his face did not appear embarrassed. "Joke. Anyone who has such an ex-girlfriend will feel embarrassed." Bruce Wayne shook his head and laughed, It's just a stiff mouth." Joe Luo curled his lips and said, "Bruce, you are the one who has a hardened mouth. You have not rested for at least 2 days, depending on your appearance. Hey! Bruce sighed lightly and threw the chess pieces in his hand on the board at random, with a distressed expression on his face. Batman cannot be fragile and must be in perfect condition at all times, but I can't. Joe, you know, my life is too tight, I need some entertainment. Originally, my pastime was very simple. I just vented my energy on a woman, and then just fell asleep. It just doesn't work anymore. Too much of this kind of thing will load the body too much. I never caught a cold before, but I had a fever last time. Therefore, I must open up a new kind of entertainment to relieve my stress. You? Any good suggestions? Everyone knows that Batman is very strong. He doesn't have any super ability. He has become the Dark Knight of Gotham City by virtue of his super willpower, which can be called perfect physical fitness and master-level ability in various fields. But Joe Luo knew that he was not a cold and unfeeling god. He had been under pressure far beyond the limit of ordinary people all the time, which kept his spirit in a tight state. Only a woman can let him enjoy short-term relaxation. But the color is a scraping steel knife, even Batman doesn't dare to be too presumptuous, otherwise it will usher in a decline in physical fitness. It seems that you need to cultivate a hobby that can relax your mind. Joe Luo rubbed his chin, then his eyes lit up. Bruce, do you like animals? Batman's life is too tight, becoming the Dark Knight of Gotham City. He needs to maintain an absolute calm mind and a high level of concentration when fighting criminals. And the life of teasing the dog, walking the bird and playing the eagle will not reduce his physical fitness, and even train some helpers. It is definitely the best lifelong hobby for Batman. I believe that with his willpower, he will not lose his ambitions. Opposite, Bruce Wayne frowned and asked, animals? Okay, I once raised a parrot. But what does this have to do with decompression? Joe Luo didn't speak, and took out his mobile phone, found some videos of the animal world and people and animals on the tubing, and then threw the mobile phone to Bruce Wayne. Look at it first. Bruce Wayne took the phone and looked at it without rush. As time passed, he gradually became addicted to it, and his frowning brows gradually unfolded. Joe Luo sat on the side and did not bother. After the housekeeper asked him to bring some high-end liquor and snacks, he sat on the side to drink and drink. Do-do-do. The mobile phone inside S.H.I.E.L.D. rang. Joe Luo drank the wine in the cup and connected to the phone. Joe, Joker has escaped from prison. And Katana has escaped with him. On the phone, Phil Coulson's voice came, full of solemnity. Joker's combat effectiveness is not strong, and his most intimidating thing is unthinkable. Joe Luo's pupils contracted slightly, and then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, he can't afford too much spray." Phil Coulson nodded and said, "I really don't need to worry, because you caught him and threw him into the prison, and you also broke up his team. I think the first thing he will do after he escapes is to take you. This BD is killed." Damn it! Phil Coulson is a real grudge. Joe Luo complained and said, "Don't worry if I die, I will publish the good things you did in the toilet and the assistant before I die. You know I will do that. So, what should you do, do you understand? FK. This BD." Phil Coulson was so angry that he hung up the phone. Then, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent began to dispatch, and the FBI, CIA, and other agencies began to search for Joker's whereabouts. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Joe Luo took a sip of wine. Opposite, Bruce Wayne raised his head and said, "You seem to be in trouble." Joe Luo smiled and said, "It's not that, Bruce, but we are in trouble. Joker has just escaped from prison." Shit. Bruce Wayne's face turned green, just a little more relaxed, but Joker, the elusive BD, escaped from prison? Joe. I think the person responsible for your S.H.I.E.L.D. prison defense system should be fired. Chapter 18. Joe Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "I think so, but he wouldn't let it go. What can I do?" All right. Bruce Wayne is no stranger to Nick Fury, and the director of Nature's Way is not easy to mess with. He shook his head, turned on the topic, pointed to Joe Luo's phone and said, "Joe, I found that animals are really interesting. Do you have any good suggestions?" Joe Luo was overjoyed, feeling that Bruce Wayne was about to be taken the bait. He smiled and said, "Bruce, there is a slang term in Daxia. Fishing is poor for 3 generations, playing with birds will ruin a life. Once I learned how to chase rabbits away, I have since embarked on a road of no return. If you fall in love with an eagle, look at the sky with tears in your eyes." It describes that a person loves animals and forgets other things after falling in love with the life of animals. I think this is very suitable for you to relieve stress. After Bruce Wayne imagined it for a while, he felt that raising some small animals, playing with these animals or going out hunting in his free time, is indeed a good way to relax. Moreover, it does not conflict with his normal playboy rich second-generation personality. "Okay. Then I will start raising dogs and playing birds from today." Bruce Wayne readily agreed, making Joe Luo happy. What? Successfully fooled another one. Ding! After the host's efforts, Batman was successfully fooled and started a lifelong hobby, Stubborn Lord. Bruce Wayne, Batman Diablo LV1, 0/5. Looking at one more student, Joe Luo smiled at the corner of his eyes and said, "Believe me, Bruce, you will fall in love with this kind of life soon, and you will become the first stubborn lord in the Western world." Batman smiled and said, "It just so happens that there are 2 well-trained hounds in my castle. Let's go hunting." The stubborn lord, it is interestingly called Roar, so from now on, me. Bruce Wayne will become a stubborn North American. What else can Joe Luo say? Then go. The 2 men drove a golf cart and led 2 mighty German shepherds to the vast grassland behind the manor. This piece is Bruce Wayne's private land, with a lot of wild animals. Under the guidance of Joe Luo, Bruce Wayne took 2 German shepherds and quickly started hunting. The German shepherd is very powerful, and it is absolutely powerful to push the rabbit out. It didn't take long to catch a rabbit. "Bruce, you should reward him at this time, so that he can know that the owner can get the reward for catching the prey." Joe Luo sat aside, a fire had already risen, and the bottles and jars brought out from the castle were set aside. He is going to grill the rabbit on the spot. Bruce Wayne rewarded Demure, who caught the rabbit, with a piece of beef and threw the rabbit back to Joe Luo, saying, "Joe, your method really works. I feel a lot relaxed now. Thank you, my friend." Joe Luo took the rabbit and said, "If you really thank me, catch that BD Joker earlier. I don't want to be stared at by a lunatic every day." Bruce Wayne didn't say a word, and drove the 2 German shepherds to start running wildly all over the mountains. This kind of activity made him feel happy and relaxed. It made him feel more relaxed than sweating on those girls like worms. Joe Luo sighed speechlessly and started his own barbecue career. The smoke and chatter rise, the setting sun is blowing and the breeze is blowing. The weeds are wafting and the green waves are undulating. Because of Joker's escape from prison, Joe Luo simply stayed in Bruce's manor, waiting for this comrade Joker to take the bait. Bruce put on his Batman shirt again and drove his gorgeous bat chariot out. This time, when he was punishing criminals, he met a super killer who put on his shirt and went out for the first time. After seeing Batman's process of punishing criminals like the flowing water, the soul of the super killer was shocked, and boundless courage also emerged. The next day, Super Killer rode the motorcycle that Joe Luo gave him again, walking in the dark to punish evil and promote good. However, what she didn't know was that she already had a pair of evil eyes, watching her silently from behind. "Call that BD, brother? Then as long as you catch you can make that BD show up." Joker was in the dark corner, watching the super killer defeat the 2 gangsters with skillful fighting skills. A wicked smile appeared on his weird face. "Ha ha ha! What a pure girl! Go and take her away," Joker said softly. Behind him, Katana flashed away, and once again appeared behind the super killer. The hilt of the knife raised, the super killer was directly knocked out by her, and then directly taken away. And the two gangsters who were defeated by the super killer girl were cut off directly by katana. Then, do something big and declare my return. Joker's faint sigh dissipated in the wind, and then the area was calm again. Chapter 19. Mindy is missing. That night, Joe Luo, who had a lot of fun at Bruce's manor, received a call from his father. Suddenly, Joe Luo looked slightly cold. Don't worry, I will find her. Hanging up the phone, he looked up to Bruce who was eating breakfast and said, Mindy is missing. It should be related to Joker. Suddenly, Bruce raised his head and put down the knife and fork, a solemn expression on his face. Joker is difficult, but we are not easy either. Bruce stood up and said, I immediately used resources to find Joker. But at this time, boom! The sound of huge amounts of explosion came from Gotham City, and among the huge amounts of fire, a cloud of mushrooms rose into the sky from Times Square in the center of the music scene. Moment. The faces of Joe Luo and Bruce changed slightly. He did it on purpose. Bruce's face is a bit ugly, and Joker's approach is completely provocative. Joe Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Super Killer is safe now. Let's go, they have already called Roar, as a host, you should be angry if you don't show up as a guest. Joe Luo patted Bruce on the shoulder and went downstairs first. Then Bruce changed into his Batman suit and drove his cool Batmobile out of the castle garage. A cool Bat chariot and a rusty classic car were parked side by side, and Bruce shouted, Joe! I will rush to the scene to investigate now. Don't show up for now, wait for my notice. Joe Luo nodded and said, Don't worry, I understand. Boom! The engine roared, and the Bat chariot rushed out. If there are no two dog heads on the rear windshield of the car, this scene will be much more cool and solemn. Hey, Bruce is a bit poisoned, and he doesn't even forget to walk the dog at this time. Joe Luo smacked his lips and started the car, following him like a ghost. In Times Square in Gotham City, the flames and smoke filled with smoke, and the people fled in panic everywhere with alarm bells. In other places, because of the explosion in Times Square, countless gangsters took the opportunity to rob. It seemed that in an instant, the entire Gotham City was in a mess. Boom boom boom. With the roar of the engine, Bruce's cool Bat chariot shuttled across the street and rushed to Times Square. At this moment, Times Square has been surrounded by police. In a fast food restaurant in the square, more than a dozen criminals are guarding dozens of hostages. In the middle of the fast food restaurant, Joker, with pale skin and lipstick with a grin, is leisurely drinking Coke and eating hamburgers. Come on, come on, come on. He opened his mouth wide, swallowing the entire hamburger like a demon, and rolled his eyes with Coke without caring at all. Outside, the police had put the entire Times Square under martial law, and Bruce couldn't get in at all. As the Dark Knight, his relationship with the police is not very harmonious. Crucially, he didn't want to reveal his true identity. But it shouldn't be difficult for him. After getting off the Bat chariot, Bruce roughly surveyed the terrain and climbed up the building in front of him in a vigorous form. On the roof of the building, he locked the fast food restaurant where the hostages were being held. Afterwards, he passed the police blockade directly through the underground garage connected to Times Square under the building and entered Times Square. Oh! The quality of the police in Gotham City is really too low. Master Wayne made a complaint, and then walked out of a corridor carefully according to accurate calculations. The entrance of the corridor is just behind the fast food restaurant. After observing in secret for a while, Bruce's eyes flickered slightly, and then he attacked decisively. Boom boom. Gunshots suddenly sounded, Bruce's shadow instantly covered all criminals, and bullets poured out of blood instantly. Inside the fast food restaurant, there were screams, and one after another robbers were directly headshot, and blood bloomed. But Joker still sat calmly on the chair, eating hamburgers, not caring about the death of his surrounding companions. It seems that it is the most delicious food in the world. Papa. Joker clapped and looked at Bruce, his face cried and smiled. Batman, long time no see, you are still so good. Bruce turned his head suddenly, and the gun in his hand was aimed at Joker. Where is the little girl you took? Bruce asked in a low voice. Joker spread his hands and said, Say, I don't understand what you are talking about, why don't you shoot? Bruce's heart sank. This guy is really tough. The little girl who just set foot on the road of superhero is not here. Then, the danger is still not lifted. What do you want? Bruce said coldly. Joker was fearless, twisting his body, and said in a weird posture, No, I only want burgers and cola. Outside, the guarded hostages had rushed out and were protected by the Gotham City police. At the same time, a group of special police officers with guns and live ammunition are also approaching cautiously. A sense of oppression came. Bruce's expression became more solemn, and he asked in a cold voice, Tell me, where is that little girl? Joker smiled evilly, pointing to the east and said, I heard that the BD from the east once caused a big disturbance in Xavier. Time is running out. After saying this inexplicable sentence, he simply raised his hands and walked out of the fast food restaurant. Sorry Batman, this time it seems I won again. Chapter 20. Bruce had a weird face, looking at his back slowly walking out. After all, he didn't fire that shot. He knew how cunning this guy was, and since he dared to face him with his back, he must be prepared. Maybe as soon as he shoots himself, the little girl he hides in Xavier will be killed instantly. He dare not take risks. You did win, but it was not me who won, but the BD Joe. Bruce snorted, turned around at a very fast speed through the space enclosed by the police, and then rushed into the garage entrance. Suddenly, the Gotham City police fried the pan for a while, and a team of police hurriedly chased them out. It's a pity that Batman is not a nameless man. He threw away the police in Gotham City after 3 times, and then dialed Joe Luo's number. Joker turned himself in and was arrested by the police. You can notify S.H.I.E.L.D. to come to the Gotham police station to pick up someone, but the little girl is not here. Joe Luo frowned and asked, What did Joker say? Bruce had a weird face and said, I guess he hid the little girl in Xavier, and the BD must have left something like a time bomb on the little girl. Joe, you need to be fast. Damn it. Xavier. Joe Luo's face was green. That place used to be his paradise, but if you want to say the place he least wants to go, Fox counts as a Xavier Genius Youth School. However, it is very possible that the super killer was hidden there by Joker, and there may even be a timed explosive device, which made Joe Luo have to hurry to see it again. Joker. It's never over. He gritted his teeth and said, Bruce, you wait for me at the door of Xavier. Maybe you can let the ambulance from the Wayne Group Hospital wait for me at the door. Bruce smiled weirdly, and muttered, Well, I'll have the best orthopedic doctor and the most advanced emergency vehicle on standby at the door of Xavier. Joe Luo sighed, patted his Hungarian mouth, and started the classic car to the Xavier Genius School. On the way, he called Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, Joker has been caught, you can take someone to the Gotham police station to pick up someone. As for Katana, it's not clear whereabouts for the time being, but I guess she will be caught soon. On the other side of the phone, Phil Coulson looked surprised. Joe, the speed is too fast. This is not like you. Mom. This sentence. Why is it weird? Joe Luo was too lazy to talk to Phil Coulson, hung up the phone, and stepped on the accelerator. Xavier Genius Youth School, referred to as Xavier's School, is a castle located in the eastern suburbs of Gotham City. Established by Professor X Charles Francis Xavier, the academy is dedicated to teaching young mutant knowledge and how to deal with the ability that controls them. It is an academy that even S.H.I.E.L.D. can't easily provoke. In the security booth at the entrance of the college, Andrei, the old security guard, was listening to the old radio in a leisurely manner. Sudden, he saw Zhou Luo jumping off a rusty classic car. His expression changed. He stood up directly, rushed out with a slight punch in his hand. Da-da-da! Sparks were shot from the muzzle, and the bullet roared through the air, pointing directly at Zhou Luo. As soon as he rushed out with the gun, Zhou Luo already felt his whole body stiff, and subconsciously reopened the car door and sat in again. Ding ding ding! The bullet landed on the rusty car, splashed a burst of sparks and then bounced far away. After hitting a shuttle, Andrei put on a new magazine with one hand on his hips and walked to the front of the car. Pooh! A mouthful of thick sputum flew out and landed on the windshield. "UBD Zhou Luo, you are not welcome here." Zhou Luo resisted the nausea and scraped the thick phlegm clean, and shouted through the bulletproof glass, "Andrei, you can finally call my name correctly, I must have left a deep impression on you." "A hole!" Andrei roared, "Profound. Definitely profound. Because UBD, Xavier is not at peace, do you think it is profound?" Zhou Luo gave a wry smile, and then said seriously, "Andrei, open the gate and let me in, I'm in a hurry to find Professor X." Andrei raised the submachine gun directly again with a shuttle. "Don't think about it." The bullet bounced away clinking. Zhou Luo sighed and prepared to rush. As a result, the door of the school suddenly opened. After hitting 2 shuttles, Andrei held the submachine gun in one hand and the remote control in the other. "Boy, 2 bullets, I can only help you get here, whether you can get in or out alive depends on your luck." After finishing speaking, he also dumped his grey center point, which looked like an old Playboy. "My Nima." Zhou Luo gestured a middle finger to him and drove into the school. Shumen Shola parked his car in a parking space next to the fountain in front of an old building, and then Zhou Luo got off the car and came to the lobby. Entering the lobby, a Miss Mutant handed him a card and said indifferently, "The professor is waiting for you in the office upstairs." Zhou Luo took the card and smiled wryly, and raised his foot upstairs. "Go up the stairs, turn the corner, and enter the corridor." Sudden, Zhou Luo's face changed, and he turned around without hesitation. "Zhou, why is seeing me like a mouse meeting a cat?" A cold voice sounded, his whole body stiffened and his face turned blue. He slowly turned around, with a calm smile on his face. "Hey! Qin! Long time no see." Chapter 21. At the end of the corridor, a white woman with hair like a blazing flame, her body undulating and lingering with an icy breath, is looking at Zhou Luo coldly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a volcano ready to go, and it might blast him to pieces at any time. Da-da-da! The red-haired woman's heel fell on the smooth ground and walked in front of Zhou Luo step by step with a precise rhythm. "It's been a long time, but I don't want to see you again." The voice was still cold, with the thought of looking down at the people from above. Zhou Luo spread out his hands awkwardly, and said, "Jin, we broke up peacefully, didn't we?" On the opposite side, the red-haired woman is one of the Omega mutants. Qin Ji-Lei, who owns Phoenix Force, slightly purses her lips and her eyes are full of coldness. "Yes. Break up peacefully, so peaceful that I haven't even agreed. You start dating your new prey, right?" Zhou Luo smacked his lips, speechless. He looked around, and changed the subject bluntly, "Jin, is Professor X there? I have something to do with him." Phoenix nodded indifferently, "Come with me." 30 seconds later, Zhou Luo entered Professor X's office with her and saw Professor X sitting in a wheelchair. "Professor, long time no see." Zhou Luo proactively stretched out his hands and shook hands with Professor X. "Zhou, I heard that you are now in the SHIELD. You are in trouble. Do you look down on me as an old man so you haven't come to see me for so long?" Professor X asked teasingly. Zhou Luo smiled awkwardly and glanced at Phoenix subconsciously. What do you think of me? Did I prevent you from coming to the college? Phoenix snorts. Zhou Luo smacked his lips and did not refute. Instead, he said to Professor X, Professor, a criminal who escaped from SHIELD kidnapped my sister. I suspect that he hid the person in the college. Where are you, sister? Phoenix sneered, it's the little girl you fooled again. Zhou Luo grinned and said with a bit of toothache, Qin, can you speak well? I'm very anxious now. Phoenix's eyes were cold, and he lowered his head and stopped talking. On the side, Professor X gave a weird smile and said to Phoenix, Jin, go and check if a stranger has sneaked in. Phoenix nodded and left the office. After she left, Professor X knocked on the wheelchair and looked at Zhou Luo and said, Zhou, I didn't want to care about your young people's affairs, but Qin is in a very bad state now. Because of the end of the relationship between you, the Phoenix force in her body has undergone some changes, and I am afraid she will not be able to control her power. Zhou Luo's expression condensed, and he remembered the legend about Dark Phoenix. Can't grandmas? Could it be that Phoenix is unable to control his power this time because of himself, and eventually forms a second personality out of control? Zhou Luo took a breath and said, I know how to be a professor. Professor X nodded and said, I'm old, and the affairs of Xavier's school have been handed over to Qin to deal with, so you young people can communicate by yourself. After speaking, he took control of his wheelchair full of science fiction and left the office. 10 minutes later, Phoenix returned to the office with the super killer. At the moment when she saw Zhou Luo, the super killer Mindy rushed forward. Brother Zhou Luo. I thought I would never see you again. A 14-year-old girl is light and easy to push down, but Zhou Luo is not in the mood but thinks about these things. Because, he could feel that the volcanic-like terrifying power in Phoenix was surging in the dark, as if it might burst out at any time. Okay, Minty. He pushed the little girl out of his arms, and said with a serious face, you are no longer a little girl, you are a super killer, and you will become a great person like Batman in the future, so you can't be so vulnerable anymore. After the superhero smoked a few times, she wiped away her tears, nodded and said, yes. I am a superhero. I am a superhero, I can't just cry. Especially not crying in front of this woman. The super killer glanced back at Phoenix, and secretly cheered herself up. As a woman, although she is still too young, she can clearly feel that Phoenix is hostile to her. It can also be guessed that the source of this hostility comes from Zhou Luo. Well, now that someone has found it for you, you can take her away. Phoenix looked indifferent, ready to see off the guests. Zhou Luo twitched the corner of his mouth, remembering what Professor X had just said. He lowered his head and said to the super killer, Mindy, you should go downstairs and wait for me first. I still have something to do. The super killing girl ZY stunned, and repressed his emotions again. I'm just my sister, what can I say? And this woman feels so scary. The super killer waited up and left the office with her head down. I'm not escaping, I just thank her for saving me. Finding an excuse for herself, she rushed into the classic car as if to escape. Super killer finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the office, only Zhou Luo and Phoenix were left, and the atmosphere became a bit solemn. Chapter 22. What? You don't leave now, do you want to experience the feeling of being thrown out again? Phoenix spoke, a mockery on his delicate face. Zhou Luo didn't speak, but stood up and moved closer to her step by step. He said nothing, just looked at her straightforwardly. Panic. Phoenix felt her heartbeat speeding up wildly, and under the pressure of Zhou Luo step by step, she began to slowly retreat. What are you going to do? Phoenix's voice weakened unconsciously, and his expression was not as cold as before, but rather flustered. Zhou Luo approached slowly, and finally picked up her long fiery hair, leaning to the tip of her nose and sniffing gently. It's still the familiar shampoo smell. After breaking up, do you still wash the shampoo brand I chose for you? The soft voice echoed, and the ice on Phoenix's face gradually melted, revealing a complex color on his face. Why? She asked nonchalantly. But Zhou Luo knew what she was asking and why. He looked condescendingly at Phoenix, who looked mature and charming, and said in a low voice, "Jin, you should know that I work for S.H.I.E.L.D, but I am an ordinary person. I can't confirm whether I will leave forever in a certain mission. I don't want someone to break my heart for me at that time." Phoenix's expression became more and more relaxed, but he still said in an indifferent voice, "You look at yourself too highly, no one will break your heart for you." Gee. The mouth is quite hard. Zhou Luo smiled freely, took a deep look at her, and said, "You will." After speaking, he turned and walked outside. "Tonight, I will wait for you at the Prodi Hotel." After leaving a sentence, he didn't stop and walked directly outside. Leave Phoenix standing at the door of the office, looking at his fading back with complicated expressions. The Prodi Hotel is where they met for the first time. "Jin, would you still forgive that BD Joe?" Wearing goggles, the handsome Cyclops Kurt Summers walked into the corridor and asked with an ugly face. Phoenix raised his eyes and shook his head, "Skirt, it doesn't matter to you." After finishing speaking, he ignored the expression on Kit's pig liver and left. Under the goggles, the terrifying energy in Kit's eyes was brewing crazily, as if it would burst out in the next instant. "This is Xavier's school. This is Xavier's school." He read it silently in his heart several times before finally suppressing his anger. It's just the hatred towards Zhou Luo that has grown deeper into the bones. This playboy, when he came to Xavier, he not only robbed him of the limelight, but also robbed almost all the girls' attention to him. Downstairs, with the roar of the engine, Zhou Luo drove out of the mutant school. In the building, a white woman with brown hair but a large group of white hair held on to the window, looking at the fading old car with a complex color on her face. Complex emotions such as love, joy, hatred, bitterness, etc., constantly flash on the face. "I thought I would never see you again in my life, but when I was about to force myself to forget you, why did you suddenly appear again? You are a BD. The BD who makes people love and hate." The woman murmured, but her expression became more bitter. Zhou Luo saw his big dad again, and this time the retired police detective no longer crosses his eyebrows. While comforting the super killer, she invited Zhou Luo to have lunch at home. But Zhou Luo refused. He drove away in the classic car in the slightly regretful but determined eyes of the super killer. "Father, I want to learn the strongest fighting technique." The super killer turned her head, her immature face was full of stubbornness. Dad frowned and asked, "Why?" Super killer said, "I want to be stronger. I want to defeat bad guys by myself instead of relying on the help of others." Dad is indifferent. After a cigarette, he stood up and said, "Then, starting today, I will give you special training when I go home from school every day. I hope you won't back down halfway." The lawful violence of super murderous girl Loli nodded vigorously, his face full of warfare. "Rest assured, I will be able to overcome all difficulties and one day I will be able to fight side by side with brother Zhou Luo." Driving away from the super killer girl's house, Zhou Luo rubbed his chin and called Batman. "Hey Bruce, did you find Katana over there?" Opposite, Bruce Wayne, who had already removed the Batman battle suit, was teasing his newly bought parrot. "Joe, you can actually come out of Xavier alive, it's amazing!" he exclaimed. Aside, his newly bought parrot also followed his tongue, "It's amazing! It's amazing! It's amazing!" Zhou Luo's face turned dark, and he muttered, "Bruce, if you don't bring up this topic, I think I will be grateful to you." Batman laughed, then his face straightened and asked, "Why, didn't you find Katana in Xavier?" Zhou Luo shook his head and said, "Jean only found Mindy, not Katana." That woman has disappeared. Batman furrowed his brows, then stretched out and said, "It's okay, without Joker, a woman can't make waves." Joe Luo nodded. A woman who does not have super ability and understands black technology will indeed appear mediocre in this world where heroes walk all over the floor. After chatting with Batman for a few more words, Joe Luo asked him to build a high-tech battle suit for himself before hanging up the phone. Batman agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Joe Luo contacted Phil Coulson again, knowing that he had brought Joker out of the Gotham City Police and was now preparing to return to Pittsburgh to continue his detention. "Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me in the western suburbs. I want to see my dear Mr. Joker." Chapter 23. In the western suburbs of Gotham City, in a wilderness, Joe Luo saw Joker sitting in his car with handcuffs and fetters eating burgers and Coke. "Phil Coulson, the laws of the United States are really great for criminals," Joe Luo complained, but didn't throw away Joker's burger and Coke. "They are all people with status, and there is no need to do such dishonest things." However, his arrival caused Joker to choke his throat with a big mouthful of hamburger, and veins on his white forehead. He used Coke to force the big hamburger down, clapped his hands and said, "Awesome. It is indeed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s famous socialite, but there are quite a few of your ex-girlfriends in Xavier Genius School, and you can still get out of it. You are great." Aside, Phil Coulson and several other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents raised their heads and whistled, as if there were beautiful fruit girls on the ceiling of the car. Joe Luo's face is a bit dark. Grandmas, who hasn't blacked out the history yet. Born to have an extremely strong affinity, and in such a plane where there are so many powerful people and beautiful women, it would be a shame if you don't talk about love more than a few times. It's just that the young and frivolous, talking together on the road of the scumbag, there are a little more ex-girlfriends. Joe Luo flicked his nails and raised Erlang's legs and said, "You are also quite amazing. You can get rid of yourself completely after doing such a big thing. In the end, only one charge of escape is left. I think maybe a lawyer or porcelain touchers are more suitable for you in this industry." Joker took another big bite of hamburger, as if he had a soft spot for it. No, you don't understand me, this is just a game." Roar. Suddenly Joe Luo got up and threw a punch directly. Vomit. Joker arched his waist like a shrimp, and the hamburger that was swallowed in his throat was kicked out by this kick again. His throat hurt and Joker's eyes were teary. But he stubbornly pushed the hamburger in his hand into his mouth again, and took a bite as if he was biting Joe Luo's meat. "Joe, one day, I will kill everyone around you. It's like you took away all my companions." The moment he raised his head, his eyes were full of nervousness. Joe Luo smiled. He bent down, pointed at the burger in Joker's hand, and said, "You will never be able to beat me, just like the burger in your hand can never be compared with the food of Daxia." After speaking, he turned around, ignoring Joker's stern eyes and jumped out of the car. He took the cigarette out of his arms, threw one at random to other agents, and then lit it with a clatter. The smoke was blowing away in the wind. Joe Luo said to Phil Coulson, "Phil Coulson, you should treat Mr. Joker well, and don't let outsiders think that our S.H.I.E.L.D. is not at all polite." Phil Coulson looked speechless and said, "Joe, you have violated the regulations and brought personal emotions to work." Joe Luo glanced at him, grinned and said with a low grin, "But you are better than me. You brought your personal DNA to work and gave it to your assistant." In an instant, Phil Coulson's face turned green. "This BD, grab a handle and stop letting go." "Ha ha." Joe Luo smiled and patted him on the shoulder, got into the classic car against the wind, and left amidst the roar. Phil Coulson sighed helplessly and shouted, "Let's go, send Mr. Joker to continue serving his sentence, and you only have burgers and Coke? Can't you give Mr. Joker something else to eat? Don't let people think that S.H.I.E.L.D. treats prisoners too harsh." Suddenly, a few agents understood in seconds and got into the carriage. The car started, the four-wheel shock absorber shook slightly, and the carriage shook slightly toward Pittsburgh. Joe Luo didn't ask Katana's whereabouts, because it didn't matter if he asked. He came here simply because he wanted to get out of his breath with Joker. I drove the car and came to Batman's castle, and had a sumptuous lunch that had been prepared a long time ago. Afterwards, he left the castle again and took Batman's good wishes to the Prodi Hotel in downtown Gotham, where he opened a presidential suite. After resting in the room for a while, Joe Luo refused the special service suggested by the hotel attendant. Joe Luo left the hotel and went to the nearby supermarket. I bought a lot of ingredients in it, carried a big bag, and returned to the suite. Then, he started to get busy. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell of the room rang, and Joe Luo tied the apron and took the spatula to open the door. Outside the door, Phoenix stood in the pavilion, and when he saw his dress, a flash of remembrance flashed in his eyes. Come in. Joe Luo's tone was very natural, and in an instant it made Phoenix seem to have returned to the past, when there was no barrier between the intimacy. She nodded and walked into the suite. Suddenly, the lingering fragrance rushed into her nasal cavity, making her eyes bright. Guru. Subconsciously swallowed, the frost in Phoenix's eyes finally disintegrated completely at this moment. You remember my taste? She said dryly. Joe Luo smiled and said, definitely, as if you still remember my favorite shampoo scent. Chapter 24. The struggling color flashed in Phoenix's eyes, and then his face gradually became dull. Let's talk about it, this time you asked me to come here to say something. Joe Luo sniffed, and rushed to the open kitchen in a trot. While turning over the contents of the wok with a spatula, he answered the wrong question and said, you will sit down for a while, and you will be fine soon. Phoenix sighed and sat on the sofa, his eyes drifting. But subconsciously, her gaze will always pass over Joe Luo's body, and then it will soften in an instant. This man still hasn't changed much. Joe Luo worked hard for a while, and then pushed the last dish into the plate before he untied his apron. Then, with 4 dishes and 1 soup, he put them on the table and shouted, Jin, wash your hands and eat. Phoenix replied hello, washed his hands and sat on the table naturally. On the table, the 4 dishes and 1 soup are all typical Hyuxia food, and they are basically typical Sichuan dishes. Mapo tofu, stewed sirloin with potatoes, pickled pepper chicken, stir-fried lettuce. The last tomato and egg soup. Every dish is Phoenix's favorite. She lowered her head and began to skillfully use chopsticks to chop the rice. Joe Luo helped her pick the dishes. As she ate, tears fell from the corner of her eyes, but she was still stubbornly picking rice. Seeing her tears being swallowed with the meal, Joe Luo's heart twitched. Just when he was holding a tissue to wipe her, Phoenix suddenly raised his head and took the tissue to dry it himself. Joe Luo smacked his lips and withdrew his hand. Afterwards, a meal was finished in a complicated atmosphere. After the meal, Joe Luo skillfully cleaned up the tableware and began to wash the dishes. Looking at his busy back, Phoenix's expression changed rapidly, and all the psychological defenses finally slowly collapsed. It seems that he is still the same him and hasn't changed at all. Stepping away, Phoenix slowly approached, and then hugged Joe Luo from behind. Joe Luo stiffened, his hands full of foam, and turned around and said, Ms. Chin Gili, this requires another price. Moment. A complex color flashed in Phoenix's eyes. PSST. She chuckled softly, as if she had returned to that afternoon, when she couldn't help but hug the man. He also answered her like this. Joe from the East wants to get this job unless you can please me. Phoenix, with a small smile on his face as he did before, turned him around and raised his chin. Joe Luo closed his eyes and said tremblingly, Madam, you can defile my body, but you can't conquer my soul. Phoenix stood on tiptoe slightly, passing between his lips. No, I will completely sink your soul. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, I yearn for the holy light of heaven, and I will never associate with darkness. Then, I give you holy light. Phoenix is like a female emperor, and Phoenix force haunts her head like a god. Kneel down and kiss my toes. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, smiled at the corners of his eyes, and shook the foam from his hand to wrap her arms around her slender waist. You still remember? Phoenix sighed softly, and Phoenix force dissipated. I definitely remember. But I still remember, you told me that not only 2 hours after breaking up, you secretly dated Anna in the corridor, and even you two kissed each other through the plastic film. Her face was extremely upset. And there was a faint glow in her eyes. Zhou Luo said with a smile, but you also said that we operate through a plastic film, just like playing a house when we were young. It can't be considered true. Phoenix sneered and said, that's because Anna can't directly touch you, otherwise your memory and even your life will be swallowed by her. Otherwise, I think the two of you are in the corridor with no one, maybe you have already started directly. Like. At that time, it seemed that it was really possible. Zhou Luo smacked his lips, feeling that the room was full of sourness, and retorted decisively, impossible piano, you know I am not such a casual man, we Orientals are very reserved and shy. Phoenix still sneered, eyes full of mockery. Oh, your BDS face is still that thick. You are talking nonsense, I want to sue you for slander. Then you go and sue. Forget it, I owe her after all, so I won't argue with you. Zhou Luo found an excuse and found a step down for his verbal failure. Seeing him as a CK that was defeated in a fight, Phoenix's face became softer again. Both people slowly fell silent. After a long time, she suddenly spoke. Zhou, don't leave suddenly, okay? Her tone was soft, completely different from the cold and contention before. Zhou Luo nodded and shook his head, and said, Jin, we all play our own roles. You have Xavier's school, and I also have my own job. But this time, I will not disappear again. Phoenix's face changed, and he said viciously, you are still like this. I will always leave a back path for myself, but this time I won't give you a back path. If you dare to disappear again, I will kill S.H.I.E.L.D. For an instant, a horrible breath bloomed on her body, and even her pupils were flaming up. Chapter 25. Zhou Luo's expression changed slightly. This is Dark Phoenix. Because I broke up with Phoenix, the Dark Phoenix personality that didn't exist on this plane actually appeared. He hurriedly hugged Phoenix's slender waist, and then fed the demon with his body. After encountering a sudden attack, feeling the tumbling in his mouth, Phoenix gradually sinks and the flame in his eyes slowly dissipates. Slowly, Zhou Luo became unstable. In the muffled sound, Phoenix was attacked and pushed him away. Zhou, if there is another time, I will burn your things to ashes. Women are always duplicity animals. Zhou Luo curled his lips, he clearly felt that Phoenix was already emotional. All right. He stretched out his hands helplessly, and the look of loss on his face was beyond words. Phoenix sneered and said, well, don't act, I know you better than you think. Zhou Luo frowned slightly without refuting, and asked directly, you are too powerful to control it. Phoenix nodded and said, after you, tell me that you broke up, my strength has expanded day by day. If I get emotional, I can easily lose control. This situation is somewhat similar to Captain America, but it is extremely dangerous. According to his understanding, this is Phoenix's soul power or willpower's inability to control the huge energy of Phoenix Force. Under such a sense of powerlessness, the personality split gradually due to the sudden blow of the breakup. If her condition is not stabilized as soon as possible and slowly recovered, she may lose control anytime and anywhere when the second personality is truly formed. Even, the first personality was eventually swallowed by the second personality and became the real Dark Phoenix. Zhou Luo didn't want to see such a phoenix. He frowned and thought, and it took a long time to unwind. To prevent Phoenix's current situation from deteriorating, she needs to increase her willpower and control over her power. So, there is a way to help her. Zhou Luo raised his head and asked with a smile, "Qin, do you believe me?" Phoenix opened his mouth, struggling flashes across his face. "You hesitated. You hesitated." Zhou Luo pointed to Phoenix, his face turned a little ugly. Phoenix rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't it normal for me to hesitate? You once said that you would love me forever. What happened? You dumped me with a bad excuse, then turned around and dated Anna in the corridor, and even disappeared without a trace in the end. Like. Is it so?" Zhou Luo smiled awkwardly, waved his hand and said, "These are not important. I have a way to help you solve your problem, but the premise is that you have to trust me." Phoenix shook his head and said fiercely, "UBD, don't think of using such a bad method to make me forgive you. Also, you haven't explained what happened between you and Clarice and Anna." Zhou Luo smacked his lips and said, "I have already explained to you, they just admire me as you did before." Phoenix had a black line on his face, rolled his eyes and said, "You are still narcissistic as you were back then." Zhou Luo suddenly took her hand and said, "But you have changed and become a lot gentler." "Thank you." Phoenix lowered his head speechless, and raised his head after a long time, and said, "Tell me how you can help me." Zhou Luo nodded, came to the kitchen and started to cut the meat, and said while cutting, "Jin, the core of your problem is that you can't fully control the Phoenix Force, and at the same time, you're in fear of this power plus, my departure." The current problem appeared. Phoenix nodded and looked at Zhou Luo's eyes with a flash of sadness. This man is still so smart. But the crux of the problem is that your willpower is relatively weak, so I now use a method to improve your concentration, willpower, and control over Phoenix Force. Phoenix asked, "What's the solution?" Zhou Luo grinned lightly, pointed to the cut beef, and said, "It's easy, let's go out for a picnic and barbecue." "Barbecue? How does this help me?" Zhou Luo explained, "Barbecuing requires a relatively high file size of the flame. If the flame is too strong, it will be easy to burn, and if the flame is too small, it will not be easy to cook. This will test your control and ability. In the process of grilling, you need to always pay attention to the changes of the food and adjust the file size of the flame, which can train your concentration and willpower. In addition, during the barbecue process, different ingredients and food added at different times have different requirements for flames. As long as you can use Phoenix Force to complete a barbecue for 10 people, 100 people, or even 1,000 people, 10,000 people at the same time, then your control of this power will become more subtle, and at the same time you will have a better understanding of your power attributes. The fear of this power in my heart will gradually disappear." Following Zhou Luo's explanation, Phoenix's expression began to loosen. Although she doesn't quite understand whether there is an inevitable relationship, subconsciously she is still willing to believe in Zhou Luo. "Okay, I'll give it a try." This time, she agreed very simply. Chapter 26. Phoenix agreed. Zhou Luo was secretly happy. Actually, Zhou Luo does not have absolute confidence in whether grilling can improve her willpower, but it is absolute that grilling with Phoenix Force can definitely improve her power control. The willpower is not sure whether it can be improved, but Zhou Luo knows that as long as she helps Phoenix start a lifelong hobby, she will definitely get great benefits when she upgrades, and it is very likely to help her solve the problem. The price is just to turn an absolute powerhouse in control of Phoenix Force into a barbecue xidza. Ding! After the host's efforts, Phoenix was successfully fooled and started a lifelong hobby, barbecue xidza. Jean Grey, Phoenix Barbecue xidza LV1, 0/5. In the cold system prompt, Zhou Luo put the cut beef into the bag, and then said to Phoenix, "Let's go, let's buy some barbecue ingredients and seasonings, and then go to Bruce's manor for a game. Let's have a bonfire dinner. Phoenix nodded and said, how is Bruce? Joe Luo said with a smile, he has recently found the joy of life under my advice, so he has a very good life. Suddenly, Phoenix looked overcast and said, your suggestion? What other constructive suggestions can you have? It's nothing more than changing Bruce from a playboy to a more SY playboy. She knows Joe Luo too well. This guy looks harmless to humans and animals, but he is definitely a playboy. However, he is more able to play than painters like Bruce or Tony Stark. People play sociable, he plays well. Joe Luo smiled bitterly and shook his head without explaining. No way, before the awakening system, the character was overdrawn very badly. Especially above women. Putting the bag and leaving the room, Joe Luo took Phoenix to the supermarket to buy some food and spices. Driving in his super classic car, carrying the super strong Phoenix, he entered Bruce's manor unimpeded all the way. On the huge amounts of wilderness lawn at the back of the manor, Phoenix's skirt danced with the wind, staring dumbfounded at holding 2 dogs, 2 rabbits, and a few pheasants hanging from his waist, and a bird cage in his hand. Bruce Wayne came in turmoil. God, what did you do to Bruce? How did he become like this? She couldn't believe her eyes. In the past, she was so handsome, who turned into the Dark Knight at night to clean up the Batman of Gotham City. Now she has become like this. Dirty and blood-stained clothes, messy hairstyle, holding 2 German shepherds and hanging prey in a bird cage, she has never seen such a dress. Even Joe Luo, who was standing next to her, was taken aback by Batman's dress. What the hell? This buddy is too entertaining. The key is that his ability is too strong. In the Qing dynasty, the children of the Bannermen who teased the dogs to walk the birds and play with crickets, weren't they just like the birds? Even Batman's dress is even more sloppy. Joe, did you use Eastern witchcraft on Bruce? He turned out to be like this. Phoenix asked again. On the side, Joe Luo had already thrown aside the ingredients and seasonings, and took out his own camera. Click. 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 Pat pat. It's rare to see Batman like this. Joe Luo's camera clicked, and more than a dozen photos were captured in an instant. And his extraction skill proficiency has also improved a lot. On the side, Phoenix asked for the 3rd time, asking, Joe, tell me why Bruce became like this. A woman's curiosity makes her want to know the truth immediately. Joe Luo put down the camera and said, Bruce's spirit is too tight. He asked me for help and needed some way to relax, so I gave him a solution, which is to raise a dog and a bird to hunt. Then, he became like this. Phoenix covered his forehead with one hand and couldn't bear to look straight. But she has to admit that Batman in this state does seem to relax a lot. Hey! Look who I saw! Sheen! You actually showed up with Joe. Batman laughed exaggeratedly across the distance, jokingly and teasing Joe Luo and Phoenix. Obviously, he knew their past. In the cage he was holding, a parrot jumped up and down, cried out strangely, Sheen! 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 Phoenix glanced at the parrot, and the parrot was so frightened that she didn't dare to learn from her tongue, and then she joked, Bruce, the gentleman's demeanor has been completely lost in your body. Batman looked down at his current state, and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, sorry, I recently used the method Joe taught me, and I am very relaxed now. So I can only apologize for being rude, I won't change a suit anymore. Phoenix exclaimed, Bruce, you really have completely changed. Joe Luo sighed faintly on the side, Bruce, you have no idle baggage like this. Batman waved his hand casually and said, who cares? Put on a battle suit, I'm still Batman. Well, what you said makes sense. Joe Luo gave a haha, pointing to the rabbit and pheasant on his waist and said, Bruce, I invited Miss Phoenix tonight. How about a campfire dinner among friends? Batman raised his eyebrows, overjoyed. That's great. Chapter 27. The bonfire dinner was held as scheduled, but to Batman's surprise, the bonfire was not raised with wood. It is the terrible flame formed directly by Phoenix using Phoenix Force. God, you mutant is terrible! Batman exclaimed. He was envious and jealous of mutants' ability. This kind of God-given ability, even without much training, can make him helpless. Phoenix turned his head and said with a smile, "But we, mutant, are more envious of ordinary people's lives, but we don't get ordinary people's lives." Aside, Joe Luo sighed quietly, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Suddenly, both Batman and Phoenix fell silent. This sentence is quite right. After being silent for a while, Batman smiled and took a sip of the water in the goblet in his hand. "Joe, you are now quite sure that you are a philosopher from the East?" Joe Luo shook his head. "No. I'm not a philosopher. I don't even know what wrestling philosophy." He denied it in his heart. On the other hand, Phoenix has already started to do two things with one mind. While letting the so-called bonfire burn, the Phoenix Force is used to start grilling the ingredients that Joe Luo brought over. Laugh. The scorching smell hit, and a string of beef skewers instantly turned into coke. Click. Joe Luo raised the camera and recorded it as eternity. Phoenix raised his brows, and his face showed an expression of reluctance. Do you want to record these pictures so that you can laugh at me in the future?" She turned her head and glared at Joe Luo. Joe Luo shook his head and said, "No, I just hope that in 10 or 20 years or more in the future, turning out these photos will give you more touch." "Haha. Men really love to lie." Phoenix sneered, then turned his head and continued to try the barbecue. "Come one after another." Laugh. It's scorched again. Laugh. Still burnt. Well. This string is better, but it's a bit burnt on the outside, and it seems raw on the inside. Continue. Phoenix refused to admit defeat and used Phoenix Force to grill over and over again. Slowly, she realized that her control of power seemed a little more subtle. This made her secretly happy. Aside, Batman smiled bitterly and asked in a low voice, "Joe, can we still have dinner today? The ingredients are almost burned by the piano." Joe Luo chuckled weirdly and shook his head, "It's your dinner. Chin and I came here after having dinner." FK. Batman's eyes widened, staring at Joe Luo and muttering in a low voice, "Joe, UBD is too treacherous." Joe Luo is complacent. Sudden. A dark shadow flew over, and Phoenix's cold voice sounded. "This is the first barbecue in my life. Let my ex-boyfriend taste it." Joe Luo's eyes were quick, grabbing the black shadow and looking at the burnt meat and the uneven seasoning, even the lumps of salt. The face is green. Can. He opened his mouth, wanting to call for help. Cannot. Phoenix was decisive, and there was a flash of fire in his eyes when he turned his head. Joe Luo smiled and took a glass of red wine and explained, "I just want to say, can I drink red wine for barbecue?" Cannot. He got stuck. On the side, Batman, like Robinson, almost laughed. "Nice job. It's true that the wicked have their own wicked grind." Joe Luo shook his head and could only pinch the barbecue, frowning and swallowing forcibly. He swears that he hasn't tasted such a complicated taste in his entire life and his previous life. Ups and downs? No, it's a hammer compared to this skewer. The moment the barbecue entered his mouth and the taste exploded on the tip of his tongue, Joe Luo seemed to have experienced a breakthrough. The feeling is indescribable. Anyway, the moment he swallowed the barbecue with difficulty, he was so moved that he cried. Grandma's, Lao Tzu's ability to endure is so strong. Joe Luo let out a sigh of air, and drank a sip of red wine to be shocked. Seeing this scene, Phoenix's eyes loosened again, and then turned his head to concentrate on studying how to enhance the control of Phoenix Force, and grilled a perfect barbecue. Aside, Batman suffocated a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and took out a half-eaten hamburger from his arms. Joe Luo's eyes widened. "Bruce, you know how to learn without a teacher, and have you learned to prepare your own dry food?" Batman blinked blankly, trying to swallow the hardened hamburger, and after taking a sip of water, he said, "Joe, your whimsical ideas can always produce good results. To thank you for your help, if you don't hate it, I can divide this burger in half." Joe Luo turned his face to the side in disgust, raised the camera and started shooting with clicks. Seeing his skill proficiency skyrocketing, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. After taking a few more photos, he only put down the camera and opened the system panel after finding that his proficiency was no longer increasing. Super God Photographer System. Host, Joe Luo. Main profession, photographer, recording beautiful moments, and extracting ability from photos. Main skills. 1. Photography, record beautiful moments and freeze frames. The qualified photos taken can increase the experience value of extraction skills. 2. Extract LV2, 43/100. A skill or attribute of the corresponding character can be extracted from the photos taken, and the current extraction ability completeness is 20%. Deputy occupation, life mentor, guide those who only know how to fight and kill lost lambs, develop their lifelong hobbies. Student. 1. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow Foodie LV2, 8/10. 2. Steve Rogers, Captain America Dunze LV1, 3/5. 3. Tony Stark, Iron Man PP LV2, 9/10. 4. Clarice Fang, Flashing Sunny Fun Model LV3, 3/15. 5. Bruce Wayne, Batman Stubborn Lord LV1, 11/5, can be upgraded. 6. Jean Grey, Phoenix Barbecue XI She LV1, 6/5, can be upgraded. Chapter 28. Hey! It seems that the Widow Sister has completed the evolution and has become a real foodie, knowing that she has gone out to find delicious food. And Tony Stark is a natural PP, even if he is kidnapped, he can still PP. Relatively speaking, the captain was a bit pitted, and it took so long to get a little experience point. Ding! Batman's lifelong hobby Hard Lord can be upgraded. May I upgrade right away? Upgrade. Ding! Batman upgrade to Hunter LV2, Mental Freedom plus 10%, Upper Limit of Physical Fitness plus 5%, Mental Power plus 5%, Animal Affinity plus 10%, the next upgrade experience is 6/10. Ding! The host has the third student who has been upgraded to LV2, with all attributes plus 20%. Among the cold system prompts, Joe Luo shocked all over, feeling that he had become stronger again. Even if he is still immortal, but he feels that he has definitely reached the critical point of mortal and transcendence. Opposite him, Batman, who was eating a hamburger, suddenly felt that his physical strength was recovering quickly, and his originally anxious mood suddenly became clear. At the same time, he could also feel that he was getting closer to the 2 German shepherds and the parrot in the cage. The magical feeling. He nibbled the burger in a happy mood, and Joe Luo next to him was to upgrade Phoenix's Barbecue Zishi. Ding! Phoenix upgrade is Barbecue Zishi LV2, Concentration plus 10%, Upper Limit of Soul Power plus 10%, Mental Power plus 5%, Power Control plus 5%, the next upgrade experience is 1/10. Ding! The host has the fourth student upgraded to LV2, with all attributes plus 10%. Among the cold system prompts, Joe Luo stared at Phoenix closely, clearly seeing the joy of her face. It seems that she has realized that her control of Phoenix Force has improved. Moreover, there are other aspects of ability, which have also been improved. Really effective. Phoenix uttered a low roar, as if it was a divine enlightenment. The Phoenix Force, which was not well controlled, finally began to change. The barbecue in front of her screamed, the golden grease fell out, and the faint fragrance began to drift. It's a success. A minute later, the golden, delicious skewers fell into Joe Luo's hands. Phoenix raised his chin slightly, with a proud face, and said, "Reward you for a barbecue." Aside, Batman said with greed, "Jin, this is not fair. Joe has already eaten, this skewer of barbecue should be eaten for me." Joe Luo bowed his head, without giving him a chance, he ate the meat skewers 3 or 5 times. "Not bad, it tastes just right." He gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Jin, your ability to barbecue is simply too high." Phoenix smiled proudly and turned around to continue the barbecue. Beside, Batman muttered in a low voice, "Ha, sycophants." After a few minutes, Batman squeezed a skewer of barbecue in one hand, while gnawing quickly, he exclaimed, "Jin, are you sure you weren't the god of cookery of Daxia in your previous life? By the way, Joe, the person who cooks the best food in Daxia, shouldn't it be called God of Cookery?" Joe Luo rolled his eyes and complained, "Bruce, are you flattering? Rude." Batman's eyes widened, he slapped the skewers indiscriminately, and said, "Joe, how can you practice creatures like the piano and the horse? They have nothing in common." Joe Luo curled his lips and muttered in his heart, "FK. They have a lot in common, at least they can ride." On the side, Phoenix, who controls Phoenix Force's grilling, became more and more proficient in his heart, and at the same time, the expression in Joe Luo's eyes became softer. It seems that this BD still cares about himself. If he doesn't have such a rich love history, it would be nice not to have so many lovers. She sighed helplessly, and then continued to barbecue. The bonfire dinner was very successful, and at least Joe Luo and Batman had a good time. It's a pity that Phoenix did not stay and reconnect with him in the evening, as Joe Luo thought. "Joe, don't think you helped me a lot, I will forgive you." Leaving a cold sentence, Phoenix left the castle without feeling nostalgic. On the side, Batman suffocated a smile, patted Joe Luo's shoulder and said, "Joe, don't be sad. As a friend, I can help you arrange 2 ladies. If you feel that it is not enough, 3 are fine." Sudden. Tweeted. A phoenix force came through the air, passing by Batman's side, and his clothes caught fire in an instant. "Bruce, if you dare to really find 2 ladies, the news that the controller of Wayne Group will be streaking in Gotham City tomorrow will spread all over the world." There was a cold voice. Batman shivered and jumped into the fountain next to him. The fire finally went out. However, his scorpion was also exposed. Click. Joe Luo has quick eyes and quick hands, and recorded this moment with a camera. The most beautiful shot, recording the beautiful moments. "Oi! Joe, deleted the photos, we are still good friends." Batman's face was sullen, and he covered his pea-share egg with one hand. Joe Luo grinned, turned around and ran. "Bruce, I will send the photos to the Chicago Sun tomorrow, and they will definitely give me a good price." Chapter 29. Batman's face turned green when he heard Joe Luo's words. The Chicago Sun's reputation in the United States is not very good, especially in the eyes of upper-class people like him. This newspaper is like a dogskin plaster, and it can't be shaken off by being stuck on it. This newspaper dared to report any report, and especially has a paranoid fondness for the style of the upper class. If his photo appeared in the mailbox of the editor-in-chief of the Chicago Sun, it would immediately spread in the United States. When that happens, his face will be lost. The point is, based on his knowledge of Joe Luo, this BD really dares to do this kind of thing. "Joe, if you have something to say, we are good friends." Joe Luo picked his nose and squinted at Batman. He said, "My friend, you just teased me fiercely. How do you calculate this?" Batman raised his hand to surrender, and said with a smile, "I apologize and I apologize, I shouldn't tease you." He apologized babblingly. Zhou Luo flicked his nails and said, "Okay, well, don't worry, I won't send your beautiful photos to anyone, but this thing is in my private collection, so don't think I will delete it." Batman felt like a concubine and wanted to struggle for the last time. However, Zhou Luo didn't give him any chance to turn around and entered the castle, and then walked to the guest room he was staying in. "Bruce, I'm going to rest, you better not bother me." With a bang, the door was closed. Standing outside the door, Batman sighed, "This BD. Bruce, it's not like a gentleman who speaks badly behind his back. FK him, gentleman. Well, you beast, go do your business, and Mindy's jersey will be ready and given to her as soon as possible. Show. Wait and see." Batman pressed a harsh word and left with an angrily. That night, the gangsters in Gotham City suffered and became a tool for him to vent his anger. Early the next morning, at the gate of the Gotham City police station, Chief James Gordon looked at the gangsters who were tied up by ropes in the yard, his brain aching. "Is this guy Batman crazy? How come we are held in so many cells?" On the side, the police officers were speechless. The gangsters all over the yard are like huge amounts of slaps on their faces, making their faces blue. In the castle, Zhou Luo didn't go to eat breakfast right away after getting up. Instead, he sat on the lazy couch and turned on the camera. Finding Batman's photo from it, Zhou Luo turned on the extraction skills. Ding! Extract character Batman skills. It is recommended to extract super willpower. Batman's strength, in addition to various skills such as super physical fitness, martial arts master, detective master, language master, interrogation master, escape master, disguise master, etc. The strongest is that his super willpower can make he remains calm and in control of his own strength and skills in any extreme situation. Definitely, there is Batman's powerful armor. It's just that he can't extract this stuff. Therefore, Zhou Luo chose to extract super strong willpower without any hesitation under the suggestion of the system. Ding! Extract 20% of Batman's skills and automatically focus on super willpower, and the host will get 80% of Batman's super willpower. Among the IC system prompts, Zhou Luo felt that his brain was disturbed by the power of invisible. Sometimes it was square but round, it was stretched and slapped. All kinds of sour feelings lasted for at least half an hour before he woke up in sweat. Lying on the lazy couch, he let out a sigh of relief, as if he had passed away. Bruce's perversion, only the strength of 80% of his willpower, is so terrible. Zhou Luo spit out, and then he found out the picture of Phoenix Qin Ji lay with confidence. Without Batman's super willpower, Zhou Luo would never dare to easily extract Phoenix Force. This kind of power is too violent, he is not as lucky as Qin Ji lay, he will burn himself if he is not careful. Fortunately, the willpower should be enough now, so he dared to extract this kind of power against this guy. Ding! Extract the character Phoenix skills. It is recommended to extract Phoenix Force. Ding! Extract 20% of Phoenix skills and automatically focus on Phoenix Force, and the host gains 20% Phoenix Force of Phoenix. Along with the system's cold prompt sound echoing in the ears, a terrifying and scorching power appeared in the dark and merged into Zhou Luo's body. In an instant, that kind of terrifying heat that seemed to burn the sky and the earth exploded in his body. Well! He snorted, a smear of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and then instantly solidified and turned into a blood scab. Intense pain swept through his body. Zhou Luo restrained with super strong willpower to prevent himself from passing out. Phoenix Force swept past, and he could feel his body constantly changing, constantly actively adapting to Phoenix Force. After another half an hour, he fell off the lazy couch and fell to the ground. A layer of black ash fell from him, that was the skin burned by Phoenix Force. Roar! Zhou Luo let out a foul breath and got up from the ground. At the moment, he felt that his condition was great. Phoenix Force has been tamed under the control of super willpower. Although he needs some necessary practice to control this terrifying force, it will no longer burden his body. Take a shower. After a grunt, he entered the U-room and began to take a shower. In the mirror, his skin was much smoother, and all the bullet marks, knife wounds, and other scars left during the mission had disappeared. And the spirit of his whole person has been improved. Hey, he's handsome again. The code word is not easy. Everyone, can you use your flowers, collections, and monthly tickets to support the younger brother? Chapter 30. Hey. Awakening, it feels like UBD has become different. At the dinner table, Batman smiled and teased. Joe Luo tossed his hair and said, "This is inevitable. I am looking handsome every day." Batman rolled his eyes, too lazy to compare with him. Katana still hasn't been found. It is estimated that she has left Gotham City. Joe Luo nodded, already guessing. He waved his hand indifferently, and said, "It's okay, without Joker, she can't make too much waves." After eating breakfast, Joe Luo bid farewell to Batman and came to Xavier Genius Academy, but was told that Phoenix had left early in the morning. After the security guard Andre finished 2 rounds of bullets on a routine basis, Joe Luo asked him to tell Phoenix that he was back to Washington for himself, and told her that there was nothing to call her phone number at any time. Then, he drove out of the unfathomable city of Gotham and returned to Washington. Back to the penthouse at number 72 Sangley Avenue, holding a cup of pancakes, looking down at the city. Joe Luo looked calm. Click. Take a picture and relax. After drinking a glass of champagne, he left the apartment and went to a remote beach outside Washington to start training his Phoenix Force. In the afternoon, Suicide Squad finally got news. They have found Tony Stark, but they weren't rescued by them, but after fighting with the 10 Rings who kidnapped him, they rushed out in a strange steel armor. History is always surprisingly similar. Joe Luo snapped his fingers, and the abstract fire horse formed by Phoenix Force dissipated in an instant. Falling into the sea water immediately caused the sea to boil frantically, and even some fish and shrimps were cooked directly and exuding the fresh fragrance of seafood. Bring Tony back soon. After leaving the beach and returning to the apartment, Joe Luo changed into a formal attire and came to SHIELD. After passing the news to Nick Fury, he found Captain America, who was working hard to practice vegetable cutting skills. "Hey, Steve. How are your shredded potatoes?" Joe Luo greeted Roar with a smile, then picked up his shield and sat down under his pea stalk. The corner of Captain America's mouth twitched, and he pointed to his shield and said, "Joe, you can disrespect me, but I think you should have a minimum of respect for the national emblem." Joe Luo looked down and waved his hand. "Steve, I respect you very much, and I also respect the national emblem. So how is your potato shreds cut?" The temples of Captain America were about to bulge, staring at Joe Luo almost violently. This BD, who puts his own words on deaf ears, is this respect? Seeing how he might burst his blood vessels at any time, Joe Luo raised his hand and muttered, okay, isn't that stingy just to put down pea shares, why bother to be so serious?" Afterwards, he threw the shield over and asked for the 3rd time, "Steve, let me see your potato shreds." After receiving the shield, Captain America's face looked a little better, but when he heard him ask the potato shreds, his face flashed with an unnatural look. That, potato shreds, was taken by Phil Coulson to eat. Captain America's eyes were erratic. At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded, and Phil Coulson walked in with a paper bag. Inside the bag, there are French fries. "Mr. Rogers, I have made the French fries in the restaurant ready. Would you like to have some?" Steve's face turned dark, full of embarrassment. Joe Luo walked over, picked up a chopstick-thick French fries and stuffed it into his mouth. He turned around and said, "Steve, it's been 3 days, you are so good. It's not enough, but do you feel that you have better control over your power?" Steve smiled awkwardly and said, "This the first time I did this kind of thing, it was a bit slow. But the method you said is really good. I feel that I have a lot better control over my muscles now, at least not. There will be things like crushing eggs. Zhou Luo nodded, that's good. He walked over and patted his shoulder again, and said, come on, cut 2 and show me to see how far you are. There are not many opportunities for Captain America to perform shredded potatoes. Zhou Luo clapped his hands and invited Phil Coulson to sit down and observe. Captain America swallowed and suddenly felt a sense of fear that he hadn't lived in for a long time. It's just like... The pupil was drawn by the teacher and asked him to recite the text. God! You must play well this time. Captain America twisted his neck, picked up the kitchen knife and potatoes, took a deep breath and cut the first cut with a sense of ritual. Next to him, Zhou Luo patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder and said, Phil Coulson, there are not many opportunities to see Steve cutting potatoes. Don't you go and take a photo. Phil Coulson has a question mark on his face. Group photo? Cut a potato, what's a good photo for? Phil Coulson, don't share your personal DNA. Okay. Okay. Phil Coulson raised his hand to surrender, and approached Captain America with his head full of question marks, compared to a scissor hand. Oi! Zhou Luo picked up the camera and clicked it. Then, the experience value increased. Crack! Captain America was so distracted by his actions that he almost shredded the cutting board in one cut. He raised his head to speak but stopped, and finally held back forcibly. Can't argue with the BD Joe, even Natasha Romanoff couldn't resist even Natasha Romanoff, let alone himself. Chapter 31. Captain America succumbed to Zhou Luo's lewd power and silently moved forward to a qualified mound. And Phil Coulson stood beside him holding the fries, commenting while eating. Steve, you cut too finely, you can't fry French fries at all. Steve, you can actually consider going to the restaurant downstairs to work. I think they will welcome you very much, especially Aisha. I saw her staring at you drooling. Steve. Phil Coulson is chattering endlessly. Captain America raised the kitchen knife and looked back at him with dangerous eyes. Phil Coulson, I swear, if you say one more word, I will tie you up and throw it on Aisha's chuang. Shit. Phil Coulson recalled Aisha's figure, resolutely closed her mouth and shook her head, and retreated to Zhou Luo's side. Compared with Steve, Joe is safer. Phil Coulson, I'm actually curious about the scene where you gave away your personal DNA to Aisha. A dangerous light flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, causing Phil Coulson to take a breath and escape like a rabbit. These two bastards are terrible. Okay, now all the people are gone, Steve, you can continue your performance. Zhou Luo grinned. Captain America took a deep breath and started his performance. Tuck tuck. The light of the knife flickered. Captain America was not fast or slow, cutting potato shreds. 1 minute later. Under his nervous look, Zhou Luo twisted a handful of finished products and made a tut. Steve, your progress is okay, but let me tell you the truth, any ordinary person in Daxia who has been exposed to cooking is better than you, so you need more effort. Zhou Luo's relentless comment made Captain America's old face flushed. It's so embarrassing. How can I be a hero, why can't I do such a small thing? Seeing his expression, Zhou Luo bared his teeth. Hey! It hurts self-confidence by accident. But you are Captain America, how can you become like this after a little blow? Zhou Luo shrugged his nose, pushed him aside, and picked up the kitchen knife by himself. Steve, today I will give you a real demonstration of what is the strongest combination of control, eyesight, speed, etc. He smiled proudly, grabbed a potato and threw it into the sky. Afterwards, the knife was all over. 3 seconds later, a round potato fell on the surface of the knife, and he gently placed it on the cutting board. With a slight shake, the potatoes fell into the basin next to them. Suddenly, potato shreds, like shredded hair, spread out in the basin. Even and delicate. Captain America walked to the water basin and looked at the potato shreds inside, his eyes widened. Joe, how did you do it? Joe Luo pretended to smile, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Steve, this is your goal, work hard. After speaking, he left the Captain America lounge directly. After coming out of S.H.I.E.L.D, he did not go home, but went to a secret base on the outskirts of Washington. Suicide Squad has returned from the Middle East with Stark and will land here soon. Before long, the transport plane of the United States landed. Suicide Squad was blindfolded and sent away from the base to start their 3-month vacation. Only the Joker woman was very upset with this arrangement and shouted, "Let me go! Let me go! I want to see your Chief Joe! I want to see him!" However, the female agent in charge of her showed no face, and sent her out with sarcasm on her face. In the base medical room, Tony Stark woke up slowly. "Hey, Joe." He smiled weakly and said, "I thought I would be a big beauty at first sight when I woke up, but I didn't expect it to be you a whole." Joe Luo smiled and held up a huge syringe that looked like injecting a cow, squeezed the pea share in front of him, and said, "Oh, dear Mr. Stark, your body is very weak now and you need a nutrient solution urgently, then I start." Stark looked at the syringe that was about the size of his arm, his face was like pig liver, and his hands were shaking. "No. God. For the sake of God, don't do this, Joe." With a smirk on his face, Joe Luo turned the syringe upside down happily, and then inserted it fiercely. "Wow!" The terrible howls echoed. Stark bounced directly off the chuang, his eyes almost staring out. A needle was inserted directly into the root of his daw's leg, and all the blue medicine inside was integrated into his body. 1 inch. Just 1 inch away, you will waste me. Stark screamed roar, his face pale. Joe Luo shrugged, pulled out the needle, and said, "Tony, you know I'm not a professional nurse, but I'm worried about other people here giving you injections, you know." Stark glanced at the huge syringe in his hand, his eyes turned green, and he snarled, "A hole. Don't you know how to find a smaller syringe?" Joe Luo shrugged and said, "I said I'm not a professional." Stark sighed helplessly, feeling that as the injection was absorbed, his body's strength was slowly recovering. "Joe, I have always forgotten to ask you what organization this guy is, and why is it so powerful?" He knew that Joe Luo worked for a secret organization, but he did not expect that his energy was so great that he could send people to the Middle East to save himself. Moreover, the kind of green energy liquid just now is not something that ordinary organizations can get. Chapter 32. Joe Luo looked back and looked at Stark and said solemnly, "Stark, your current class is not enough to understand my organization, but as long as you can perfect your steel armor, sooner or later you will know that I am actually saving the world." "Own, is this underestimated? Save the world?" Stark rubbed his chin, looked at Joe Luo contemptuously, and said, "Joe, you are so prevarication of your friends." Joe Luo curled his mouth, grabbed a handful of powder and sprinkled it out. "Then I will use this to prevaricate you." He shook Stark's face with powder, and then the famous playboy from the United States fell straight down like that. After washing his hands, Joe Luo directly carried Stark up and drove away from the base. On the top floor of number 72 Sangli Avenue, Joe Luo is leaning on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses and holding a glass of champagne. He took off the sunglasses from Tony Stark's eyes next to him, and it was beautiful under the dazzling sunlight. He growled viciously. Joe Luo curled his lips and said, "Stark, I am a traditional Hyuxia, and I don't have anything to do with your eyes." "Pooh." Stark spat angrily and walked over and said, "Joe, I am also a literate playboy. Don't think I don't know that things like prostitutes are very elegant in your ancient Daxia. I go, do you know this kind of thing?" Joe Luo's eyes widened, and he was full of alert look at Stark. Unless there is a special purpose, I don't think any foreigner will go to study the child prostitution culture of ancient Daxia. So, Stark, Playboy is just your cloak in disguise, and your true orientation is basically a homosexual. Or, this time you were able to get out of trouble smoothly, or did you lose many of your eyes? He speaks very fast, as if singing a poem between the ups and downs. It's just this poem that gives Stark a shit-like experience. Shit. I'm a straight man. Straighter than steel bars. Stark growled angrily. Joe Luo curled his mouth, pointed to his pants stall and said, "Then Mr. Straight, please put your pants up first. You make me very disgusting." Stark looked down and realized that he didn't know when his pants had fallen off again. Suddenly, he lowered his head to lift his pants. His face was already embarrassed when he raised his head. What a shame. He clutched his forehead, like a migraine sufferer. "Okay, Stark, tell me what happened to you in Afghan." Joe Luo knocked on the railing and looked into the distant void. He needs to verify and see if there are more changes in the plot of this world. Stark nodded, his expression became serious, and he explained everything he had encountered in Afghan. After being kidnapped, a person named Ethan used electromagnets to seal the shrapnel to save his life. Then he used the inspiration Joe Luo gave him to create a small reactor and build a mecha, finally defeating the enemy and escaped. In the end, the Suicide Squad members who happened to search for the area found and brought it back to the United States. There is basically no deviation. You are lucky, Stark. Joe Luo patted him on the shoulder and said, "I think you should go back to your old nest as soon as possible, otherwise the Stark group may change." He clicked vaguely, but Stark didn't remember it. "Joe, thank you this time." With gratitude on his face, Stark punched Joe Luo in the chest. "If you are really grateful to me, then introduce a few more quality beauties to me," Joe Luo said with a smile. Stark shook his head speechlessly and said, "They say I am a famous playboy in the United States, but compared to UBD, my rank is too low. Which of your former girlfriends is not a stunning beauty? But UBD are now single." Joe Luo kicked out and hit his P-shares. "Get out of here. I'll find you in Los Angeles when I have time. You should go back as soon as possible. The Stark group is about to become a mess." Chapter 33. Stark returned to Los Angeles without stopping. Although he was still curious about Joe Luo's identity, he didn't get to the bottom of it. Because he believes in Joe Luo, since he said that as long as he perfects the belligerent armor, he can know what kind of organization he is. That must be the case. After he returned, Joe Luo didn't care much about what kind of turmoil would be caused. Stark has become the observation target of S.H.I.E.L.D, and he will not die so easily. At night, the starry sky is shining. "Joe, I heard that you have been very happy these few days." On the top floor of number 72 Sangli Avenue, Joe Luo looked at the Black Widow hanging on the balcony like a Spider-Man with a dazed expression. "Hey master, shouldn't you be tracking that big man who can swell in Brazil? Why did you come back suddenly?" He stood up, holding the wine glass, went to the balcony and pulled Black Widow up. He clapped his hands, he vomited, "If there is an elevator, why do you have to play for excitement?" Black Widow walked to the beach chair, and without shyness, he picked up the glass Joe Luo had drunk and drank the champagne in it in one gulp. After Chong Roar took a sigh of relief, she turned gracefully and sat on the recliner, stretching her perfect posture to the fullest. The military got on the bar with him. After a battle with him, this guy disappeared. So I just came back. On the bar? It seems that the Hulk, has already gone to Guatemala, and it won't be long before this guy will return to the United States and have a head-on with the hatred made by the military. Joe Luo smacked his lips, sat next to Black Widow, glanced at her jumpsuit curiously, and stopped talking. "Just let it out if you have fart." The Widow sister waved boldly. Joe Luo hesitated for a while, and asked, Master, I have always been curious, how do you solve the problem when you women wear this one-piece suit when you go to the toilet? There was a cold field. Black Widow turned his head, his eyes flashing dangerously. Joe, I haven't seen you in a few days, are you swollen? She stood up slowly, creaking her fists, and hooked her fingers at him. Come on, let's practice. Joe Luo waved his hand with a bitter face, it's not necessary, Master. Black Widow raised his eyebrows with a look of high interest. Is it a man? Oh shit. This is a bit too much. Joe Luo immediately became angry, staring at Black Widow, and said, Master, I have no eyes, if I hurt you, don't cry. Black Widow looked disdainful and shook his fingers and said, I don't know how many caddies you have? Don't talk nonsense, Master will be gentle. Grandmas. This is what you asked for. Joe Luo grinned, showing a weird smile, and then stepped out. Punch. Blasted out. Suddenly, Black Widow's expression changed slightly. Why is this guy so fast? A question flashed in her mind, and then she twisted her waist like a water snake, and couldn't escape Joe Luo's punch. Roar. The fist wind passed, and Black Widow's color changed again. What a powerful force! With just one punch, she realized that Joe Luo's strength and speed had completely surpassed her. Fighting is not just about speed and strength. She screamed, and her fist drilled out at a tricky angle and pointed directly at Joe Luo's ribs. Joe Luo gave a chuckle, slammed her fist with one hand, and pointed the other hand directly at the Widow sister's throat. I know, fighting skills are also very important. The clear voice sounded, and the Widow sister staggered his attack with an somersault, and volleyed her fists at his temple. However, Joe Luo's speed was faster, and one arm came first, and directly grabbed her arms. Twist. Like the Hot Wheels, Black Widow was rounded up. However, the Widow elder sister is a Widow elder sister. Even under such a disadvantage, her long legs still rushed out like a python and twisted Joe Luo's waist. Hard. Joe Luo's abdominal muscles tightened instantly, and he grabbed her arm and leaned forward. Then, he directly pressed Black Widow to the floor. The eyes are facing each other, the scorching breath is intertwined, and everything around them, including themselves, begins to heat up. But at this time, the door of Joe Luo's house was kicked open with a bang, and Captain America rushed in, frustrated. Joe. UBD, did you steal my shield again? Steal. Captain America rushed in angrily. The moment he saw Joe Luo and Black Widow tangled together in a classic AIMO pose on the floor next to the pool, the roar instantly turned into a stutter. Then, he suddenly turned around and stammered, Shit. I didn't see anything. FK. Steve the BD. Watching the Widow sister's eyes gradually cool, Joe Luo almost turned around and stabbed Captain America to death. Just use the dagger that he can't hide now, and is in contact with the Widow sister through the clothes, to stab this BD to death. Chapter 34. Joe, you should get up. Black Widow was pressed on the ground, his expression had returned to calm, his arms pressed slightly hard. Joe Luo smiled awkwardly and moved slightly. Well. Black Widow snorted, feeling that his scabbard had been attacked. I am your master. She gritted her teeth and whispered. Okay, I know. Joe Luo replied absently. Then, he stunned again. There was a fire in Black Widow's eyes and gritted his teeth. You won't get up again, believe it or not, the old lady has destroyed you. Joe Luo smirked, and finally got up again. It's just that he is standing there, his posture is not very elegant. Black Widow stood up numbly and glared at Joe Luo ferociously, his eyes flicking past his unsheathed dagger like a knife. Joe, come to headquarters tomorrow, I want to give you special training. Leaving a sentence full of chills, Black Widow jumped directly from the top of the building, and then quickly and steadily landed on the street and disappeared. Joe Luo stuck his waist in, turned around, and asked Captain America with an embarrassed look, "Steve, what's the problem with you?" Captain America opened his mouth, pointed at his crotch, and said awkwardly, "Don't you need to calm down?" Joe Luo waved his hand very angrily and said, "It doesn't matter, it only proves that I am very strong, and it doesn't make me feel ashamed." Captain America wanted to refute, but was speechless. "Grandmas, it's really amazing. Natasha Romanoff is your master. Don't you Orientals pay the most attention to respecting the teacher in the way?" Captain America was a little bit unable to understand, and continued to ask, "Besides, I heard that your ex-girlfriends are countless and have the title of humanoid self-propelled gun. You shouldn't lack women? Why are you?" Now it was Joe Luo's turn to be embarrassed. The humanoid self-propelled gun is correct, but it's not less important. This kind of black history, don't turn it out again, okay? Joe Luo took a breath, the expression on his face had become unpredictable. "Steve, you don't understand. Respect should be placed in the heart, not on the surface. Although I want to follow my master, this does not prevent me from respecting her. Also, I do not lack women, but I lack a woman who can be called a master. What philosophy is this? Feel. It seems to make sense." Captain America is a bit at a loss. As a man who had a brief love experience during World War II, he could not fully substitute for the logic of a humanoid self-propelled gun like Joe Luo. If it were Stark, it would be fine. After rubbing his aching temples, Captain America finally remembered his purpose. "Joe, return my shield to me." He stretched out his hand to beg for it. Joe Luo smacked his lips and shook his head resolutely and said, "No, it's not here with me." Captain America's face was dark and said, "I have watched the surveillance video, and you took it." Joe Luo rolled his eyes, then raised his hand to surrender, and said, Okay, I admit it was taken by me. Now, Mr. Steve, I formally request you in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent and borrow you S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few days." Captain America's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Request? Borrow it? You robber, you have stolen the shield." Joe Luo waved his hand and said, "Steve, please don't care about these details, just ask if you can borrow it." Captain America was weak and muttered, "At least you should tell me what you are going to do with it. If you want to ruin my shield, don't blame me for not giving face." Joe Luo flicked his fingernails and started to tear the tiger's skin. "Steve, you should remember Howard Stark." Captain America nodded. "His shield is inextricably related to this person." Watching him nod, Joe Luo took out his phone and started playing the video captured by Suicide Squad before. "Steve, this is Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark. As you can see, he is definitely a genius, and he is very righteous. This is the humanoid armor he made, but it lacks key materials, so the defense has never been able to improve. So, I lent S.H.I.E.L.D. to him to study." After watching the video, a flash of remembrance flashed in Captain America's eyes. He is very similar to his father, and both are geniuses. Joe Luo grinned and said, "So, do you agree to borrow the shield?" Captain America helplessly spread his hands and said, "What can I do if I disagree? UBD has already stolen the shield." After speaking, he sighed helplessly, turned and left. "I'm leaving, go back and continue cutting potatoes." Leaving a slightly desolate sentence, he turned around and left Joe Luo's residence. After he left, Joe Luo pulled out the shield from behind as if by magic. "Hey!" He smashed a walnut and sat on the ground and ate it happily. "UBD, I knew you were lying." A cold voice sounded, and Black Widow hung outside the window with another frosty expression. You haven't left yet." Joe Luo looked a little embarrassed. Black Widow flexibly flipped to the ground and said with a frosty face, "Not only did I not leave, I heard what you said just now. Holly, Shit. Have you heard it all? Chapter 35. Zhou Luo's face is a little green. Black Widow walked up to him step by step, looking directly at his face. Unexpectedly, the apprentice I accepted would have such big ambitions. The widow's sister exhaled like blue, her eyes filled with teasing. Zhou Luo heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head and said, "It's not that the apprentice is not a human being, but the master is so charming." Snort. Black Widow snorted coldly, but there was already a touch of joy in his eyes. Women. Regardless of Zhou Luo's reputation, no matter how many women he provoked. As long as the compliment from his mouth is enough to make any woman who knows him well. Withdrawing his hand, Black Widow skipped this and asked, "What are you doing with Steve's shield?" Zhou Luo raised the walnut in his hand and said definitely, "Smash the walnut." Black Widow's face turned dark, and he grabbed the walnut and put it in his mouth, and said, "You'd better tell the truth." Zhou Luo sighed, and seated the shield directly under the pea shares, and said, "Well, my sister is coming to Washington, I'm afraid that the monster family will follow him. So I am going to use this thing to protect my neck." "That, a woman is coming?" Black Widow's face grew darker. "It's almost as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why is she here?" Black Widow asked subconsciously. Zhou Luo spread his hands and said helplessly, "How do I know that my sister has come and gone without a trace? Anyway, she told me to pick up the plane at the airport tomorrow." Black Widow took a breath and tried to calm herself down, but her face was still very ugly. His eyes were full of fear for Sister Zhou Luo. "Okay, since your sister is coming, then I won't ask more, I will leave first." After speaking, she didn't linger, and even flipped out from the balcony as quickly as running away. It seemed that a certain great demon was about to come. After a while, Zhou Luo came back to his senses. Roar let out a sigh of relief. "It seems that not only I am afraid of the old sister, but even the widow sister is scared like this." After speaking, he shivered, as if being watched secretly by a certain great devil. The next afternoon, Zhou Luo left S.H.I.E.L.D. and drove to Washington Dulles International Airport in a classic car. The hustle and bustle of people walked out. Zhou Luo was bored on the railing and played with his mobile phone. Sudden, a fragrant wind passed by, and he felt his waist tighten, and he was hugged by something cold. And grabbed his arm in one hand. "Catch you! Ha ha ha, what a flamboyant muscle!" The strange voice sounded. Zhou Luo trembled all over, his face changed drastically. "Miss, you are holding the wrong person," he said in a vague voice, grabbed the cold little hands, prepared to separate them and ran away. However, a voice of chill sounded from behind him. "Zhou, if you dare to leave, I will call Carlyle and tell them that you are in Washington." There was resentment in the strange voice of the ancient spirit, and there was also a touch of longing. Zhou Luo smacked his lips, and said with an earned sound, "Who is Carlyle?" "I don't know, miss, you must have admitted the wrong person." "Hey! You admit the wrong person? I will never forget the smell of you in my life, otherwise you will let me take a bite." Zhou Luo's face changed again, and finally he relaxed all over and turned around slowly. "Alice, why are you? Where's my sister?" What hugged him was a girl with short hair, a delicate face and a very smart face, who seemed to be only about 18 or 19 years old. Alice Cullen. The little princess of the Karen family, she is small and cute like an elf. She has a natural view of fashion and music, and she always surprises people with her cleverness and alertness. At the same time, she is also Bella's best friend and rival in love. There is another problem. Alice Cullen has super ability. She can predict some future clips to some extent. So Zhou Luo feels that she has the double body of mutant and vampire. "Zhou, don't you miss me at all? Why did you ask Sister Zhou Qi as soon as I arrived?" Alice pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with unhappy emotions. Joe Luo smiled frankly and said, "Alice, she is my sister, and she asked me to pick up the plane today, so it seems okay for me to ask." Alice shrugged her nose, curled her lips and said, "It seems that there is no problem, but don't you feel excited about my arrival?" Joe Luo smacked his lips and said, "But Alice, we have broken up." Suddenly, Alice's face collapsed. "Ahole, did you tell me about breaking up? You just disappeared suddenly." It seems to be the case." Joe Luo recalled it, as if he had not contacted Alice and Bella ever since he left Fox with Black Widow. Therefore, there is no way to talk about breaking up. He smacked his lips and asked, "Could it be that almost 3 years have passed, and you haven't?" Alice shook her head directly, interrupting his question, and said, "Joe, besides you, what kind of people do you think in Fox can attract us? US? In other words, Bella also. Still waiting for yourself?" Joe Luo's face became even more embarrassed. "Grandmas, I left Fox by myself, got mixed up in S.H.I.E.L.D, and even won the reputation of a humanoid self-propelled gun. Unexpectedly, in that rainy town, there are 2 beautiful high school students guarding themselves. Wow! So ashamed." Chapter 36. Joe Luo felt a little embarrassed. Too ashamed. "So Alice, where is my sister?" Joe Luo changed the subject, eyes wandering, looking for her sister. Alice chuckled and said, "Sister Joe Chi didn't come over. I pestered her to call you and ask you to pick up the plane." You little clever ghost." Joe Luo sighed, feeling really stupid. "Don't you know what your sister is? Does she need to notify herself when she does something? No need at all. It's like when I was at home with Bella for the first time that year, when my sister kicked the door open because there were no mosquito coils in her room. In the face of the 2 young men who were unable to hold on to their own love, the great elder sister did not feel wrong at all, and gorgeously ignored them and picked up the mosquito coils and left. Did not say a word. In this way, Joe Luo's plan to break the ground was forced to stop, and since then he has never found a chance to communicate with Bella or Alice in depth. Forget it, let's talk about it in the car." With a sigh, Joe Luo took Alice into his classic car. Anyway, it was not the first time that he was scammed by Joe Chi. Used to it. Driving a car and walking on the congested road in Washington, Joe Luo asked, "What are you doing in Washington this time?" Alice was sitting in the co-pilot, and the seat belt was pulled between her 2 Himalayan seats, making them more and more blooming. Taking a sip of the blood-red drink, Alice, wearing sunglasses, tilted her head and looked at him, and said, "I'm here to attend college in Washington, D.C., Washington University." "I go. Vampire going to college? May I ask, how did you convince Carlyle?" Joe Luo asked curiously. Alice smiled, like a happy elf, and said grinning, "It's not me, it's the father that Joe Chi's sister persuaded." Shit. Joe Luo blinked, feeling that his sister is becoming more and more mysterious. Alice's so-called persuasion, Joe Luo is 100% confident, it is certain that his sister used her fist to persuade this stubborn vegetarian and even an old vampire who believes in God. "Well, I'm fine." Joe Luo smiled bitterly. Alice squinted her eyes and asked, "Then why don't you ask how Bella is?" Joe Luo did not squint and said nothing. "I'm so stupid. In front of an ex-girlfriend, ask about another ex-girlfriend. By the way, when they stepped on 2 boats, they were the heroines." Alice curled her lips and said with a lack of interest, "Bella went to Los Angeles. She wants to be a star. She said that this will allow you to see her beautifully on TV. Star? She has a way." Joe Luo raised an eyebrow and asked. Alice nodded and said, "Her new guardian, her distant aunt, is a Hollywood agent. I heard it's pretty good." "There is a way." Joe Luo asked Aunt Bella's name, and then secretly remembered it. He drove on in the classic car, and after a jam for more than an hour, he drove into 72 Sangley Avenue. Enter the top floor, scan fingerprints and iris, and take the little princess of the Karen family into his luxurious apartment. You will play by yourself first, and I will prepare dinner. Joe Luo invited Roar Alice to play by himself, but he put on an apron and started to prepare dinner. As a vampire, Alice naturally does not eat ordinary food. But don't forget the identity of Joe Luo. He directly used public implements for private use, and asked his men to get fresh animal blood, which must be delivered before coagulation. Then he processed it in the most conventional proportions of the Karen family and prepared dinner for Alice. As for himself, he was going to simply make himself a roasted sirloin with potatoes, a pot of boiled fish, and a pot of fragrant sweet potato rice. Eat simpler. While he was preparing the food, Alice came to the terrace and couldn't help but make a noise when she saw the sparkling swimming pool. Wow! There is a swimming pool here. Joe Luo looked up at the right time, pointed to the locker room next to the swimming pool and said, "Alice, change it yourself." Alice walked into the locker room, and soon changed into a pure black swimsuit with moire gold rim and came out. This kind of swimsuit, ordinary people can't control it at all, but it makes her wear a stunning feeling. Coupled with her short hair, she walked out in the night, like a playful Proxima Midnight. When she came to the pool, she pointed inside and asked, "Joe, why do you have such a big swimming pool?" Joe Luo raised his head and looked at Alice in a pure black swimsuit, with amazing light in his eyes. After a moment of stunned, he slapped his lips and said, "Oh, I was doing a research recently on how women encounter various dangers while relaxing on the beach, and how to accomplish various self-rescue." Alice rolled her eyes and mumbled, "A hole, do you really think I was still a little girl crying in the classroom by a few words of you 3 years ago?" Chapter 37. Recalling the old things, Joe Luo's face is full of embarrassment. "That, actually. I didn't lie to you either. Didn't you really taste the taste in the end?" he defended awkwardly and wittily. Alice rolled her eyes again and appeared beside him in a swift manner. Her cold hands directly cupped his face. "UBD, you said that as I expected." Afterwards, she stood on tiptoes, the corners of her mouth wavy slightly. She has endured this way for a long time. In the cold, a fruity breath evenly fell on his face. Joe Luo's eyes were smiling, and naturally he would not escape. No one refuses to come. Unlike normal human experience, Alice is a vampire and originally has no temperature. The sound of tusk was stopped until a mushy smell wafted out. Joe Luo pushed Alice away with difficulty, turned off the fire, and smiled bitterly, "It looks like I have to eat takeaway tonight." Wrapped in black clothes studded with gold threads, oppressed, bursting with the power of rebound, Joe Luo turned off the fire, tilted his head, and asked Alice, "Alice, do you want to relieve the youthful youth?" Alice rolled her eyes and muttered, "A hole, why are you trying to fool me again?" Weak. Click. The flashing light did not make Alice dodge. On the contrary, this elf-like vampire was also very cooperative, changing the theoretical knowledge Joe Luo had taught her from time to time in profile and full face in the camera. What's more, what surprised Joe Luo even more was that the little princess of the Karen family threw away the black swimsuit without a teacher, and used her unique ability to give Joe Luo a new feeling. When the delivery person and the S.H.I.E.L.D agent who brought fresh animal blood rang the doorbell together, Joe Luo's mind flashed 3 years ago when he was in middle school in Fox, and then he called Roar and went to open the door. "EPUB." With a plop, she jumped into the pool, swimming under the water like a mermaid. Although she still failed to get what she wanted and experienced the feeling mentioned by some students in the education class, she was already very satisfied. Relieve old dreams, it is always easy to satisfy a woman. Joe Luo shook his legs while carrying the takeaway, carrying fresh animal blood, and walking at a pace that his 6 relatives did not recognize. Skillfully helped Alice to prepare the blood drink, and opened the takeaway on the open-air table. "Alice, come to eat," Zhou Luo asked Roar. Alice rushed out of the clear water, wiped her hair casually, letting her messy hair stick to Rugxiu's cheek. She walked to the dining table and sat down, looked at the big cup of blood drink, and said, "I just ate it." As she said, she gestured with a grin. Zhou Luo's heart trembled. "Grandma's, what a terrible little fairy. Well, I know you are having a good time, so let's replenish your energy." Patting the back of the little beautiful woman's head, Zhou Luo began to eat takeaway. "I have to say, the food in the United States is really unpleasant." After filling his stomach, he took Alice out to go shopping. Since becoming a vampire, Alice in Foxtown, who has never left, is very excited, jumping for joy along the way like a happy butterfly. Zhou Luo took her around Baoei Fashion Mall, and when she came out, she was already carrying many luxury brand bags. The little beauty put her arm around him and didn't let go. She looked like a little bird. Chapter 38. After returning home with Alice, Zhou Luo collapsed on the sofa violently. Alice replied shyly, "I'll go to rest first." Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you need me to help you rub your back? My emo pressing technique is also a great way to relieve fatigue quickly." Alice snorted softly, and said charmingly, "Cut, your little garland, don't I know? There is no door." After speaking, she stepped on her slippers and walked into the bedroom. Lying on the lazy couch, through the frosted glass, watching Alice's unhurried movements under the light, like love. "Grandma's. Alice, it's a modern version of Snow White." "Hey!" Zhou Luo said he couldn't help it. "Ah!" Suddenly someone came in, Alice screamed subconsciously, and then shot like thunder. Laugh. The little princess of the Karen family, who had already been full of speed specialization, shot her hands like lightning, tearing the water curtain instantly, and her slender, white palm appeared on Zhou Luo's throat. "It's me." A hoarse voice rang down, and when Alice loosened her strength, she felt that she was grasped by a strong arm. Sudden. 2 snow-white palms pressed on the glass, rubbed off the water mist on it, and left 2 palm prints when he left after a long time. Soon, the slender snow-white back fell on the frosted glass again, drawing a beautiful line. The morning sun was shining on her face, and even the fine hairs on Alice's white and flawless face were visible. A strange fragrance radiated from her body, like the sweetness of blood. With her long eyelashes trembling slightly, a pair of golden eyes appeared, as if competing with the sun. "You're awake." Zhou Luo leaned against her, shaking her soft black hair with one hand, with a sunny smile on her face. Alice stretched lazily, lifting the quilt to see her perfect figure. "How long have you been awake?" she asked, yawning. Zhou Luo couldn't help squeezing her nose and said, "It won't be long before, but if you don't wake up anymore, I might be tempted to ask you to eat a hot dog." Alice sniffed and gave him a cute look. "Hey, rascal! Get up, after breakfast, I will take you to meet someone," Zhou Luo said with a smile. Alice asked curiously, "Who do you see?" Zhou Luo snapped his fingers and said, "A bald head, a very powerful bald head." "Oh!" Alice curled her lips in disapproval. "How powerful can it be? Get up and eat." During this process, Zhou Luo didn't do anything. Although he likes beautiful women, he is not yet dominated. Love can only be regarded as the adjustment of life. It should be done with the right person at the right time, not as a meal. After breakfast, he took Alice and drove to Gotham City. The University of Washington will not open for nearly half a month, so he is going to let Alice go to the Xavier Genius School during this time, and let Professor X, the bald head, see if Alice's ability to predict the future can be improved. Putting a character like a prophet by his side is definitely a big killer. Xavier Genius School. Joe Luo's car stopped at the door, and old Andre rushed out with a submachine gun. Da-da-da! The muzzle burst into flames, and the metal bullet fell on the windshield and then bounced off. Inside the car, Joe Luo held down Alice, who wanted to do it, and said, "It's okay, this is welcoming me." Alice looked blank. "This is called meat? Does this look like? In other words, the languages we currently use are not the same?" Alice curled her lips and said, "Believe me, he is about to hold your head with the muzzle." Joe Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and slowly rolled down the car window. After the two shuttles passed, old Andre picked up the submachine gun and laughed outside the car. "Hey Joe! I heard that you and Chin made up." He walked over slowly. Joe Luo greeted him with a smile on his face, roar, and said, "Old Andre, your news is still so good." However, in the next second, the muzzle of the black hole hit his forehead. "Joe, although Lao Tzu is getting older, he is not blind. When you came to Xavier, you brought a girl with you. Are you afraid that after Chin gets angry, Xavier can't be taken down?" Old Andre's face was extremely gloomy. He blew his beard and stared, and he was about to pull the trigger. Joe Luo ignored him, but turned around and asked Alice, "Did you see?" Alice nodded with a grin, and said, "I also saw this old gentleman spit at you." "Damn it!" Joe Luo was clever and shook the car window quickly. Puff! In an instant, a mouthful of thick sputum fell on the car window glass. Chapter 39. Andre. You. Mother, Fr. Joe Luo's face turned green, and he slapped the central control instrument with a slap. Suddenly, water began to spray quickly around the car body, and an automatic car wash was completed in a few seconds. "Andre, if you spit at me again, don't blame me for attacking your little granddaughter. You know, I have this ability to make your granddaughter forget everything." Joe Luo rolled the car window down a gap and roared angrily. Outside the car, old Andre's face instantly turned pale. The granddaughter is his forbidden, no one can hurt. However, he knew just how evil the Huxia youth was in front of him. Any woman he pursued could not stop his evil bewitching and eventually fell. Even the light of Xavier, Phoenix, who possesses great power, cannot be spared. "Joe, you are the biggest rascal in this world." With a helpless sigh, old Andre turned and opened Xavier's door. Entering the door, Alice asked curiously, "My dear, this is the Xavier Genius School you are talking about? That school full of mutant?" Joe Luo nodded and said, "Yes, this is Xavier, the cradle of mutant. And the bald head I will take you to is the principal of this school." After speaking, he gave another bitter smile and said, "And Alice, don't call me dear here, many ex-girlfriends are here." Alice raised her eyebrows, her delicate and pretty face was full of disdain, and said, "They are ex-girlfriends, but I'm genuine. Besides, do you think I'm afraid of them?" Joe Luo smacked his lips and said, "But, they are behind you." Alice rolled her eyes and said, "That just means you are a scumbag. Hey FK! You are fattened." Joe Luo snorted coldly, squeezed her white cheeks, and said, "Scumbag, don't you still fly moths to the fire?" Cut! Alice snorted and took his arm after getting out of the car. "She will swear an oath of sovereignty." Joe Luo struggled a bit and let her go. "Joe, you are really brave." Cyclops Kit's face changed a little while walking towards him wearing special glasses, and then he was gloating. Joe Luo shrugged and nodded, "Xavier, who doesn't know that I am bold?" Cyclops' expression changed slightly, and then sneered, "Then I will see when you can be bold enough." Joe Luo said tit for tat, "It depends on how long you can live." FK. This BD is too arrogant. Cyclops snorted, resisted taking off his glasses, and turned to leave with the urge to dry his eyes. Had it not been for the professor's strict orders not to do anything in school, you would have no idea how many times you have died. Why do I feel like he is like a CK that has lost a fight? Alice's crisp voice echoed. Zhou Luo grinned, and said, what you said, it seems that there is nothing wrong with him. He is indeed a CK that has lost a fight. Cyclops staggered and almost fell. Alice added, it's so pitiful, it's still a soft-footed shrimp. FK. Cyclops' eyes went dark, and he rolled directly down the steps, embarrassed. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, forget it, this guy is actually pretty good. The only drawback is that he has no charm. No one likes him in school, so, you know. After speaking, she shrugged, and walked into the building with Alice's slender waist generously. I made an appointment at the front desk, and he and Alice sat on the bench together and waited. Da-da-da. The thin heel hit the smooth ground, and a sluggish breath slowly approached. Then, a smoky voice rang in front. Joe, is this your friend? A very slender woman with a strand of white hair on her forehead and a delicate face with smoky makeup came up to Alice. Hello, my name is Anna. I am one of Joe's admirers. Raksha girl Anna poked out her hand. Zhou Luo changed her face slightly, and stopped Alice, who was about to shake hands, and said, Alice, don't. Alice paused, then tilted her head and said, my dear, I have seen this scene. This woman seems to have a kind of ability that can swallow other people's memories and even vitality, right? Don't worry, her ability is not valid for me. On the opposite side, the Raksha girl's face became difficult to look. A dear of Alice, coupled with the so-called invalid ability, seemed to her to be the other party deliberately provoking. Joe, don't you introduce it. She looked at Zhou Luo, with a hint of resentment and depression in her eyes that could not be concealed. Zhou Luo smiled awkwardly and was about to introduce it to her. As a result, Alice next to her took the initiative to hold the Raksha girl's hand and said, hello, my name is Alice. I have known Luo for many years. He is my first love. The Raksha girl's pupils shrunk slightly, and then she smiled and said, really? You are very poor. In this school, there are several ex-girlfriends in Zhou, but there are more in other places. Alice smiled sweetly, shook her head and said, that can only mean that he is too good. For example, if you didn't even get the tickets for your ex-girlfriend, you can only be a poor admirer. The Raksha girl was anxious, and a murderous aura slowly spread. Alice was also not to be outdone. The chaos and killing that belonged to the vampire also boiled instantly. At this moment, between the eyes of two stunning beauties, there seemed to be countless sparks flickering. The war seems to be on the verge of. Chapter 40. Sitting on the bench, watching the Raksha girl and Alice, even Zhou Luo, a humanoid self-propelled cannon who breaks up, feels a bit tricky. One is his admirer, but the ability he has is too weird to have real contact with him, so the relationship with him is also awkward. And the other one was half of my first love when I was on 2 boats in Foxtown a few years ago. By the way, this half of the first love was finally wiped out by myself last night. 2 women, Zhou Luo feels a little shackled when dealing with them. Cough cough cough. He coughed twice and said, what, Anna, you can sit down and rest. After speaking, he regretted it. While he was getting more painful, the Raksha girl raised her eyebrows slightly and sat to his left. Then, the 2 women seemed to be able to see through his pierced ears, and started an invisible eye confrontation across Zhou Luo. You are amazing, you are the only one, who can be immune to my ability. Raksha girl said indifferently. Next to him, Alice tilted her head and said innocently, really? Then you are so pitiful. You must have never tried human temperature. The color of the goddess Raksha remained unchanged, and said with a sneer, but at least I am a human being. Alice frowned and said, so what? You don't live like a human at all. The Raksha girl was silent. Then, Zhou Luo felt that the 2 women began to clash with each other's eyes through him again. Would you like to go out for a fight? Alice wrinkled her nose and exclaimed. Good idea. The Raksha girl raised her eyebrows, and then stood up with Alice and walked outside. Damn it! Are you ready to fight? Joe Luo smacked his lips, and after thinking for a second, he gave up trying to persuade him. A woman in a whirlpool of emotions cannot be persuaded. Besides, these two women still fight for him, how can he persuade them? It's a big deal, so I'll fight, and don't let them get hurt. He knew about Alice's combat effectiveness. The Karen family are all freaks who specialize in speed to the full level, and they are absolutely terrifying in battle. But the Raksha girl is not weak, and there is also the kind of weird super ability that absorbs ability briefly. The variables are too big. The outcome is unpredictable. But is this interesting? Besides, his ex-girlfriends used to fight, and he was already numb. Joe Luo stood up, didn't mean to stop, and walked out. Raksha girl and Alice walked out the door together. At this time, Cyclops Kurt also appeared again, and at the moment when he was not paying attention, he was sadly pinched by the Raksha girl. Sorry, borrow your ability to use it. The Raksha girl hummed, then closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes again, with terrifying energy flashing in her eyes. Then he quickly closed his eyes, and quickly chased Alice out of the school with his strong perception ability. The poor Cyclops Kurt was stiff, as if he had had a nightmare. Such a scene quickly attracted the attention of many mutants of Xavier Genius School, and they all ran excitedly. Quick! There seems to be a good show. Who is that, so beautiful? It seems that there is any contradiction with Teacher Anna. Contradiction? Isn't this clear? Have you seen that man? He is the legendary humanoid self-propelled gun. Shit! This guy is the self-propelled gun that nearly demolished the school last year by a few teachers. Amidst the discussion, more and more students from Xavier Genius School followed out, preparing to watch the show. The eastern outskirts of Gotham City, in an uninhabited wilderness. Alice and the Raksha girl who has temporarily absorbed Cyclops' ability stand against each other, surrounded by a group of mutant students from Xavier. Joe Luo, on the other hand, was sitting on a pile of rocks, licking melon seeds leisurely among the strange eyes of many Xavier mutant students. Humph! With a cold snort, Raksha girl suddenly opened her eyes. Moment! The red shockwave burst out of her eyes and pointed straight at Alice. Alice's speed exploded between the lightning and flint, and she moved quickly towards the Raksha girl in a completely unruly way. The Raksha girl's face changed slightly, her eyes changed rapidly, chasing Alice's figure. However, as the little princess of the Karen family, Alice has the terrifying speed of a vampire, and also possesses a terrifying super ability. Foresee the future. This skill, as Alice grows, can already be used occasionally in battle. Concentrate and foresee the future. Almost 1/3 of the movements of the Rakshasa girl were predicted by Alice, and then she made a perfect evasion. Without spending too much effort, Alice has already come to the front of the Raksha girl. One hand squeezed her neck like lightning from behind, and the other hand directly buckled her slender waist. It seems that I won. The crisp voice echoed in Raksha's ears, and Alice's exquisite face was full of narrow expressions, and she muttered, "So according to the story in the novel, have I already obtained the right to accompany you?" Chapter 41. Escort right? The Raksha female face turned black, and the surrounding Xavier mutant students stared at Joe Luo with envy and hatred. This BD. What kind of magic power does he have that makes one after another extremely outstanding and stunning beauties fall in love with him? He is not handsome. In the eyes of these guys from the United States, Joe Luo is totally uncomfortable with handsome, at best he looks pretty pleasing to the eye. Do you think you can have Joe if you beat me? You are too young. The Raksha girl endured the discomfort in her throat, closed her eyes with a mocking expression on her face, and said, "I'm just a nameless man. The opponent you will face is stronger than you can imagine, get ready." Alice curled her lips and said, are you talking about a woman with red hair? Don't worry, I won't necessarily lose to her. Raksha girl closed her eyes and didn't want to talk to her. She is in a state of confusion now. On the rock, Zhou Luo, who had finished eating melon seeds, jumped down and walked over and said, "Okay girls, you will be friends after a game, Alice let go." Around, the mutant students of Xavier were almost numb. God's friend. Are they not rivals in love? Return friends. However, Alice let go of her hand obediently, and the Raksha girl stretched out her hand again after hesitating for a while. "Hello, meet again, Xavier Genius School, Anna Marie." Alice shook her hands without pressure and said, "Fox, Alice Cullen." "Karen?" The Raksha girl who had dissipated Cyclops' power raised her eyebrows, her face showing a clear look. Obviously, the Karen family has some popularity even in the mutant world. No wonder you are immune to my ability. The Raksha girl sighed, as if the battle with Alice just now hadn't happened at all. Alice chuckled and said, "Your ability is so great, and I know you must not give your best." The Raksha girl shook her head and said, "Even if I try my best to simulate the ability of a few other friends, I still can't help you." Alice pouted, "That's not necessarily true. I can only fight in close combat. This is a shortcoming." The Raksha girl continued to shake her head, preparing to blow a wave. Zhou Luo couldn't help but interject, "By the way, shouldn't you be in a relationship with rivals? Why do you suddenly feel that after a fight, you have become good friends? It's so weird." Alice curled her lips and said, "What's the matter? Although we are rivals in love, it does not prevent us from being friends. Isn't that the way Bella and I are? Although UBD broke our hearts, but after you leave are we also good friends who talk about everything?" On the side, the Raksha girl tilted her head and nodded in agreement. You are so reasonable, I was speechless. Women's friendship is so strange." Zhou Luo scratched his head and encountered an unsolvable problem for the first time. And the chick Alice who was happily on the side had already taken up the Raksha girl's arm and said with a smile, "Let's go Anna, we will go to school, today my dear brought me to see a bald head. Don't forget the business." Perhaps it was because it was the first time someone could kiss me with her like this. After a little resistance, Anna walked back with Alice with a smile on her face. Even Zhou Luo saw a long-lost smile on her face. At this moment, she seemed very satisfied. Returning to Xavier in the midst of pointing. Alice and the Raksha girl seemed to have become good girlfriends. A vampire and an abnormal human being whispered along the way, and laughter like silver bells can be heard from time to time. Zhou Luo rubbed his ears and stepped into the office building first. The sadly reminded Kurt walked towards him, his face turned ugly at the moment he saw the Raksha girl, and he turned and ran. He was shocked by the feeling just now. "Hello Mr. Zhou, the professor is waiting for you and the lady in the office on the 3rd floor." The girl at the front desk told him the news in a soft voice. Before leaving, she concealed a piece of paper into his hand, and gently scratched her little finger twice on the palm of his hand. Zhou Luo smacked his lips and put the note in his trouser pocket. Turning around, he shouted to Alice, "Alice, let's go and see the professor." Alice raised her head, responded well, and then took the Raksha girl's hand to say goodbye. When going upstairs, Zhou Luo asked curiously, "Alice, it's the first time you and Anna have met, why?" Alice curled her lips and muttered, "Curious, isn't it? It's not all because of UBD. How many women have you had since you left Fox?" Zhou Luo smiled awkwardly and politely, and said vaguely, "Maybe, probably, there are so many." Alice groaned and said, "How many? I think this is just a fraction." Zhou Luo smiled and said nothing. Alice wrinkled her nose, her eyes were full of sly, and said, "I think your ex-girlfriends still miss you, right? So in order to lock you firmly, I need some allies. Anna likes you, she should be one of my rivals, but her ability prevents her from getting close to you, so she is very safe for me. In this case, I developed her into an ally to fight against your lovers. What do you think? What do I think? I think you are so smart. Jo Luo squeezed her nose and said, "You are really a clever ghost." Alice was quite fierce, and said grinning, "I'm not young." Chapter 42. Inside the principal's office. Professor X pressed his bright bald head and listened quietly to Alice's narration. A few minutes later, he raised his head and said to Alice in a pleasant tone, "You are in a very strange state now, that is, you have the characteristics of a vampire, and you retain the super ability before you became a vampire. You should now be able to call it a mutant vampire. NS. Perhaps this is also the source of your fear of the Sunday." Alice nodded indifferently, and said, "If you are a mutant vampire, you will become a vampire. It doesn't matter." Professor X nodded and said, "You are in a very peculiar state. If you want, you can stay in Xavier's school to study for a period of time, which may improve your special ability to predict." Alice looked back at Jo Luo and asked, "My dear, can you?" Jo Luo nodded and said, "I sent you here just to let you control your ability, so it's natural to stay here and study." Alice turned her head and agreed. Professor X nodded in satisfaction, and then his face showed a look of distress. "Jo, you are causing me a big trouble." He frowned, and the forehead lines on his forehead could almost trap the mosquitoes. "Jin and Clarice will be back in a few days, and this academy will be lively by then." Jo Luo blinked and said, "Professor, this is beyond my control, so I can only pray that they won't. Xavier's school is demolished." Professor X's face turned dark, and he hummed, "This is not something you can control? If it weren't for you, Xavier's school would become what it is now? The atmosphere of the whole college has become chaotic because of you, and many times I want to be direct, get rid of you and clean up a scourge for the world." Jo Luo buttoned his nose and said proudly, "Professor, if you move me, believe it or not, Xavier's school will fall apart in minutes." Professor X's face became darker. Jo Luo is a big horse. In Xavier's school, except for the powerful mutants like Qin and Anna, almost 90% of the female mutants have a good impression of him. This BD, the reputation of the humanoid self-propelled gun, is really not an understatement. Aside, Alice also said happily, "Bald head, dare you to move him, I will make everyone in the academy a vampire." Professor X's face was darkened to the bottom of the pot. He was almost mad. "It's okay, you two can go out. Go to the front desk to go through the enrollment procedures, and leave me alone." He waved his hands, pushed the wheelchair, turned his back to Jo Luo and the others with a sore face, and looked out the window. Alice spit out her head playfully, and then winked at Jo Luo. "Well, I'm great, right?" Jo Luo scratched her little nose and nodded. "Yes, you are awesome." Then, he was taken by Alice's arm and left Professor X's office. After a long time, a sigh came from the office. "It's so young to be young." After going through the admission procedures of Xavier Genius School for Alice and moving her salute to the dormitory, Jo Luo bid farewell to the reluctant little vampire. After the little vampire experienced a brief loss, she started her plan while her eyes turned. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that the rivals hadn't come back, quickly gain a foothold in Xavier, and contact more allies to fight against the rivals. "Hey! Jo is mine. No one can take it away." She murmured a word. Then returned to her lively and lovely appearance, and went to the Raksha girl for information. Xavier fell into peace again. However, the old doorman Andre knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Gotham City. After Jo Luo drove the car and met his old friend Bruce, he asked him to arrange a special plane to Los Angeles. According to the information, Tony Stark is about to turn against Obadiah. Moreover, things have gone beyond the original plot development. This time Tony Stark has to face the Suicide Squad, which has been secretly assembled, in addition to the Obadiah who has created a large-scale armor. What the hell is Joker thinking? Joe Luo frowned, but couldn't figure out what Joker was going to do. After all, the world of neuropathic patients is incomprehensible to normal people. When he came to Los Angeles, he did not immediately notify Tony Stark, but came to S.H.I.E.L.Ds branch here. Hey Roy, I seem to be in better shape recently. Did you listen to my advice and do belly dancing every day? Having entered the secret branch of S.H.I.E.L.D, Joe Luo teased the front girl. The blonde and blue-eyed girl on the front desk ran to him and smiled and said, "Definitely Mr. Joe, my belly dance is very good now, so do you have time tonight? I want to sit on you close. I'll show you from the distance. Sit on and perform belly dancing? That kind of experience will be very peculiar." Joe Luo raised his eyebrows, feeling a little moved in his heart. "Mr. Joe, remember to call me at night." The girl at the front desk ran another eye and stuffed a small card into his palm. Joe Luo grinned and kicked the small card into his trouser pocket, and then walked into the real S.H.I.E.L.D branch. Chapter 43. In the meeting room, agents from the S.H.I.E.L.D branch, which belonged only to Joe Luo, were reporting to him. "Head, Obadiah has already started his action. The steel armor he secretly manufactured has been completed. Now he has invited Tony Stark to the Stark mansion for a reason. May I ask if we act now? Go to the villa? It looks like he is about to take away Tony Stark's arc reactor." Joe Luo shook his head and said, "Not for the time being." However, at this moment, another agent immediately said, "Head, Suicide Squad has been secretly assembled outside the Stark building. It seems that they are ready to take advantage of Obadiah's hands." "Hey, this is interesting." A sarcasm flashed across Joe Luo's face and said, "It's okay, I'll take a trip myself." An agent frowned and asked, "Head, Suicide Squad is very powerful, do you need other reinforcements?" Joe Luo shook his head and said, "No, don't forget that they still have bombs in their necks." The other agent hesitated to speak but stopped. "Suicide Squad has been missing for a few days. God knows that the bomb in their neck is still there." However, Joe Luo in S.H.I.E.L.D is not only a humanoid self-propelled gun, but also an unprovoked figure. Then let him go. Eating flat, it deserves it. In the worried or indifferent eyes of the agents, Joe Luo left the S.H.I.E.L.D branch and drove towards the Stark building in his classic car. Stark Building, a building full of design, is the headquarters of Stark Industrial Group. Stark got off the sports car, buttoned his suit, and stepped into the building. Since he returned from Washington, he has noticed some abnormalities and asked Pepper to investigate secretly. In the end, Little Pepper found out that he was in danger in Afghan, and it was likely to be related to Obadiah. This allowed Stark to start a full investigation of Obadiah, but there was no result yet. Today, O'Padre asked him to attend a meeting at the headquarters of the group, and some unpleasant premonitions arose in his heart. "It doesn't matter, even if he wants to do it, he can't be my opponent." Stark smiled proudly, not paying attention to Obadiah at all. In the Stark group, he is the only one that cannot be replaced. Take the elevator and came to the meeting room on the top floor. In the conference room, only Obadiah sat in a chair waiting for him. Seeing him appear, Obadiah quickly got up and greeted him enthusiastically. "Tony, I still want to persuade you to close the weapons department of the Stark Industries Group," Obadiah said as he stretched out his hand. Stark raised his eyebrows, put his hand out without noticing it, and took Obadiah's hand. "I still stick to my point of view and close the weapons department of the Stark Group." Obadiah showed a cold smile on his face and said, "Oh, since you are so persistent, then forget it." After speaking, he let go of Stark's hand. Stark frowned, not knowing why. Suddenly, he felt that his body seemed to be out of his control. He suddenly changed his face, raised his head and asked dumbfounded, "You?" Obadiah raised his right hand with a micro device on it. "Tony, you are no longer suitable for controlling the Stark group." He smiled coldly, reached out his sinful hand, and unbuttoned Stark's clothes. Stark looked horrified, wanted to struggle but couldn't. I could only watch Obadiah unbuckle his buttons and take away the arc reactor that used his chest to power the electromagnets in the adsorbent blood. For a moment, Stark's face was pale. "It's over. Tony, I heard that you rely on this thing to survive, right? So enjoy the little time you have left." Obadiah put the arc reactor in place and sneered directly over Stark's body. Afterwards, he opened the door of the top-level conference room and stepped into his personal laboratory. In this laboratory, a huge amount of steel armor has been completed, equipped with a powerful weapon system produced by Stark Industrial Group. Obadiah took the arc reactor and assembled it, and the entire steel armor was immediately activated. Amidst the buzzing, looking at his masterpiece, Obadiah showed a fierce smile on his face. "Stark Industrial Group will become the greatest group company in the world in my hands." With a low growl, he walked slowly into the cockpit. "So, it's time to let the world know what kind of weapon technology Stark Industries Group has mastered." And just as he stepped into the cockpit, outside the Stark building, a group of people climbed up quickly through various high-tech equipment like Spider-Men. In the meeting room, Stark has been spotted by Pepper. She dragged him into the private laboratory with a flustered expression. Enduring the pain of heart twitching, Stark rebuilt an arc reactor and installed it on his chest with the help of Jarvis. But don't wait for him to breathe a sigh of relief. Sudden. "Hey!" Amidst the sound of glass shattering, several fully armed men jumped in directly from the window. "Target locked." An indifferent voice sounded, and the muzzle of the black hole of the anesthesia gun was directly aimed at Stark. Chapter 44. Biu. Deadshot holding the anesthesia gun pulled the trigger one after another, and the 2 tubes of anesthetic flew out directly. Stark's face changed drastically, and it was too late to defend or evade. "This time, it's really over," he muttered in his heart and closed his eyes silently. But at this time, roar! A figure suddenly appeared and threw out the shield in his hand. Dang! Dang! In the crisp sound, the anesthesia bomb was lifted off by the shield, rewinding at a faster speed. Suddenly, Deadshot's color changed. "Careful!" However, it's too late. Puff puff. The 2 anesthesia bombs were directly submerged in the body of the boomerang and the killer crocodile, and the 2 masters fell straight down. "Hey, the effect of this anesthetic is so good, I'm curious who provided it for you." The clear voice echoed in the laboratory. Joe Luo took the Captain America shield that had flown back in his hand, and turned his head to look at the remaining members of the Suicide Squad. Suddenly, these people have changed color. Next to him, Stark, who closed his eyes, heard his voice and quickly opened the corner of his eyes. "Joe! My friend, you saved me again!" he shouted happily. Joe Luo waved his hand and said, "Tony, this is the second time. I hope I won't be able to save you a third time." Stark smiled awkwardly and said, "Joe, after today, I will introduce you a few beautiful women. It doesn't matter, but your troubles have just begun. Obadiah has already created a steel armor. You'd better put on your armor quickly to prevent him from moving. Otherwise, the next time I see you, I may need to go to jail. Just hope that your Jew flower will be intact by then." "Shit!" Stark's face turned green, he got up numbly, and rushed to the installation area of the steel armor. Subsequently, J.A.R.V.I.S helped him install the armor. "Joe, I'll go first, be careful yourself." Stark let out a low growl, then rushed out. "Pepper, be careful yourself." Joe Luo curled his lips, desperate for Stark's performance. This BD, can't you just shoot and kill a few enemies before leaving? Little Chili hid in the corner, shivering with fright and dare not say a word. Ha ha, Joe? You appear here, should I say you are stupid or smart? The commander of Suicide Squad, Rick Flag, sneered, watching Joe Luo's face full of murderous intent. Joe Luo flicked his fingers, looked at them, and said, "It looks like you have solved the bomb in your neck. What about Harley?" In the darkness, footsteps came and Katana pushed the Joker girl Harley Quinn out. Oh, it deserves to be the famous humanoid self-propelled guns from Washington, D.C. to Gotham to Los Angeles. At this time, they are still in the mood to care about women. Katana smiled coldly, put the long knife across Harley Quinn's neck, and whispered, "Now, kneel down and beg us for mercy, or kill her." Harley Quinn was stuffed with a white cloth in his mouth, his eyes were full of horror and despair, and he shook his head frantically. You. Do not want. She didn't want to see Joe Luo bowing to these people. Joe Luo sighed and said, "Harley, will you still insist on joining this broken team now?" Harley Quinn shook his head frantically and looked at Joe Luo with pleading eyes. Katana snorted and took out the cloth from Harley Quinn's mouth. "Joe! Leave me alone! Go! Go!" Harley Quinn screamed. Aside, Katana smiled coldly. Blade turned slightly and said, "Go? Don't you guys want to go?" Harley Quinn looked around, with a sad expression on his face, and said, "Joe, if you can you call me Harley?" Joe Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "Harley, don't you want me to call you a honey?" Harley Quinn's eyes lit up, and he asked uncertainly, "Is this okay?" Joe Luo smiled and said, "Definitely, no." The light in Harley Quinn's eyes slowly dissipated, and she felt an unprecedented frustration. This man has a heart like a stone. But why? Why don't you like me? I am not much worse than your ex-girlfriends, even I love you more than them. Harley Quinn asked lonely. Joe Luo smacked his lips and said, "Perhaps, if you change your outfit, I will be interested. For example, put on your nurse's uniform again." Harley Quinn's eyes lit up. "Really?" Joe Luo spread his hands and said, "I haven't seen you wear it yet, who knows what the result will be." Suddenly, a strong desire to survive broke out in her eyes, and then it went out instantly. "But, there is no chance." She sighed softly, then put one hand straight out and grabbed Katana's knife. "Joe! Remember me. Remember that Harley Quinn was able to give up his life for you." Amidst the screams, with a look of death, she turned around and slammed with the other hand. "Run!" she screamed. "Poor woman." Katana chuckled, her arm muscles swelled, and they were severed. "Die!" But the next second, Joe Luo sighed quietly, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Chapter 45. OM. The power of invisible rippled away, and then instantly turned into a terrifying phoenix force erupted. Puff! Phoenix force is very scary, even if Joe Luo only extracts 20% of Phoenix's power, it is enough to carry the audience. All Suicide Squad members including Katana were suppressed, lying on the ground in embarrassment, spraying blood. Be yelling. Katana's sword fell to the ground, and Harley Quinn looked sluggish for the rest of his life. Totoda. Joe Luo stepped lightly and waved the shield on his hand, and said, "Do you think I and Steve are both MTS? Excuse me, I am actually a real APC. MT? APC? Do you think this is playing a game?" However, when seeing Joe Luo's relaxed look, everyone felt that perhaps this was really just a game for him. "Okay, Harley, now give you a task to go back to your old line. How about injecting some gentlemen and ladies with drugs that can restrict movement?" Joe Luo gave Harley Quinn a task, and suddenly a smile of surprise appeared on her face. Then, he turned towards Little Pepper, who was hiding in the corner with a horrified face, and said, "Pepper, there should be some drugs like anesthesia here." Take Miss Harleen Quinn to get them and help them get the injection. Little Pepper nodded hurriedly, and quickly took Harley Quinn to find anesthetics. Looking at her back, Joe Luo murmured in his heart, "Grandma, how could this guy be called a Little Pepper? That airport, my God!" Joe Luo felt that he couldn't bear to look straight, and he mourned for Stark in his heart. Poor guy, a playboy who has been in love for so many years, and who has more lovers than himself, finally planted on an airport. Very pitiful. He sighed, turned around and pulled a chair, so he sat down and raised his legs. "Well, now who can give me an answer? What is our Mr. Joker's idea?" No one answered him. Joe Luo sighed and muttered, "It seems that I am still not very good at torture." He stood up, too lazy to bother with this group of people whose ordinary methods of torture didn't have much effect. "Ike, come to Stark Building and take all the members of Suicide Squad back for interrogation." Hanging up, Harley Quinn finally came back. "But you really changed into a nurse's costume." Joe Luo raised his eyebrows. Harley Quinn took the skirt around and asked cheerfully, "Does it look good?" Joe Luo rubbed his eyebrows and nodded, "It looks good, but please numb these guys first." Harley Quinn saw that his face was not so good, so he didn't dare to talk more, and quickly started to anesthetize these people with the medicine box. "Well, how much should I inject?" She was holding a large syringe and muttering with her head tilted. She used to be a psychologist, but not an anesthesiologist. After only tangling for a third of a second, she was in the horrified eyes of the Suicide Squad members, holding a medicine bottle with a special tranquilizer written on it, and whispered, "FK him, they now have 6 people, here are 30 injections of anesthetics, that person can just inject 5. In the medicine cabinet, a special tranquilizer contains 20 milliliters. A mere one is enough to make a strong adult pass out completely. 5 words. All fools know that the consequences are serious, and death is not necessarily the most painful, maybe it will directly become spinach. Drooling gibberish spinach. Wait. Wait. I said. I will tell you all I know." Wearing strange clothes, the sorceress who looked like a medieval witch tried to get up and slowly backed away. "Oh?" Joe Luo raised his eyebrows and stood up. He didn't ask questions immediately, but said to Harley Quinn, "Hey Harley, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful torture ability. Maybe I can consider letting you come to my hands as a torture agent for interrogating mortals." Suddenly, Harley Quinn's eyes lit up, and the chicken nodded like a peck. Okay. You can say nothing." Joe Luo smiled and rubbed the little pretty girl's head. Ding! As soon as the host said casually, Harley Quinn was successfully fooled and started a lifelong hobby, torture master. Harley Quinn, female Joker torture master LV1, 0/5. He looked up and looked cold. Dragging a chair and sitting in front of the enchantress, Joe Luo said coldly, "Now tell me what Joker's purpose is." The enchantress took a jealous look at the big syringe in Harley Quinn's hand, hesitated and said, "The plan that Katana communicated to us is to kidnap Tony Stark, and then trade with 10 rings, let 10 rings help him escape from prison." Joker and 10 rings got involved? When did this guy get in touch with them? Joe Luo frowned slightly and asked, "What else?" The enchantress shook his head and said, "I know this news." Joe Luo nodded, snapped his fingers, and said, "Harley, give her a half tube of tranquilizer." Harley Quinn hurriedly walked out of him, pushing half of the tranquilizer in the witch's horrified eyes. Pulling out the needle, the witch's eyes became dull, and then he lay silently on the ground. "Sudden!" Harley Quinn exclaimed. "Oh! I just forgot to empty the air in the syringe." Chapter 46. Forgetting the consequences of emptying the air in the syringe, Joe Luo didn't know, but the people in Suicide Squad were frightened by Harley Quinn. Under the squinting eyes of this new torture officer, one after another confessed. However, the information obtained is just like that. Joker and 10 rings got in touch, and the two sides reached a cooperative relationship. The bond of cooperation is Tony Stark. As for the others, they are not clear at all. The only thing they know is that after helping Joker escape from prison, they can get a lot of wealth. Joe Luo pinched his chin and waved, "Forget it, give them a tranquilizer." Harley Quinn stood up grinning, she already liked the feeling completely. Not only can people be scared, but the key is that she finds that she can actually help Joe Luo. Excited, Harley Quinn held up the syringe, which fully aroused the passion for a nurse's work, and started to inject tranquilizers for the remaining people in Suicide Squad. Then, these people all fell straight to the ground, like vegetative people. After doing all this, without waiting for Joe Luo to praise her, suddenly, boom! Amid the violent roar, the entire Stark building seemed to be shaking wildly, and Harley Quinn and Pepper fell to the ground almost at the same time. Little Chili was very sad, and his knees were torn apart. And Harley Quinn fell on poor Katana all of a sudden, and a needle of the tube accidentally plunged into the leg of the female warrior of the Sun Country. During the violent shaking, Joe Luo slowly stood up, with a look of curiosity on his face. This time, see how Stark will defeat Padre. Joe Luo smacked his lips, and a teleport disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared on the roof. On the street below, Tony Stark and Abadi had already started a fierce battle. Generally speaking, Tony Stark was abused. Poor Tony. I don't know when, Joe Luo has found a bag of melon seeds, and he was happily watching the show. I don't know when, Harley Quinn and Pepper also appeared on the top floor. Seeing Stark being abused by Obadiah like a Big Mac, Pepper felt distressed to the extreme. She shouted to Joe Luo, "Mr. Joe, please help Stark, otherwise he will die." Joe Luo continued to eat melon seeds while waving his hand, and said vaguely, "Miss Pepper, this is Stark's battle." The implication is that he is not ready to help. Suddenly, little Pepper showed anger on his face. "Mr. Joe, Stark regards you as his best friend. How can you not help him at this time and still watch the show here? Hey! Women are so troublesome." Joe Luo shook his head helplessly, and said, "Miss Pepper, do you want to know why Stark has left you so stubbornly?" Suddenly, little Pepper's expression changed, and he asked eagerly, "Why?" Joe Luo smiled and said, "Because." He prolonged the tone, and waited until Xiao Chili was almost scratching his head in a hurry, before spreading his hands and saying, "Because I don't know anything." FK. Little Chili was almost violent with anger. Just when she was so angry that she almost lost her mind and was about to fight Joe Luo desperately, a silver injection needle pierced her arm muscle. The remaining tranquilizer was directly pushed in by Harley Quinn. Well! Little Chili snorted and felt his anger disappear in an instant. Instead, there was a deep chill. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it." After the injection, the syringe jumped on Harley Quinn's fingertips, and she apologized insincerely. Little Pepper took a deep breath, shut up and stopped talking. Sure enough, women are better at dealing with women. Joe Luo gave a thumbs up, and then continued to watch the battle. The roar constantly reverberated in the street, and Stark was tortured to death. The disadvantages in weapons and tonnage made him unable to make up for it with skills. In desperation, there was a flash of light in his mind, and he thought of a way. Boom! During a bombardment, Stark took the opportunity to lock up with Padre, and then turned on the pusher with all his strength, pushing 2 sets of war armor into the sky. Just like the plot in the movie, under the watchful eyes of Joe Luo, Stark successfully pushed Obadiah into the sky, freezing it. KH. KH. In 2 consecutive loud noises, Padre and Stark fell from the air one after another. Huge amounts of steel armor smashed through the top floor of the Stark building and fell into the building, and Stark, who was barely leaning back on the ground, found a figure rushing over when he landed. "God bless you, are you okay, Tony?" Little Pepper held his face and asked quickly. Stark smiled reluctantly and said, "Don't worry, I'm Tony Stark." Little Chili broke into a smile and helped him up. Standing up, Stark glanced at Joe Luo in the distance and Harley Quinn in a nurse's uniform standing beside him. When he lowered his head, he saw Xiao Chili's scratched knees, and his face suddenly became difficult to look at. "Pepper, tell me the truth, did you get together with that BD Joe?" Little Chili's face changed drastically. He glanced at Joe Luo and Harley Quinn, and screamed, "How could I have anything to do with that BD? Stark, you disappoint me. It's exhausted, this is the biggest feature of a woman's lying," Stark said coldly, his face full of sadness. "Pepper, just admit it. I admit that Joe has an evil charm that almost no woman can resist. If you really have that kind of relationship with him, I would like to bless you." Chapter 47. Little Chili's face turned green. Stark thought he was right, which made her feel embarrassed. Such misunderstandings wiped out the joy he had just defeated Obadiah. He raised his head and snarled angrily at Joe Luo, "Joe! UBD! I promised to help you introduce the beauties, why did you dig the foot of the wall and dig beside me?" Joe Luo, who had just jumped off the railing, suddenly felt inexplicable, but Harley Quinn beside him had already erected eyebrows, and the needle tube flying with his fingertips almost flew out to kill Stark. "This guy is so rude, you just saved him," she muttered loudly. Joe Luo smacked his lips and didn't know what Stark suddenly went crazy. On the opposite side, Little Chili had already burst out of mentality. She just let go of Stark, turned around and left. "This BD, you will be a bachelor for a lifetime." With a ruthless word, Little Chili was about to go downstairs. But at this time, boom! The terrible explosion happened again, and the little pepper was thrown away by the violent shock, and fell towards the pit that Opadri pierced through. Suddenly, Stark's canths were cracked. "Roar!" Ching Feng Roar screamed. Joe Luo appeared next to Xiao Jiao and kicked her pea shares. "What?" Poor little pepper was kicked directly by him and fell into Stark's arms embarrassedly, pained by his steel armor. "Pepper, are you okay?" Stark asked concerned. Little Chili snorted, already so painful that he didn't have the strength to speak. "Fine. If you try to knock you down so far, will there be nothing on the steel in your body?" Stark asked twice and found that there was no response, and his heart suddenly panicked, and Opadri rushed up from below, making his face even more frantic. "Oops! Obadiah is not dead yet. Weak!" he yelled. Then, Joe Luo waved his hand. Phoenix Force appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the terrifying flames directly wrapped Obadiah and his huge amounts of steel armor. In just the blink of an eye, the huge amounts of steel armor was burnt red, and the Opadri inside was directly burned to ashes. "Tony, what do you want to say?" Joe Luo turned his head and asked, relaxed and happy. Stark was dumbfounded, and after a while he said unconsciously, "Joe, do you have a leg with pepper?" Then, "Hey!" With a loud noise, the little pepper lying on him hit his knees with anger and aimed at his crotch. It's just that she forgot that Stark is still wearing a steel armor, so she didn't cause any harm to him at once, but made her scream in pain. "Woo woo woo! The leg seems to be broken!" Little Chili cried angrily. On the other hand, Joe Luo was covering his eyes and couldn't bear to look straight. "Ma Dan, is this still the super rich and handsome Tony Stark who changes to different young female celebrities every day? This is nothing short of a scumbag high school student who is afraid of his girlfriend's transference. Stark, I think you need to calm down now." Stark was stunned, then furious. He felt that Joe Luo's answer was already considered an acknowledgement. "Joe! UBD!" he scolded. Joe Luo didn't bother to argue with this second guy. Pepper and him had long been in love with concubines. How could his ex-girlfriends all over the United States be the pickup man? Cursing his lips, he turned his head and said to Harley Quinn, "Harley, Stark needs to be calm." After speaking, he walked downstairs. Harley Quinn rummaged through the medical kit and found that there was no tranquilizer. But she must find a way to complete the task Joe Luo gave her, so she held a big syringe and walked to Stark's side and said, "Mr. Stark, I don't have a tranquilizer anymore. If you are still so excited, I will complete the task. I can only inject air into you." After speaking, she pulled the piston, and the huge amounts of syringe was filled with air. At this moment, Stark's face was sallow, and his eyes were full of panic. "A hole. Is this a trask?" He shrank his neck and closed his mouth tightly. Harley Quinn nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, so good." She glanced to the side, and Pepper held Roar's breath for fear of offending this crazy woman who likes that BD to crazy. The agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police in Los Angeles finally arrived after the battle. Going downstairs, his agent Ike has already arrived in the laboratory. "Head, the Los Angeles police are downstairs. If these people want to take away, it might be a bit of a hassle." Ike had a bitter look on his face, but at the same time a bit shocked. S.H.I.E.L.D., including the FBI, etc., agent organizations, and the federal police have never been in harmony, especially the uncle in front of him who once offended the Los Angeles police to death. Ike thinks it will be difficult to take these people away smoothly. However, Joe Luo didn't feel any difficulty at all. He snapped his fingers and said, "Well, everyone is for the security service of the federal state. Whoever hinders law enforcement is threatening the safety of the federal government. I believe the Los Angeles police will do things that undermine national security." After speaking, he took the lead to walk towards the elevator. "Take them down and let the Los Angeles police protect us from leaving." Behind, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at each other. Ike's expression changed, and then he waved his hand, "Listen." A group of people walked downstairs mightily, and after Harley Quinn finished the injection, he rushed down and followed Joe Luo like a bug. Behind, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked weird, and their eyes were full of high mountain worship. "Shit. The head is really good, and I still don't forget to pick up girls when I perform the mission. It's still such a superb uniform." The agents are envious and jealous, and they are even more convinced of Joe Luo's humanoid self-propelled gun called Roar. Worthy of being a legendary man, absolutely the idol of all my men. Even if a playboy like Tony Stark is not enough to look in front of his head. Chapter 48. The lobby of the Stark Industrial Building is already in a mess. The Los Angeles police raised vigilance and isolated the building. "Everyone gave me the spirit of 12 points, no one is allowed to enter or leave at will, and snipers are watching me, and anyone who breaks through the blockade forcibly will be shot to me on the spot. Other people, go upstairs right away, if anyone resists, and kill them on the spot." A slightly hoarse and cold voice echoed in the hall, and a policewoman with long brown hair and a delicate face was orderly commanding. She was wearing a police cap and uniform, but she still couldn't hide the wonderful figure that any man would covet. It's just that no one at the scene dared to look at her, as if looking at her would encounter terrible things. Totoda. With the sound of footsteps, Joe Luo took the lead and walked out with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and several people from Suicide Squad. Suddenly, the whole hall fell silent, and the needle drop could be heard. The policewoman turned her head, and the moment she saw Joe Luo, her cold and beautiful face seemed to be covered with frost. "Joe Luo." A slightly weird voice sounded, and all the police officers on the scene raised their heads and saluted Joe Luo. "Joe Luo? This is the so-called humanoid self-propelled artillery that came out of Washington and brought the cannon fire to the whole of the United States Hyuxia BD? Shit. It looks like that. Stronger than the average Asian, but the others are not so good, right? Why can such a guy make so many beauties crazy? Is this world crazy, Or those women crazy? The police at the scene roared frantically in their hearts. At the same time, they began to retreat slowly, as if a violent conflict was about to erupt in front of them. On the steps, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stopped, and even the people headed by Ike backed back cautiously. Joe Luo smiled helplessly and called roar to the policewoman, "Hey, Caitlin, I'm so happy to see you here." Los Angeles policewoman, Caitlin. This name has huge amounts of prestige throughout the United States police circle. Unlike other police elites, Caitlin's prestige is obtained entirely from the criminals she has captured by herself. Definitely, she is also one of Joe Luo's ex-girlfriends. Looking at Joe Luo, who smiled and greeted Roar, Caitlin smiled coldly and said, "But I am not happy to see you at all." After speaking, she directly took out the pistol from her waist and pointed it at Joe Luo. "I suspect that you are one of the planners of this terrorist attack. Now I am arresting you in the name of the federal police. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say next will become evidence in court." "Ma Dan, even Miranda's warning came out?" Joe Luo smiled helplessly and showed a certificate. "I am S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and I have immunity," he said leisurely. "I do not see it." Caitlin sneered and asked the other police officers, "Did you see it?" "No." All the policemen spoke in unison. Joe Luo sighed and said, "Caitlin, we broke up peacefully, aren't we? Please don't bring personal emotions into your work." Caitlin's eyes became even colder, and she slowly put her finger on the trigger. "Reiterate. I suspect that you planned this terrorist attack on the Stark Industrial Group, and now I am arresting you in the name of the federal police. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you say next will become a submission." Court testimony. Women really hold grudges. Joe Luo shook his head and sighed. It seems that it is a bit difficult to take away the people from Suicide Squad this time. He raised his head and asked, "Caitlin, how is Karen?" The coldness in Caitlin's eyes dissipated slightly, but her eyes became firm again in the next instant. Third warning. Put down your weapon and hold your head with both hands. Otherwise I will take emergency measures. Joe Luo and Caitlin looked at each other, and no one spoke again. On the stairs, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. frowned and put their hands on the weapons around their waists. As long as the situation is wrong, they will fight back without hesitation. The policemen behind Caitlin also made the same actions one after another, staring at Joe Luo with enthusiasm. The atmosphere is extremely solemn. At this moment, the sound of da-da-da footsteps rang from the stairs. Stark and Pepper are finally late. He looked at the tense atmosphere in the hall, smiled and walked to the front of Joe Luo, and said, "Chief Caitlin, why did you shoot your gun to save me, save the Stark Industry Group and save the 230,000 Stark Group employees from losing what about the dangerous work week?" He was very aware of the past of Joe Luo and Caitlin, and cold sweats began to flow out of their backs when they spoke. Women are not sane creatures, even if this is the chief of police in Los Angeles. Seeing Stark appear, and what he meant, Caitlin frowned slightly and thought for a while before reluctantly putting away the gun. "Stark, I need you, and him to cooperate with the investigation." Caitlin stepped back and no longer claimed to arrest Joe Luo. Joe Luo spread his hands and said to Ike behind him, "Ike, take them back to the branch and inform Phil Cowlson to return these people to the Pittsburgh prison. Stark and I will go to the police station." Opposite. Caitlin's eyebrows were raised, and she sneered and said, "Everyone involved in this case must go to the police station, including them." At this moment, the atmosphere became serious again. Stark sighed in a low voice. Women's grievances. At the same time, there are some schadenfreude. Hey, poor Joe. Humanoid self-propelled guns are not so good. Chapter 49. Facing the aggressive Caitlin, Joe Luo smiled helplessly and took out his mobile phone. "Ah." Caitlin sneered and said, don't even think of taking anyone away when you call. Joe Luo chuckled and said, Caitlin, there is an old saying, don't talk too much, you can easily slap yourself in the face. After randomly tapping twice on the phone, he showed it to Caitlin. On the screen, a call has been dialed out, the name is Angelica. Angelica. At this moment, Caitlin, whose face was full of frost from beginning to end, changed color, and there was a blazing fire in her eyes. You are still in contact with Angelica. She squeezed her fist, wishing to rush up to let her soft skin get a close contact with the profound facial features of the BD in front of her. Joe Luo shrugged and said relaxedly, why not? She is so cute. A hole. Caitlin cursed and shouted, she is my sister. Joe Luo nodded and said, yeah, I know she is your sister, and definitely my little sister. Caitlin's teeth creaked, her eyes filled with angry fire. You'd better hang up now, otherwise, I don't guarantee you can walk out of Los Angeles intact. Joe Luo tit for tat, said, then you'd better let my people leave now, otherwise I don't guarantee that I will tell Angelica where I am now. Caitlin's indifferent face finally showed a touch of anger, and with a wave of her hand, dozens of Los Angeles police officers at the scene immediately took out their guns and aimed at Joe Luo. And the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him all took out their guns and guarded carefully. The atmosphere became very solemn again. Just at this time. Hey! Joe! Why did you call me today? A youthful and lively voice rang in the phone, and Caitlin's face began to turn green. Joe Luo smiled and asked on the phone, Angelica, do you know where your sister is now? Across the phone, a cute middle school girl tilted her head and replied, sister, should be in the police station, right? Joe Luo smiled mysteriously, and did not immediately reply, but raised his head and raised an eyebrow at Caitlin. Suddenly, Caitlin's face turned dark, and she waved helplessly. The Los Angeles police officers behind her bowed their hands and breathed a sigh of relief. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind Joe Luo are all the same. Only Stark's eyes widened, disappointed and admired. Worthy of being a humanoid self-propelled gun, this can be resolved. However, the grievances of the ex-girlfriend are not so simple. He chuckled, glanced at the little pepper holding him by his side, his face became complicated again. Even if Xiao Xiao had already explained it to him once, he still wondered if the female secretary who had made him feel has been attacked by Joe Luo. Joe Luo naturally didn't know what Stark was thinking. He waved at Ike and others. Immediately, this group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came back to their senses and hurriedly left with a few Suicide Squad members who turned into spinach. Afterwards, Joe Luo shook his phone and said, oh, I have nothing to do. I just called to tell you that we must keep the little secret between us. On the other side of the phone, Angelica grinned and said with a blushing face, don't worry, I won't tell my sister. Later, after Joe Luo said a few words, he hung up the phone. Opposite, Caitlin's face was already like cold iron, blue and black with a chill. Joe Luo. She growled in a low voice. Like an angry female leopard. What the hell did you do to Angelica? Joe Luo shrugged his shoulders and said, did you not hear it just now? This is the little secret between me and Angelica, how can I tell you? Crack. Caitlin raised the pistol and pointed it at Joe Luo again. You better tell me now. With a smirk on his face, Joe Luo said, Caitlin, are you sure that in this environment, tell the little secret between me and Angelica? Caitlin frowned, looked around, and found that everyone else was curious enough to explode. Suddenly, her face went dark. Take it all away. She snorted and then said to Tony Stark, Mr. Stark, I hope you and this lady can go to the police station to cooperate with our investigation. Joe Luo spread his hands indifferently, and after looking at each other with Stark, they all shrugged. The woman who has fallen into hatred is terrible. On the side, Little Pepper was poking his lips. Ah! Stark, an idiot, even had a face to laugh at Caitlin. Didn't you have a B number in your heart just like what you were? Chapter 50. Los Angeles Police Department, Chief's Office. Joe Luo lay on the sofa, smoking a cigarette with Erlang's legs tilted, as if he were relaxing at home. Opposite him, at the desk with huge amounts of, Caitlin stared at him ugly with her arms folded. Neither person spoke. A long time. How long? Caitlin lightly opened her teeth and asked nonchalantly. Joe Luo didn't know, so he asked, how long is it? Caitlin gritted her teeth, her face gradually turned blue, slightly bent over and stared at him in a condescending posture, gritted her teeth and said, do you still need to understand what I need to say? How long have you been with Angelica? Joe Luo gestured with the cigarette in his hand, and asked hesitantly, why don't you give more hints? Caitlin looked like Rage's female leopard, lowered her voice and snarled, I ask you, how long have you been with Angelica? How far have you progressed? Have you been to Chuang? Wow! Joe Luo's eyes widened, as if he had heard the most incredible thing. Caitlin, I didn't expect your thoughts to be so dark. Angelica is your sister, and she is just 15 years old, still a middle school student. His righteous rebuke, the image is stalwart and bright. Caitlin sneered, and the arms she held made her figure more prominent. Although I hate you and hate you a whole, but I know you have a strong charm on your a whole, and almost no woman in this world can escape your gentle trap. Although Angelica is still young, she already has more passionate feelings than adults, so do you think I will believe that the friendship between you and Angelica will be pure brother-sister friendship? This evaluation is slightly higher. But don't want to beat me with this sugar-coated cannonball. Joe Luo took a breath of smoke, shook his head firmly, and said, Caitlin, I didn't expect you to treat your sister Angelica this way. I just want to tell you that there is nothing between her and me except revolutionary friendship. Emotion. Revolutionary friendship? Caitlin frowned, and asked with a gloomy look, what revolutionary friendship? Whose fate? Joe Luo raised Erlang's leg and shook it, and said, definitely, it is the life of the tyrant. As for who the tyrant is, you can use your brain to think more. Tyrant? Caitlin only thought for a while, and she understood that the so-called tyrant might be herself. After reacting, her face began to change in an instant, sometimes turning blue and sometimes red. She was so angry. Boom! With a muffled noise, she slapped her fiercely on the table and took out the gun on her waist. Believe it or not, I'll kill you today. It's the top of the sky, just write a report of being attacked, and drop it by half by the way. She threatened with a sullen face. Joe Luo was still lying on the sofa, shaking his head and saying, you can't. Caitlin's face grew gloomy, her eyes gleaming with fury. Then try. Her long fingers landed on the trigger, slowly exerting force. But the next second. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Joe Luo had already appeared in front of her, and a puff of smoke spurted from his mouth and spread evenly on her face. A hole. Caitlin has rich combat experience, her musculoskeletal body vibrates instantly, and her knees are pushed up fiercely. Joe Luo stepped away sideways, took advantage of her arm, and took her tight and long legs in her hand. Then, bullying herself, she suppressed Caitlin at the desk. Why bother, Caitlin, we broke up peacefully. Why do you act like I start chaos and give up? It makes me so embarrassed. Joe Luo smiled bitterly. Caitlin sneered and said, a hole, break up peacefully? Do you think we broke up peacefully? After speaking, he stretched his arm and the butt fell directly toward his temple. Joe Luo easily blocked the blow and said, definitely, we broke up peacefully, and the breakup is what you said. Caitlin changed her move and moved both hands together. If it weren't for you BD and that cat-like banshee, would I break up with you? Joe Luo. You broke my heart. While speaking, Caitlin's face showed resentment. And when she mentioned Catwoman, her eyes were full of hatred, and she wished to smash her body into pieces. Damn, it's so embarrassing. She even knew she had a leg with Catwoman. Joe Luo expressed embarrassment. He thought Caitlin didn't even know that he and Catwoman had a leg. He didn't expect that the other party broke up with him because of this incident. I have nothing to do with Selena. He forcibly washes the floor. Caitlin sneered and said, "It's nothing. You two went to the hotel to open a room. When you think I'm a fool or think I believe you are alone with a beautiful woman, that thing will go on strike." After finishing speaking, her hand dropped, pointing straight to the point.